Chapter 1 My brother is a sister controller. What a busy day yesterday. What time is it now? Gu Xian felt around his body for the cell phone he had casually tossed aside last night. Oval, soft, and slightly raised. What the hell? A closer look was still humanoid. Before Gu Xian even opened his eyes, he knew who it was. Besides his own Gu Qingqing. Who else? I say you're not shy. Men and women are not intimate. Your teacher didn't teach you? Gu Xian sat up and looked at Gu Qingqing, who was sleeping on his bed. It wasn't her fault. Lately strange things had been happening. The whole world had changed drastically. There were many versions of various horror stories. And Gu Qingqing was only a little girl. Cut. Gu Qingqing didn't say much. After all, she wasn't in charge. Since the death of his parents soon after, the TV inside is also reporting that all this change. This world often appear many other people. And some stories. Fear, uncertainty. The only person she could rely on was this out-of-tune brother beside her. Even if Gu Xian disliked her anymore, as long as he didn't abandon her. What do you want to eat in the morning? Gu Xian got up to put on his shoes and turned his head to ask. Strawberry cupcakes. Gu Qingqing instantly shouted in spirit. This was her favorite food. Strawberry cupcakes are for the evening. You don't mind getting tired of eating it in the morning? Gu Xian said breathlessly. His mouth was like this, but he still took out a strawberry cake from inside the refrigerator. He wasn't a native of this world. He was a traveler, and he himself used to enjoy reading traveler novels. So naturally, he was aware of the pissing contests that occurred after crossing over. With the world changing drastically as the basis, what he had observed so far, these phenomena gave Gu Xian the feeling that it was inside the novels of his previous life. Aura revival, aura recovery was, to put it nicely, a gift of nature, but it was actually a great shuffling of species. Will humans still be able to stand firm as the strongest in the world? After all, when the aura resurgence has begun, beasts can turn into demons and possess intelligence, and dead spirits are transformed into ghost cultivators. Research organizations in various countries are also busy in the study of this aura, this data situation. The technological explosion is only 100 years. Can expect those experts know what? While the politicians of various countries were talking and laughing, Gu Qingqing was sent to school by Gu Xian after finishing her strawberry cake. Qingqing, your brother is so handsome. Su Qi looked at Gu Xian's departing back with a face of infatuation. What are you looking at? You don't have a brother yourself? Of course my brother is handsome. Gu Qingqing was a little tasteless, muttering a small mouth. But I can tell you, my brother has a secret that people usually don't want to tell him. Gu Qingqing hesitated for a moment. Su Qi was also piqued with curiosity. Say it, Qingqing. What secret? My brother is a big sister controller. Gu Qingqing said quietly, as if it was a big deal. Che, Su Qi hummed, not believing Gu Qingqing's side of the story. The two sisters were still quite joyful in their bickering, and there were several young boys throughout the class looking at them as well. Ahem, quiet. The homeroom teacher tapped the podium with a chalkboard eraser, and the entire classroom instantly fell silent. In a few days all of us in the class will be going to the local office, the one that has been established in the last year, to get our health checked. This matter also includes your future in the future. So remember to talk to your parents when you get home, and be safe on your way home. The homeroom teacher didn't continue talking outside the classroom after saying that, but concentrated on the lesson. Gu Qingqing didn't listen to the class more attentively. After all, her studies were already super lousy, and she had already planned to go out to work after finishing junior high school to lighten her brother's burden. You said that by letting you out, I can get what I want, right? Gu Xian asked with a smile as he sat in front of the statue. This was the suburbs, with no one around, and the statue was already an iconic item here, as well as a place where Gu Xian went to school and took shortcuts. It was on the day it crossed over. It spoke, promising to give Gu Xian a very generous reward. Gu Xian heard, are those novel protagonists in the do not want the dregs, coupled with just crossed over, high-minded, naturally disdain. Just a few short months, let him clearly recognize his own waste. He will be other people will. He will not, other people will. As for when a copyist, head so something, lyrics also remember that a few lines, poetry is also a throw. The only thing he had to say to give him something different was that he was sure that this world did have crossing over in parallel universes, and that this world didn't have concepts like aura, much less immortal cultivation novels. It was all about practicing martial arts as the king. If it was just an ordinary crossing over, then he could rely on his own insights and make a living in this world. But catching up with the recovery of aura, it was still a toss-up whether or not his little life could be saved. What's more, the original owner also left him a sister, in addition to his own, to eat enough, but also have to feed Gu Qingqing, eat well, before eating, drinking and sleeping properly. It was even more important to have the ability to guard his loved ones. I'm as good as my word. The air shook a little as the statue spoke. Without speaking, Gu Xian picked up the shovel and began to start digging underneath the statue. The prolonged digging also made his hands red and swollen. After digging down the last shovel, the thing inside fought to drill out as if it couldn't hold in its loneliness, and the entire statue fell to the ground. Gu Xian was also pushed to the ground by a wave of air. What a stupid person. Ha ha ha. I've finally come out. Old Tao, you've miscalculated. Gu Xian still couldn't help but feel scared inside at the sight of the black shadow, but then the voice appeared in his head, which he had been thinking about day and night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the immortal cultivation system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully promoting the revival of aura, which has been promoted to the whole world in a targeted manner. Firing the first shot of the otherworldly world, the global dignitaries, an envelope appeared in their houses that read, "My last name is Gu. You can call me Mr. Gu. The aura recovery has been promoted by me. Are you ready for the new era?" These words were destined to bring about some changes to the world's landscape, especially the words aura recovery. Gu Xian sought his own gold finger came out some surprise, and feel reasonable, but let him some hard. This letter, give him a sense of crisis. The Chinese text, Sex Gu's people, is about to be severely investigated. In the future cannot be the head of the head, otherwise it will cause the attention of the world. Go out if you do something, must open a small number. I think the disguise will be their first choice. Looked at this mass of black shadow in front of him. His own system prompts the other side cannot attack him. This is to come to bet. People die bird towards the sky, not dead 10,000 years. I did not expect to bet on the loss also earn. You went back on your word. Someone will clean you up. Gu Xian picked up the shovel for himself and walked home. He didn't care if the black shadow would follow him. The black shadow was speechless as it looked at the departing Gu Xian. It really didn't have the means to kill Gu Xian, and it couldn't even completely detach itself from this area for a short period of time, so it could only burrow back into the ground to recuperate for a while first. Although Gu Xian had a hint from the system, he looked back after walking away. The black shadow came over and didn't come after him. This world is not safe. To be exact, ordinary people are not safe. It was good that he had the capital to survive, not to be washed into slag under the flood of the times. Chapter 2, Outside in Arrivals. After obtaining the plug-in, Gu Xian was still whistling a little along the way. Doing good deeds still retains his surname, pushing for the recovery of the aura, and on the bright side that was, speeding up the glorious evolution of mankind. Most importantly, one's own plug-in has also finally arrived. Not as risky as in the beginning, not needing to take so many chances. To live no leash was the creed of his life now. After arriving home, it was to scrub the sweaty odor from his body. Is scrubbing at the time? Cell phone ding-dong sound. Gu Xian glanced, class president to call. Gu Xian is also still a student. After washing his fingers, he answered the phone. Gu Xian, tomorrow is the old professor's class. Roll call. You don't skip class, give notice, and if you continue to skip class, the teacher can't cover the bottom. Lin Wei said a bit about the situation, calling over just to get the notification in place. Gu Xian then disconnected the phone, just fell into a deep thought, did not expect so soon to take action. It looked like the appearance of the aura recovery word this time, as well as the advancement that had stressed these dignitaries out so much, must have been sweating it out, but also give him a reminder. This time whether as a good guy or bad guy identity exposed to the public currently, there is only one result, either recruited, or died. Brother, I'm back. Gu Qingqing shouted excitedly at the door and pounded on the door, which couldn't help but make Gu Xian's face darken. Step aside, there's something to talk about later. I'm still taking a bath. The fact that there was no homework assigned lately also made Gu Qingqing ruthlessly satisfied. After all, homework was never an unforgettable nightmare for students. Gu Xian looked at the system in front of him. Its functions were clearly written on the panel. The immortal cultivation system only had one lit-up function button. Cultivating Immortal Life Simulator was exactly the name of this function, as well as what it did. Inside were all the immortal cultivation lives of immortal cultivators, and one could not directly gain the cultivation inside, but the secret books inside were all very bored in hard goods. Gu Xian seemed to go back to the beginning of the crossing, the district aura recovery and so on, but only, my life by me, not by heaven. He realized that he couldn't afford it, and looked at the balance of zero. He deeply felt the pure malice from the system. Actually there is no newbie gift pack. Ding! Please collect the mission reward as soon as possible. It was only then that Gu Xian realized that there was a tiny red light in the lower right corner. Art comes from life. You've managed to make the world go further, and you've become a little famous in this world. Please claim your reward. Aura points, 500. Gu Xian looked at this small reward and instantly disregarded the fact that the system had slightly damaged his Godao. And this Reiki point, to put it mildly, could be exchanged for a Taoist with a cultivation level of half-step Yuaning, and if one were to save points to exchange for a peak Jindan one there would still be 200 Reiki points left, but the province should be saved. The flower, in this kind of opening moment, cannot be saved. In a flash, an immortal old man crossed the barriers of the world and looked at Gu Xian fixedly, his eyes unable to tell what emotions were in them. Only slowly did he place his hand on Gu Xian's head. My name is Gu Su. After saying that, he transformed into a burst of white light, and in Gu Xian's mind, Gu Su's life was visible, without so much as a single artifice, whether it was a good deed or an evil deed that he had done. Gu Xian felt his head spin for a moment before recovering. Gu Su is not a good person. Good people are also difficult to cultivate to the half-step Yuaning. Gu Su is from mortals. Jin Dan is already the limit. Half-step Yuaning is all his longevity impact, but in the end, it is still so close to the talent. There is only one Gongfa, the Tao begets one begets two, and three begets all things. There are not as many Tao laws as Gu Xian would like, but there are basic Tao laws. There was only one Qing Yang law which was the Gu family's family secret, and his life had made it clear to Gu Xian that without the system, he would be just like those bumbling mortals. Lifetime, but cannot touch it, unless it is a mortal with great fortune. Spelling father regardless of the era, regardless of the world, for all time, dragging his tired body out, each step was heavy. You didn't do anything strange in there? Gu Qingqing inquired as she surveyed the frail Gu Xian. Dislike was overflowing. What's on my mind? I'm a bit tired from more things today. Gu Xian made an excuse. Gu Qingqing nodded. You have to go to the office with me tomorrow, and you need a guardian to accompany you. Gu Xian froze for a moment. Firm? He didn't remember having one. Where did this thing pop up? It was newly established this year. Gu Xian scribbled a vital signs maintenance meal, a heap of stuff that could be described as very miscellaneous, and the texture aspect was really average. Brother, today's cooking is too hard to eat. Gu Qingqing also couldn't help but spit out. Love to eat? Don't eat and starve. Or next time you do it? Gu Xian disliked it directly in the slightest. He still had big things to do. Today is also considered to be the first day that he got the plugin. What is the most crucial thing in the early stages of opening the plugin? Increasing strength. Although he has the Gongfu but he hasn't practiced yet, the current self is still mortal. A peanut rice can take him away. After returning to his room, he slowly quieted his mind and felt the flow of the air around him, and something strange flowed into his body, which was the aura. Very weak. This is also when the role of the gong method can be found. Otherwise not the slightest notice a tiny bit. Crossing that will be not. He did not try to meditate in this way. No feeling at all. As Gu Xian's gong method worked, the aura that remained in his body also grew, and the speed of suction became particularly rapid. The night was silent. Gu Qingqing also went to bed early, but just as she was about to go shouted Gu Xian, who liked to sleep in, only to see Gu Xian sitting on the bed, his eyes tightly closed, his body still greedily absorbing the spiritual qi, as if he were a starving ghost. Qingqing, still not going to bed? Gu Xian inquired. After all, he still had to make a trip to the firm tomorrow. Brother, are you stupid for sleeping? I'm wide awake. Gu Xian froze, then slowly opened his eyes, which had a slight stinging sensation, as if a person who had been in the shade for years had suddenly appeared in the sun. Looking at the sun has risen. Gu Xian also cannot help but feel. No wonder the people who cultivate immortals. A retreat will have to start for 100 years. A night only feel but a moment, will be mesmerized. The body's aura already has some attachment to the body, counted as the door, but not yet to the first stage of qi cultivation. It is true that the overnight cultivation skyrocket or whatever is false. However, the five senses have improved tremendously. Plus you can use this weak aura to get a glimpse of the mystery of this world. After breakfast, he took the information with him and set off. Gu Xian wasn't afraid that the country at this level would have any crooked ideas, and more importantly, he had the power. All fear comes from the unknown. Aura recovery world is like, once can only guess, but now has more than 99% of the world, came to the outside of the firm, like a gym, inside the fitness equipment, but there is something special, alien. Next to it, there were also many children, followed by an adult. Some of them were older siblings, but the order was maintained quite well, and it was not that noisy. Chapter 3 Well thought out reasoning. The protagonist gains the professor's favor through his unique aura argument and begins to get in touch with the other side of the world. Brother, what do you think this firm is for? Why does it look so much like a street gym? Gu Qingqing asked in a small voice. The name was decent, but it looked too immodest. You ask me, who do I ask? How should I know? Gu Xian rolled his eyes. The line wasn't long, and it was soon Gu Qingqing's turn. Little sister, please fill out your information. Luo, he said. A cool sensation ran through her body as the only aura in her body gathered towards her eyes. She's not an ordinary person, Gu Xian muttered as he looked at the woman in front of him, giving him a feeling of oppression. Ding! Stay away from death. Mission details, those present will be dragged into a temporary death list by a powerful force, and there will be all sorts of accidents. Start time, 58. Reward, 100 aura points. Gu Xian took one look at it and dragged Gu Qingqing out of the room. Are you kidding me? Gu Xian was still in the realm of ordinary people. What kind of life was he playing? What kind of heroics was he playing? The most he could do was yell, "Run!" Luo He's face was also dark when she saw Gu Xian's appearance. What did this mean? It only took more than 10 seconds to run out, and the crowd only rioted for a moment before regaining their composure, followed by viciously glaring at Gu Xian, occasionally hurling insults. Gu Qingqing was also stunned. Gu Xian had never been so abnormal. There must have been some details she hadn't noticed. She would always believe in her brother. Ding! Quest completed. After receiving the reward for the quest, Gu Xian then brazenly continued to line up. These people were too embarrassed to keep hurling insults. Gu Qingqing wanted to inquire, but with eyes staring all around, she didn't dare, fearing that if Gu Xian said the wrong thing, the scene would be chaotic once again. Once again in line to Gu Xian, Luo He's eyes some displeasure. But after all, it is in the work. It is not good to have a seizure, just to fill out the information on the paper thrown on the table. Afterward, he brought Gu Qingqing to do a few actions, and without the slightest hesitation, wrote the 3 words unqualified. Good math. Isn't the state's special funding of the school just to keep the talented kids under control? Gu Xian watched all this maneuvering. Gu Qingqing wasn't that bad, probably on the level of an ordinary person, but the right of interpretation was theirs. There was only one staff member at the firm, Luo He, so one could imagine how much power this was. Gu Qingqing didn't care. She failed the exam more times than not. This didn't test anything and wrote unqualified. She won't lose a piece of meat. After sending Gu Qingqing to school, Gu Xian rushed to his own school. After all, soon the old professor's class would begin. Just what Gu Xian didn't expect was that shortly after he left, these people had a little accident one after another, perhaps falling or bumping into each other. Unlucky things came one after another, until a scream was heard, and a child from a woman's family fell off the roof of a building. A hard fall into little mush. This incident soon began to spread. The more said the more evil, but before it spread through the village, there was another news. The woman crying, a foot slipped and fell. Next to her happened to be some farming tools that pierced her neck. The class was quiet. The old professor was always serious and didn't like noise, but he was a man of real skill and deserved respect. A hunched old man slowly walked up to the podium and looked down at the stage. There were very few people. This was also the old professor's specialty. His class, there were not many candidates. Watching the people arrive, he began to say, just within this year, many data in global places began to change, especially the appearance of a strange thing that can be felt but not known what it is. Just in the past 2 days, it got a name, called Aura. The state has specially arranged for me to conduct research on Aura, and I need 2 assistants, one more besides my granddaughter, and I'm going to choose them in the class. Monthly salary 5W. Everyone write an opinion on Reiki and submit it in a few days. With that said, the old professor began his insights on auras and the ways he had found them to be used so far. These were mysteries that could not be captured by normal people. Gu Xian had been forced to choose the class in the first place because he couldn't grab anyone else, but he hadn't expected to leave a surprise. If one were to ask who knew more about auras than him, one could only say that there was none. Not at all. Do you understand the gold content of a half-step yuaning? It was a half-step yuaning. In this era, practicing qi can be looked upon by the state. In Gu Su's era, practicing qi is a handyman. Giving Gu Su as a dog's leg is disgusting kind. Gu Xian is not high-minded, although he wants to hide himself well. But the landlord's family does not have much food left. His only means of earning money is to do odd jobs. You cannot let him this half-step qi practicing to do hard labor, right? Gu Xian took out a piece of white paper and began to write. First, aura is a special kind of energy. Second, Reiki has never been discovered in the past. Third, no books have ever recorded the usefulness of aura. Fourth, Reiki can be attached to the human body. The most heart-wrenching of all is the fourth point, which is also undiscovered by the state. Anything must be guaranteed to be safe before it could be implemented, especially human experimentation, excluding individual countries that were heartless. The old professor saw that Gu Xian, a regular truant, was memorizing something, and curiosity made him walk down and come aside to watch. How are you sure that auras can attach themselves to people? The old professor asked in wonder. This energy was very violent and uncontrollable. If it enters the human body, it will become like a meat grinder and will almost certainly explode and die. This is also the result of experiments in other countries. But this kind of confidential level of things, Gu Xian a student with what? And according to his understanding, or loans to go to school, Gu Xian also realized that the opportunity had come. The structures inside our human body are fixed, which means we can only evolve, or mutate. But this energy is invisible and colorless, but we can sense it. The most crucial point is that he is like dust in the air, invisible, untouchable, and even microscopes can't get a glimpse of the real face, but we can feel it. This also means that there is a connection between our human body and it. But this connection varies from person to person. Some people are strong. Some people are weak. Although it's wild, there are always people who can adapt. These words heard the old professor nod his head repeatedly. He still knew these insider secrets. But this student in front of him was thinking logically and very meticulous. Relying on inference, he could find the right direction. This student's inference is very good. I wonder if there is any intention to be my assistant. The old professor's blazing eyes looked at Gu Xian, and he was considered to have picked up a treasure for him. Chapter 4, Successful Experiment of Spiritual Water into Human Body. Gu Xian was brought to the office. A personal office. Enough to see that the old professor still had some cards. Gu Xian, right. You can call me Professor Su. We don't talk about names on this side. We call names. For example, I call you Assistant Gu. Professor Su laughed. Our job is to theorize, and the practice is out of our hands. They will tell us the results of the practice, and there's also the signing of a confidentiality agreement. A thick confidentiality agreement was placed on the table, and Gu Xian looked at it for a few moments. That is, he couldn't disclose any information. Yes, any, unless it was arranged by the higher-ups, as in the case of this search for talent and revealing the aura thing. After signing it, Professor Su gave a website and personally created an identity for him. I know you're under a lot of pressure with your sister, and this speech of yours has enlightened me, so even if you don't have any results afterward, I won't dismiss you. After that, you'll be on your own. It's the monthly meetings that are coming to the school. We all need to be there together. Professor Su rushed me out after saying that, and set about preparing to write a report on today's gains. Gu Xian could not say thank you in time. The door had already closed. For him, this is how much he begged for. Originally thought that he was about to start the social animal life. The result is a swinging life. It was also good. In that case, there would be more time to cultivate. Tick-tock, the phone came to the bank card to account 5W. Professor Su is not the main lack of money, not to mention that it was promised to be good. Professor Su's computer in front of the title is clearly written in a few big words. Whether the combination of aura and martial arts can accomplish a new chapter for mankind. This was a turning point in history and indispensable. If it was true, this piece of information would make him famous for thousands of years. And why it didn't hurt to raise Gu Xian for nothing. Looking at the column of creators, Prof. Su pondered for a moment, and still brought Gu Xian's name on, so that he wouldn't be indebted to Gu Xian. Gu Qingqing's side also received a notice from the school to suspend her studies, seemingly preparing for something, and the doomsday enthusiasts had already begun to stock up on food. Can I pass on others' feats? Gu Xian inquired. Ding! There are no restrictions. Gu Xian put his heart down. He was still a small chicken, the kind that couldn't even protect himself. Even if he became powerful in the future, it would be impossible to be by Gu Qingqing's side all the time. Not to mention cultivating immortals. Life is long and hard, or else one retreat in the future would be an eternity of separation between heaven and earth. Qingqing, how about brother teaching you the art of physical fitness and self-defense? Gu Xian asked, still very much respecting Gu Qingqing's opinion. Yes, Gu Qingqing was thinking about whether she would die of boredom for the rest of her time at home. What's more, this was her own brother, so how could she teach herself indiscriminately? Gu Xian didn't really teach much less intend to take it more seriously, writing the basic chapters and letting her feel the aura on her own, then absorbing a drop and having fun. He planned to have a small retreat. Drip drip drip. The phone rang. A friend request. A diffuse head. The name was a red heart, and the memo read, Assistant Su, notifying you of the meeting and related matters, as well as giving you credentials. After passing the friend request, a message was sent. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Meet me at the cafe on the right at the school entrance. Gu Xian replied back with a no, and there was no follow-up. Yada yada yada. Dating a girl. Gu Qingqing stood behind Gu Xian, her heart a bit stuffy, always feeling a bit uncomfortable. Nosy. After Gu Xian finished speaking, she went and wrote out the stuff for the basic chapter, then sent it to Gu Qingqing, then forwarded $1,000 for this month's meals that she took care of herself. I won't be home this month. I'll be back in a month and leave tomorrow. Gu Xian locked the door to his room after saying that. Time. It was too short. He needed to cultivate hard. Perhaps he had become too skilled. The speed of absorbing aura was now considered to have skyrocketed, but the thin aura of a world that had just been revived not long ago didn't give him enough capital to survive. Grandpa, as far as that goes, add his name, not mine. Su Wanhua was a bit depressed. After all, this kind of thing that might be famous for thousands of years, she also craved for it. Some credits are whoever's is whoever's. I can write your name. You can steal his fame. Can you hardly steal his mind? Professor Su laughed. Su Wanhua nodded her head, although she had a lot of knowledge. But when faced with this kind of new problem, it is not a test of how much knowledge you have. Rather, It was the ability to understand the problem and solve things, rather than just looking in your memory for what you know. This time the appearance of Reiki is something at the level of a phenomenon, and to attack its basics is to become the second person under the father of Reiki. That's right, it can only be the second person, because the first person is Mr. Gu, a man whose name is not known but who has a huge organization. The whole world defaults to him as the father of Reiki. Some countries are researching whether it can be used as a new energy source. Some are researching whether it can be used as a material for new nuclear bombs. All walks of life are researching it, and the medical ones are just researching whether it can cure diseases and save lives. Only Gu Xian, a student, boldly guessed that it was integrated into the human body, and the only people who could suppress such a powerful energy were those who practiced martial arts. As long as it succeeded, the country's single soldier capability could surpass the current technological capabilities. Write a suicide note. If anyone doesn't want to try it, they can quit. It's not too late. Report. No. The crowd was very loud. Good. Later on you are about to be injected with an aura potion. This is a small amount of aura. If you have any physical discomfort, report it first. One by one, the people in uniform took off their jackets and watched as the medical staff held a small needle with just a few drops of light blue water like inside. It wasn't that they didn't want to retain the aura with their intention, but they simply couldn't. Well, the sky was the limit, and many ancient items possessed strange abilities. This kind of spiritual water is the ancient emperor's battle of the giant tripod, the 9-dragon tripod. Just the other day was found to have a small bottle of blue water. The energy inside is very huge, but there is no high temperature this kind of symbol. After research, it was found to be spiritual water mixed with some impurities, although not as much energy in the air, but more gentle. It was also Prof. Su's article that made the higher-ups decide to implement a human experiment. The experiments soon began, and the warriors were each grimacing and in agony, endless agony. They wouldn't be able to control this spiritual water, and they didn't know that they could regulate some of the auras through their minds. Luckily, their strong physical bodies allowed them to withstand the first wave of pain, and while they were awake, they began to explain what was happening to their bodies. Going in seemed like a wolf entering a sheep's flock, wreaking havoc inside, drilling pain in the heart, devouring. Not yet finished, the second wave came one after another, the violent tearing sensation, making them feel incomparable pain, howling madly, as if the last struggle before the dead. A few more waves came one after another, and there were already people who couldn't hold out and sacrificed themselves. However, there were also people who survived, and if Gu Xian were here to cover his eyes with his aura, he would be able to tell that the few remaining people had already practiced Qi at the first stage. Their entire aspect had been upgraded, and they could also obtain the help of the aura between heaven and earth. But the places where the aura was hidden were all too poor, and some of them were destined to only be at the first stage of Qi cultivation. The abdominal dantian was the best choice. If it was absorbed brute force, it was indeed extremely dangerous. But this was also the reason why the gong methods existed. These foundations were the footstones left behind by the ancestors, and Gu Xian stood on the shoulders of giants. Chapter 5, Ladyboys and Ladyboys are on different paths. Su Wanhua's path of no return. Gu Qingqing knocked on the door of Gu Xian's room with a panda eye. She must find Gu Xian to settle the score. What the hell is he writing? It's simply a heavenly book. Completely unintelligible. Brother, get up. Gu Qingqing was filled with resentment, especially when she realized that Gu Xian had started locking the door to his room. It's hard not to. Every night, Gu Qingqing blushed all of a sudden. She had only heard Su Qi say that so many boys, at night, would. While she was distracted, Gu Xian opened the door to her room. Don't you not have to go to class? You usually want to sleep in. Why don't you sleep in today? But when he saw Gu Qingqing's dark circles under her eyes and the cell phone still displaying the introductory skill ID, he probably got it. This girl probably thought she was being cheated. Sure enough, Gu Qingqing pointed and said in an aggravated voice, "What kind of heavenly book did you give me? I'm learning new knowledge, at least I'm still clueless. You can't read this at all." Gu Xian read it carefully and then ran it through to make sure it wasn't his problem. Practicing Qi requires feeling all around you. Your mind will be fine if it's still. Were you imagining things last night? Gu Xian inquired. Seeing that she had been discovered, Gu Qingqing was embarrassed and turned to say, It's not because I was thinking that my brother is going to be away for a month for so long today, and it's not safe for me to be home alone." Gu Qingqing's words hit Gu Xian squarely in the heart. Indeed, he had been in seclusion for a month, and although he was lurking at home, it was impossible for Gu Qingqing to be at home all the time. In that case, without some means of defense, something could happen. The consequences would be unimaginable. "System, do you have any ideas? Don't play dead," Gu Xian hurriedly inquired. Ding! Pick a professional escort for the host. A number of items then appeared, which contained Qi charms as well as attack charms, but the most expensive was the Aura Bodyguard. Even a peak chi practicing bodyguard had to be 100 aura points, and it was also limited to just 3 chances. 500 Reiki points for something at the half-step Yuaning level, and you dare to ask for 100 Reiki points for a peak chi practicing one. But apart from being cut into leaks, there didn't seem to be any way out. Who made his current cultivation trashy as hell? Buy it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bodyguard. The system also specifically chose a female version of the bracelet's appearance, which also looked quite extraordinary. After binding Gu Qingqing, he put the bracelet on her. You wear this bracelet well, don't take it off. It's especially expensive, and when it's dangerous, it might even be able to save your life. Gu Xian instructed in a fine voice. Gu Qingqing looked at the bracelet beautiful, and especially cold, and the texture is not iron. This kind of cheap goods, also is believed that this thing old value. Right. Also, if someone uses money to exchange this with you, never exchange it. Eat breakfast by yourself. Eat less strawberry cake. Gu Xian said and left. Su Wanhua had arrived 15 minutes early, also thinking about what Gu Xian was like, and having heard that the experiment had been successful last night, and that those people they had become more terrifying than a monster, powerful as a freak, which meant that Grandpa's direction was correct, and the idea that aura could be controlled by humans was proposed by Gu Xian. It was no less than proposing nuclear energy into the body. Everyone was a terrifying energy. What made it possible for it to enter the human body? No one was idle enough to drink nuclear energy. But what kind of counterintuitive talk was it for someone to suggest that energy that might be more powerful than nuclear energy could be eaten a little and still be given to humans? Even Su Wanhua was wondering if Gu Xian had drunk nuclear energy and survived, or else how could he have such crazy ideas? Gu Xian hadn't grown into a 3-headed, 6-armed man. His face value was only ordinary, and his height was only just over 1 meter 7. Ordinary, and he was wearing a washed-out shirt. Hello, is this Assistant Su? Gu Xian inquired. Between them they didn't know each other's identities if they didn't have to. However, Gu Xian's identity was unclassified, so Su Wanhua knew, but the only people who knew it at the moment were the two of them. Yes, this is your ID. The time of the meeting is the end of this month. Every month is variable. You will be notified at that time. Su Wanhua nodded and took Gu Xian's ID out of his bag. On the document was written the person he belonged to, the introducer, and a strange seal. Ding. Human and demon are on different paths. Ding. Quest introduction. Su Wanhua has fallen for a boy who is a demon. His cultivation is already at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, and he's not coming from a good place, so all you need to do is to verbally persuade him to complete the quest. Ding. Mission reward, 300 aura points. Gu Xian froze. This reward was uncharacteristically generous, but how could it be as simple as the system said? There must be some unknown things hidden inside. The most powerful of the aura revivals were not their humans, but the strongest that might have existed in this world at one time, or something that was ancient in years. However, it was the nuclear weapons in the hands of the humans that were concerned, and it also stated that at least they were not strong enough to ignore the nuclear weapons. After thinking about it for a while, he still opened his mouth and inquired, Assistant Su, I know that you've recently fallen for a boy, but, Gu Xian thought about how to not offend it that hard, or else it would storm out on the spot and he would have to spend another 100 aura points to eliminate the disaster and give it Jan. How do you know? You're following me? Su Wanhua said in surprise. No one knew about this. There was only one possibility that the only one who knew was stalking and spying on her. Otherwise it would have been impossible to know. And her eyes couldn't help but become fierce. No, but all I can say is, for the sake of humanity, please put away your childish feelings. Gu Xian left in a hurry after saying that. His mission was accomplished. On the way home, he saw many people mourning their faces, so he didn't need to think about it to know that it was the last mission that had caused the trouble, but he had already warned about it. Looking at the figure of Gu Xian hurriedly leaving, Su Wanhua also fell into silence. It is true that now is not supposed to go to nonsense, but the feeling comes, women are crazy. What's more, her own grandfather didn't even say anything about herself, so what is Gu Xian? It was just a person that her grandfather had taken a look at, and in her eyes, he was a madman. Crazy words and nosy, really idle. And inside the inner private room of the coffee shop, a man was elegantly savoring his coffee. He was that demon. And Gu Xian's words did make him unable to resist rushing out to kill him, but Su Wanhua could only hold it in there. Seeing that Su Wanhua wasn't affected, he didn't want to cause any complications, so he let Gu Xian leave. Otherwise, killing an ordinary person was as easy as a slap in the face. After Gu Xian returned home, he stole a few glances outside the door and saw Gu Qingqing sleeping before entering. Other people's cultivation wasn't as easy as his, and just the mere fact that they didn't have to eat had crushed it. He could replenish enough energy from eating in a few minutes of cultivation. The separation between immortal and mortal was no joke. Chapter 6: The Fame of the Temple of Heaven. After entering the door, he also officially began his journey of seclusion. While he was cultivating, the world outside was also changing drastically. What would it become in a month? On the third day of his seclusion, Huaxia officially announced that the era of aura recovery had opened, and the officials vigorously wanted talents to practice martial arts. None other than many monsters had appeared in remote areas. They are incredibly powerful, and all of them use humans as food. The suppressive power of guns and cannons is still there, but their vitality is also extremely tenacious. It was as if these species had never been seen before, and most of all, in some ancient tombs at certain times, many strange phenomena would appear. This phenomenon is not only in Huaxia, the whole world is happening. This kind of thing 1 passes 10, 10 passes 100, people less you don't believe. Now the whole network is talking about. The main thing is that the country has begun to determine the feasibility of Professor Su's method. Only need the spiritual water a little lighter, although not so powerful, but the amount of large, plus the quality of the upgrade of a few grades. Enough. Prof. Su instantly became a national treasure level figure, with 3 bodyguards, all of whom were of the first order of aura. And the foreign received the news from the Chinese side is also completely crazy. The people of the city scattered and fled, but it was soon rumored that many monsters appeared in the wild, especially underwater. In the ocean, much of the news was at the absolute secrecy level, though some had been leaked, and it was impossible for a large country to be pervasive. However, the truly important news are in the hands of Prof. Su. Now he became a titan within the aura research, especially with the 9 dragons tripod this treasure, so that they were able to have some resistance. The firm is also considered to be finally opened. Inside the firm was also the ushering in of new human beings. Yes, they called them new human beings, but there were more who called themselves martial artists on the internet. Huaxia had no intention of hiding how to create new humans, though the interest piece was pinched. This global change was not just about which country would be king, but whether or not mankind would be able to continue to be re-elected as the hegemon of the planet. Gu Qingqing also often brushed the short video. When she saw what it said about aura, she looked at what her brother gave himself. This is not exactly the secret of cultivation of martial arts, thanks to the fact that she didn't know that it was for immortal cultivation, not martial arts cultivation, or else she might have gone crazy. As a good sister, she must have picked up Su Qi at home as well. To share, many girls in the class are not used to Gu Qingqing, and poor, but also refuse to bow down to them as a little sister. Only Su Qi is good with her. If it is not such an iron relationship, Su Qi said that she was greedy for her brother. She had already cut off her friendship. It was her brother. Qingqing, you really have a secret sauce? Su Qi also couldn't help but whisper in Gu Qingqing's ear and ask. Gu Qingqing nodded. My brother gave it to me, and I can really feel those things too, and then my strength got so much bigger. Saying that, she plucked Su Qi up like a radish and wiggled it around with ease. When Su Qi saw Gu Qingqing's relaxed appearance, she also had 2 eyes that glowed. This sister is really good. Booing and kissing. Thinking that it was given by Gu Qingqing's brother, she became even more envious. Before it was more of an admiration, but now she actually started to envy Gu Qingqing. Su Qi's family is not strict. After all, her parents do not have time to be at home, especially during this period of time. The economic turmoil needs to be in the company at all times, so the 2 were stationed here, practically eating and practicing, bathing every few days. There was no way. This feeling of becoming stronger was too mesmerizing. The feeling of superiority was also overwhelming. Everyone was mortal, and they were already 1 step ahead. Gu Xian's realm had already come to the 5th stage of qi practicing, while Gu Qingqing was only half a step into qi practicing. The gap wasn't 1 point. Su Qi, I heard that the heavenly immortal temple seems to be particularly spiritual. Should we go and pay our respects? Gu Qingqing looked at the remarks on the internet and the sea of people. Her heart yearned for it. Su Qi thought of how her family had been particularly worked up lately, and although it might just be psychological comfort, she had indeed not seen her family for a while. Okay, let's pack up. Even Su Qi's current strength was 3 to 5 times that of a normal person, and she wasn't afraid of encountering a special situation at all. Gu Xian also heard it, but didn't care. The peak qi practicing realm bodyguard was there. If he couldn't even save Gu Qingqing, Gu Xian can only shake his head. After all, his own strength is like that. Thought of this even more diligently absorbing spiritual qi. Now he has not reached the shackles. When he was at the peak of qi cultivation and wanted to break through to foundation building, he still had to work hard to earn aura points. And with the injury-free version of foundation building Dan, he would naturally use the injury-free one. Stupid humans, I'll be grateful for your kindness. I'll eat you slowly. There was a black shadow on the heavenly fairy. Why was the temple of the heavenly fairy spiritual? It hadn't been its doing, and these humans had indeed gathered a lot of aura for it. Even if it didn't do anything, there would still be some aura clinging to its body. The meat of a mosquito's leg. That was still meat. Gu Xian could recognize it at a glance here. It was the very ghost thing he had released, and now the aura had recovered to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Gu Qingqing and Su Qi had already arrived at the foot of the mountain hand in hand. The temple of the heavenly immortals was in the mountains, but even such a remote mountain forest was already overcrowded at this time. The crowds, hands holding all kinds of things. There are also tycoons driving luxury cars to come here to pay a visit. There are also anchors or live broadcasting. Gu Qingqing and Su Qi, two little short people, can only slowly squeeze up. After all, now their own strength is too big. Now there is some control. Hello everyone, today I came to the Heavenly Immortal Temple. I heard that if you make a wish it will come true. Let's find out. Li Jia stood in front of the camera. There was also a lanky man who was his partner. They were mainly people who did the job of uncovering the age of aura, and to put it bluntly, they were still in it for the bit of money. It just so happened that Leah saw two finely sculpted little girls who were squeezing up there, and after observing them for a while, he realized that there was actually no one accompanying them. How could he let go of this opportunity to sell his persona? Little sister, how are you guys? My name is Li A. I'm an anchor. That one is my partner. Li A's signature smile, matched with his clean face, was kind of a little handsome. Do what? Gu Qingqing asked. I see that the two of you are out. It's so dangerous out there. We can protect you too. Li Jia's partner also gave a thumbs up and patted his chest, indicating that he could protect these two little girls. Su Qi didn't say anything, holding Gu Qingqing's hand and shrinking behind her in fear. Gu Qingqing glanced at Su Qi, and was also speechless for a while. Su Qi was still particularly talented. She had practiced for several days first, and her strength was not much bigger than hers. This stout man in front of her, in Su Qi's hands, he was also a dish, with full strength. She could even use her hands to punch through any piece of flesh on his body. Chapter 7, The Mighty Black Shadow Lone Sky. Seeing that Gu Qingqing still didn't trust himself, Li Jia took out his cell phone and opened the live broadcast, proving his identity to her to avoid Gu Qingqing treating him as a human trafficker. When Gu Qingqing saw the 3 words human trafficker brushed all over the screen, she was also aware that this person was indeed the anchor. After all, if he was really a human trafficker, he shouldn't be so stupid as to abduct people live, right? Okay, but we are going to the mountain to worship the Heavenly Immortal Temple. All the people who come here are here to worship the Heavenly Immortal Temple. Do you come here to seek peace, or to pursue your studies? Li Jia asked curiously. Seeking peace. Seeing Gu Qingqing's decisive reply, Su Qi said somewhat sheepishly, I'm here to seek a marriage. Gu Qingqing, who was originally full of concern, instantly grabbed Su Qi's ear. You really still crave my brother? Su Qi didn't retort, just blushed slightly and lowered her head, considered as a default. Li A took a look. One was a brotherly control look. One was a sister attempting to steal from her family, which instantly brought great heat to the live broadcast room. How handsome did this brother have to be? How charming must it be? Many people began to be envious. Both are beauty embryos. When they grow up, how charming they must be. Manhwa, let's go over there and take a look. Let's not rush to worship the Heavenly Immortal first. We need to have the sincerity to follow the etiquette. Shu Tian's face was like a dreamy character appearing in reality. It is also so handsome, plus learning, only to let Su Wanhua so obsessed, this time about to come out to the temple of the Heavenly Immortal, also did not expect Shu Tian agreed. After all, so handsome, beautiful women see more than not to say, and also so talented, especially the national special recruitment, in this Tianyang city are is tube, day to day, but also take time to go to the appointment. However, Shu Tian was not that relaxed. He could feel a disgusting odor inside the Heavenly Immortal Temple, and the demon's intuition could clearly feel that the people inside were not far from his strength, and that their lives were in danger. Su Wanhua and Shu Tian walked to the meditation platform and happened to see Gu Qingqing. Because they had investigated Gu Xian, they naturally recognized Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing was with Su Qi, accompanied by 2 large men, looking like anchors, but Gu Xian's name was considered to be famous, and it was not appropriate for his family to show their faces, otherwise by the enemy spies saw. Then I am afraid that we'll be kidnapped. Also a little complained Gu Xian. His own sister is still not good to see. If it wasn't a colleague, she would have turned a blind eye. Helped, but also disguised to destroy this beautiful date, is really helpless. Li Jia saw a beautiful beauty coming towards him. His little heart cheered. Could this be his female fan? Was his Li Jia's fan speculation scam finally more than just a theory? It was finally going to be put into action. Hello, I'm Li Jia. Before he could finish his introduction, an ID photo was held out and a hand covered the camera. Please give me these 2 children. Thank you. Su Wanhua spoke indifferently, shattering Li Jia's illusions. He couldn't read the rest, but he read this seal. The 3 words can't afford to mess with, and hurriedly apologized and left. Gu Qingqing did not recognize this woman at all, naturally refused to go with her. Su Wanhua pulled her hand, but unexpectedly could not pull it. It did not move, but also used a few more points of force. Who knows that his feet slipped? Chu Tian hurriedly went forward to assist. Is it okay? Chu Tian asked gently. Gu Qingqing and Su Qi both lost their concentration. After all, such a handsome man. It was really a little bit unable to hold on. Just now Chu Tian's back was turned. Looking at the figure he only knew that it was not bad. Who knew that it was this charming? Gu Qingqing quickly came back to his senses. Indeed many times more handsome than his own scruffy brother, but still not as good as his brother. This is a heart-to-heart relationship. How could one give up because of appearance? Su Qi also quickly recovered. Although particularly handsome, but she has also seen a particularly large number of handsome men, and it is impossible between them. And didn't you see Su Wanhua and her kissing each other? Still Gu Xian is good. At least it is real, and no one is chasing after it. The only difficulty is to take care of their own sisters. A goal scored by a goalie is a good goal. It's fine. This is my co-worker's sister. They're not fit to be exposed to the light. Su Wanhua said shyly, also explaining why she broke away from him just now to come to Gu Qingqing. Just now, Gu Qingqing's behavior was also watched by Chu Tian. The only thing that surprised him was that this little girl had already taken half a step to practice qi, but it was not enough to fear. How could a human without cultivation techniques be compared to their demon? Now that the two worlds were converging, his own clan had poured all their efforts into sending themselves over here to first spy on the information and then rule this world. In this way, once the two worlds are synchronized, 100% old ancestor will become the god of the new era, and he himself will follow. What cultivation resources do you want that you don't have? Colleague, you know my brother? Gu Qingqing really didn't know. Gu Xian had been working as a temp before, so he wasn't sure in the past few months. Your brother's name is Gu Xian. Right, your name is Gu Qingqing. Now you can follow me. You're so strong. Su Wanhua finished also let Gu Qingqing drop her guard. Originally still wanted to be jealous, but seeing Chu Tian so handsome, Su Wanhua blindly looked at Gu Xian. Are not a subgenre. Su Qi and they are not familiar, and can only hold hands with Gu Qingqing. Where she goes. Otherworldly little demon? You also dare to spit and roll in front of me? The black shadow sensed the aura released by Chu Tian. It was exactly what was used to sense Gu Qingqing's strength with. If the black shadow was just an ordinary Xiaodao, it was true that he couldn't sense it, but he was not a small commodity at one time. Hundreds of years ago, he was a Taoist, a powerful cultivator. He knew better that he was the evil thought soul of a cultivator. But so what? He was powerful and could do whatever he wanted. However, facing this kind of otherworldly evil demons and devils, he is even more ruthless. All of a sudden, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the mortals retreated as much as they could. He wasn't strong enough to cause a mass slaughter now, otherwise he would only be greeted with annihilation. Otherworldly little demon, suffer death. The black shadow was hiding not far away and saw that Chu Tian was distracted. With a ding, it was bounced away. Chu Tian also reacted and protected Su Wanhua behind him. Although it looked like he was acting handsomely now, the power given by the old ancestor just now had weakened by 1 point, which was for him to take the fatal blow right then and there. Evil demon road, suffer death. Chu Tian did not say much, because the black shadow obviously knew his identity. Just now the incident was sudden. Su Wanhua did not hear it. Good guts. However, he was not covered. He was once called the existence of lone sky. It was also one of the heaven and earth corners of that meeting. Facing Chu Tian's attack, he was also at ease. After all, so much battle experience was there. Chapter 8, The Bracelet Bodyguard shows his power. Chu Tian also felt that there was no actual harm in continuing like this, so he could only retreat back and slowly test the waters. And if it really didn't work, he would have to be using the power of the old ancestor. Want to leave? It's not as simple as you think. The black shadow lone sky grabbed Chu Tian's hand with one hand, cutting off his thoughts of retreating. Chu Tian's sweaty hairs exploded, immediately returning the favor. If he didn't return the favor just now, the attacks that would greet him would be as if they were a torrential downpour. In terms of combat experience, he was completely crushed by the black shadow lone sky. Thoughts came and went. He could only pool the aura in his body and perform a full enchantment on his body, but the consumption of aura was also extremely great. When the black shadow lone sky saw that Chu Tian was starting to get serious, he also laughed. Seriously think that I won't? Black shadow lone sky's side was a blood-colored aura, much more powerful than Chu Tian's hothouse flower aura, suffocating the general feeling. Didn't the old ancestor say that this world has only just begun its aura recovery? Chu Tian couldn't help but curse. How much he usually respected the old ancestor. How dirty his curses were now. Seeing Chu Tian's gloomy look, the black shadow lone sky became even more excited. After all, this feeling of always pressing people head on was too wonderful. It was like a cat and a mouse. The mouse could only run around. Tom and Jerry didn't count. That was a disgrace to the cat world. How about we make a deal? This child is for you. Her aura is also very pure. It can synthesize away those impurities of your aura. Chu Tian was also sort of forced to do so. In this situation, he either had to use part of the old ancestor's power to escape, or a large portion to kill the Black Shadow Lone Sky. No matter which one, he would be losing money to the point of having no pants left, so he could talk and make peace. Su Wanhua was shocked. No way. Absolutely not. Even if Gu Xian was no matter how annoying, but that was still her colleague's child. In front of this kind of great right and wrong, even if it meant sacrificing herself, she had to protect them. Chu Tian frowned. Was this woman unable to differentiate between forms? A womanizer. If she didn't agree, then all three of them would have to die. If she agreed, one Gu Qingqing would die. Our people in this realm. It's not your turn to determine life and death. Junior. The Black Shadow Lone Sky charged forward and attacked, powerful auras converging throughout his body. The burst of speed was double that of Chu Tian's. Powerful. Too powerful. The matter has come to this point. Can only leave first, but in this situation in front of him, it is also impossible to give up Su Wanhua. The Black Shadow Lone Sky has no intention to kill them. Once she was allowed to understand clearly about her own life, then the plan would be completely ruined. There is a meeting in the landscape. Farewell. A strange rune appeared on Chu Tian's head, shining brightly. A terrifying aura swept across the entire scene, and Su Wanhua truly realized that the aura revival was not just about providing energy to humans, it could also be a disaster. You are not from this realm. No matter where you go, as long as you are discovered by your peers, you will ultimately be hunted down and killed. Black Shadow Lone Sky looked at the layer of golden light that had appeared in front of him. He couldn't punch through it, and naturally couldn't kill the demon inside, so he could only let him go. 3 kilometers away also appeared Chu Tian and their figures. Just now, they were only relying on the energy given by the old ancestor for a distance sprint. They had already consumed 1/10 of it, mainly because they were bringing a few people with them. Otherwise they would have consumed even less. Su Wanhua didn't say anything. She just silently took a taxi. As for these 2 children, she also shouted for a car for them to go home. Gu Qingqing wasn't much surprised. After all, most of the means of the 2 just now she knew how it was done. Except for the golden light just now, Su Qi can have what to say. Shrinking on the right. After all, she is in addition to Su Wanhua the weakest in the whole field. The bottom of the dregs. Just now the fight she looked at also afraid, but along the way is also slowed down. But what they didn't realize was that Chu Tian followed behind them. He didn't believe that ordinary people could cultivate 2 cultivators of this young age, and that aura was even more pure, more powerful than the gungfu given by the old ancestor. As long as they arrived at their home, after realizing that there were no powerful people, they would immediately be the ones to do it. All the way back home, Chu Tian also did not find anything strange, even did not feel the presence of Gu Xian. Not Gu Xian is too powerful, but the system has already collected the benefit fee. Don't 998, don't 888, just 88 aura points of cultivation hidden. Who is it? Gu Xian violently opened his eyes. He sensed Chu Tian, but that was even more powerful than him. Where was the reasoning for this? It was bound to not be a regular person. Ding. Trigger quest, intimidate otherworldly little demon. Ding. Mission details, spy from the otherworld. Ding. Reward, 500 aura points. The system narrated the details of the entire time, and the Black Shadow Lone Sky proposed in it. He surprisingly suddenly felt that it was the one he had released. That is to say, now this thing is craving for my sister's secret? Gu Xian reconfirmed. After all, an otherworldly with a big brother to cover. The cultivation method should not be particularly bad. After all, are sent over here this side, at least are a beloved. Ding. Yes, mixed really suffocating, but you want to not look at me? I'm a realm several steps lower than him. What am I going to scare him with? Gu Xian thought about the nature of things. Nope. I don't even need to make a move. Doesn't Qingqing have a bodyguard? Keep practicing. Gu Xian didn't panic in the slightest when he thought that there was a peak chi cultivation on Gu Qingqing. Maybe if he was careless, he would still be killed. After making sure that there were no other people, Chu Tian broke through the door. Gu Qingqing heard the loud noise and looked towards the door. The person who came was none other than Chu Tian. What's the matter with you? Gu Qingqing didn't have a good face. After all, today this man also wanted to die himself. If it wasn't for the Black Shadow Lone Sky not rare passed away. Merit law. Hand it over. Chu Tian bluntly. Su Qi once again shrunk behind Gu Qingqing. After all, she was afraid. Before Gu Qingqing could reply, the bracelet on his hand emitted a dazzling light. A white dress, a long sword in his hand, and a smiling mask. Please leave. You are not welcome here. Magnetic voice that drew people in. Wearing the mask mystery directly pulls full. Gu Qingqing is also wide-eyed. What did she see? Someone was flying out of the bracelet. You're just a bunch of auras, dissuading me, and you deserve it? Chu Tian saw through the masked man. To have this kind of secret treasure at such a young age? I wouldn't believe it if you weren't a son of Qi, but since I bumped into you, you'll just have to be my treasure hunting rat. Chu Tian burst out a powerful aura. Obsessive. Since that's the case, let you see clearly the deep invisible moat between us, the insurmountable chasm. The masked man was holding a long sword. His strength at the peak of Qi practicing was utilized to the fullest. Chu Tian was startled, then rushed to use his old ancestor's energy to fend it off. With a stroke, it was a quarter less. Trying to forcefully obliterate this masked man with his energy was impossible, and he could only desperately escape. The masked man saw Chu Tian's defeat and did not continue to pursue. He was a bodyguard and it was his duty to protect the talent. Chapter 9, Sister's Suspicion. Though it was his duty to protect this little girl, he was not at her beck and call, though, and had plenty of time, and happened to be hungry as well. What do you people of this realm eat, and is it convenient for me to have some? The masked man asked with no trace of politeness. Gu Qingqing was a bit confused, but she knew that this person wanted food, so she was probably hungry. But there was another particularly important thing. You were inside my bracelet when I took a shower. The masked man understands what she means. Nothing has been seen, and to be precise, this bracelet of yours is only transmitting this spiritual body of mine, and I am not living in your bracelet. Gu Qingqing put her heart down after hearing this, then ran to the kitchen to prepare food. She bought a lot of vegetables, of course to save money. She did not know that Gu Xian has been particularly successful in getting rid of poverty. Su Qi was left alone in the living room with the masked man. Looking at the masked man's hands of the longsword is also particularly curious. After all, the longsword, this thing decent people who buy. The masked man also saw her thoughts and handed it to her. Take a look if you want to, and it only has its shape, not a real sword. Su Qi took the longsword, looking at the beautiful pattern, and the longsword was just the right weight to hold. Can you tell me the story of this sword? The masked man was stunned. What is the story of this sword? It was a lower grade spirit sword, belonging to a particularly trashy class, but looking at Su Qi's burning eyes, he could only casually make up a fake story to fool around. He wasn't in the habit of making little girls sad. Gu Xian also managed to receive a reward from the system. The bodyguard given by the system is still quite reliable. Not enough that the price of this outing is also too expensive. The peak of Qi cultivation is 100. Then the peak of foundation building must not be a few hundred or thousands. This aura points are enough for him to buy a Jindan cultivation experience. The masked man casually ate a bit before dissipating into the air. Gu Qingqing was not only making food inside the kitchen, she was also making herself a bit more sensible. What happened to his own brother? It seems to be the same as before, but there is some strange feeling. It is hard not to be. Gu Qingqing didn't dare to think deeply. Just silence. I'm afraid this matter can only wait for Gu Xian to come back later to get the answer. Ding. Mission trigger, Sister's Suspicion. Ding. Mission detail, Gu Qingqing has begun to suspect your identity, and all you have to do is to hide the past. Ding. Mission reward, 1,000 aura points. Opening the treasure mall. Gu Xian looked at the task. Sure enough, not being himself for a long time will eventually lead to this kind of thing. System, is there any chance you can get the original owner to come back for a trip? Ding. Soul Return Fruit, 100 aura points, mortal level. Gu Xian carefully read the abilities of the Soul Return Fruit. It was a fruit that when eaten would connect yin and yang, recalling a mortal's soul. The soul could refuse to go back, and if it did face the consequences of, without it in the reincarnation, it can only wander the earth. After purchasing it, I ignored it and put it in the system space. When the time comes, it will depend on whether he is willing to come back or not. If not, it can only be deceiving her. A month is not a long time. Gu Qingqing and Su Qi after the things in the Temple of the Heavenly Immortals after the quiet nest home. Cannot go out, do not go out. And the rhetoric on the internet intensified, with all kinds of death-defying anchors popping up, and many of them were fake, but they did ruthlessly bring powerful heat to the aura recovery. The governments of various countries have also begun to unite, because within this month's time, large and small tunnels have been discovered that don't belong to the earth at all. None of the armies that went in also came out. Communication devices also failed, and checking the magnetic field resulted in broken machines. Inside is also known as Forbidden Prison. Also pulled up 5 kilometers of blockade line. Strictly prohibit all people to go in. Just within this month, 32 forbidden prisons were discovered throughout China. At first there was nothing unusual until one day, a powerful creature appeared inside. It was only suppressed by mobilizing the spirit officers, who were also a new military species produced by absorbing the spiritual water of the 9-dragon tripod. Brother! Gu Qingqing looked at a filthy person at the door and immediately put down what she was holding and rushed up. It was smelly and greasy, but it didn't matter. This was his brother. Suddenly remembering the matter of the heavenly immortal temple, as well as the matter of Chu Tian, she hugged even tighter. brother, where have you been? Whimper. The whimpering was small, but Gu Xian heard it clearly and stroked her head. Didn't go anywhere? Aren't you back? I'll take a shower first. Su Qi also saw Gu Xian, but didn't disturb the siblings. She was even more curious about the mysterious Gu Xian. While Gu Xian was bathing, Gu Qingqing wasn't idle either, so she talked about the events of this month outside, talking about cultivating to the first stage of qi cultivation that Gu Xian had written about, and was still very proud of herself. Speaking of the Temple of the Heavenly Immortals thing, impassioned talk about Chu Tian wanted to sell her, and heart palpitations, home that will be even stronger to hold back the fear of emotions. After arriving home also restless, Chu Tian wanted to force her to hand over Gu Xian's gungfa, but to the bodyguard inside the bracelet to fight away, and more happy. The words fell. Gu Qingqing was silent for a long time. Brother, are you dead? Gu Qingqing asked this mindless question. Su Qi on the side froze and hurriedly said, what nonsense, isn't your brother fine? How does this say he's dead? The sound of water inside Gu Xian also stopped rippling. Thinking for a moment, he said, come to my room later. Gu Qingqing answered softly, and then ran to the kitchen to make lunch, and from frying the kitchen in the beginning, she was now doing a decent job. She was also obedient and rarely ate strawberry cake. The more she got her own food money, the less she was willing to spend. Looking at strawberry cake at $10 a piece, but $10 was enough to make a meat dish and eat it with her brother. She quit. Gu Xian also ate a fruit inside and explained everything to the original owner. The original lord's cause of death was shock. Maybe it was fate, maybe it was the pot of being a traveler, but the fact was already there. He was dead. I'll give you 10 minutes to control my body, so you can tell her yourself. Gu Xian let his body go after he finished speaking, not fearing in the slightest that Gu Xian would be able to kill him back. The souls and wills of immortal cultivators were powerful. Gu Qingqing looked at the somewhat restrained Gu Xian and she fell into silence. Gu Xian didn't have time to continue being awkward with her. Time was running out. Qingqing, you said that if I die, then who will take care of you? Gu Xian joked. Lousy joke. Gu Qingqing grunted. I'm your brother, remember, for the rest of my life. Gu Xian stroked Gu Qingqing's head and held it in his arms, hugging it tightly. After saying that, Gu Xian didn't know what to say. He had been dead for several months and had no idea what Gu Qingqing was like now. The 10 minutes were quickly up. Gu Xian walked out the door and pretended to go to the restroom. Chapter 10 The Power of the Treasure Mall. Please, can you let me stay by her side? The original lord's soul was thin and weak. He knelt on the ground without dignity. Gu Xian sighed. Don't worry, you won't have a chance to reincarnate even if you want to. You can only be on Earth in this life. You abandoned reincarnation, and reincarnation abandoned you. But look at yourself. Weak, how can you protect her? I'm willing to abandon everything I have and become your dog. Just please let me protect her by her side. The man in front of him smiled bitterly. Gu Xian wasn't a womanizer, but he wasn't that hard-hearted either, and the system gave a proposal. You are wonky. If you were an immortal cultivator in your lifetime, you might be able to, but you're just a mortal. The only thing you can do is to shatter yourself into pieces, become her sustenance, and strengthen her soul. However, you will disappear completely, because your karmic relationship is particularly strong. So with your soul, she won't be exclusionary. Gu Xian finished the disadvantages. After all, the ugly words were said up front. The upside is that most of her future cultivation will be smooth and become even stronger. Don't worry, I'll treat her like my own sister, and I won't be short on the benefits I should give. Brother, why did you take so long to go to the restroom? Gu Qingqing inquired. After all, Gu Xian's stomach and intestines that were crunchy good, and his kidneys were exceptionally hard. It couldn't be constipation. It's nothing. By the way, did your school ask you to go to class? Gu Xian asked. He was still considering whether or not to let Gu Qingqing continue her studies. After all, there were many things he still needed to learn. There's no notice yet. But brother, how did you come to possess this secret book? The rumors on the internet are awesome. Martial arts secrets, hey? Gu Qingqing asked, her hand still brushing the comments under the video, which was now crazed all over the internet. Martial arts? Martial arts secrets? Gu Xian frowned. Was his own martial arts a fake? Ding! The Qingyang Kung Fu technique is a genuine immortal cultivation technique. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. Don't create rumors. Come to think of it, if the system sells fakes, then what does Spell CC sell? Yeah, all the secret martial arts books are being crazily snatched up, and there are people offering $10 million for a book to buy, but I'm afraid that we're not coming from the right place and I don't dare to sell them. Gu Qingqing nodded, then handed her cell phone to Gu Xian, seeing that there were indeed a lot of people begging for the secret book for a lot of money, one after another wailing. Gu Xian looked at Gu Qingqing with her eyes glowing like that and gave her a brain crash. We're not short of money, and this is not something that can be sold with money. If you sell it, it's not likely that you'll be invited to dinner one day. Gu Xian's painstaking teaching was not at all the same as what Gu Qingqing heard here. There's money. The stuff came from the wrong place. Don't worry, brother. Even if they pry my mouth with a steel rod, I won't expose it. Gu Qingqing finished, grabbing Su Qi, who was very serious and earnest. You also heard the conversation Su Qi had just now, right? Although we are sisters, but he is my brother, like brother and sister. If you dare to expose it. Gu Qingqing made a neck-wiping gesture. Where had Su Qi seen this scene before? And Gu Qingqing's strength was too much greater than hers, completely holding her down. Qingqing, don't worry, I will never say anything. Su Qi's expression was very firm, and if she wasn't, she really didn't necessarily dare to bet on it. Gu Qingqing was a very strange person. She was good friends with you, but once the matter concerned her brother, she was especially cold-blooded and ruthless. Gu Qingqing was relieved. After all, the family's secret book did not come from the right place, and with the money, the rest of the day is to enjoy. How could she risk it, if Su Qi hadn't agreed? Although she wouldn't really make a move against her, but if she found out that Su Qi had betrayed her, she would definitely hunt her down to the ends of the earth. I'm convinced. Gu Xian was helpless, too theatrical. TikTok. Su Wanhua sends another message on the social software. A scratch-up. There are many, accusing, apologizing, and asking him to get up early tomorrow and wait for her downstairs, ready to go to this month's meeting. After Gu Xian returned to his room, he began to check out the newly opened feature, the treasure mall. The things inside were divided into three main categories: heavenly materials and earthly treasures artificial. And the only thing that was a bit of a sudden change in the picture was that there were too many things inside and they were cluttered. For example, the two categories of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There are agar jelly. There are things that are the most poisonous. And there are ginseng fruits? Why don't you say you have immortal pills? Gu Xian asked. Ding. You can't afford it. It's not open yet. Gu Xian could only accept it in humiliation. After all, seeing as the ginseng fruit had to be 10,000 aura points apiece and only had a lifespan of 500 years. Spirit stone? Gu Xian saw this thing. How can I put it? The cornerstone of the immortal cultivation world. The gas station for immortal cultivators. The new currency of the world. Gu Xian thought of the video he had just watched again. The goal of cultivation in this world had been skewed, and the most powerful thing about the revival of aura was definitely not the martial arts cultivation of mortals, but the transcendent immortal cultivation. The people in this world are like blind men, because they have had martial arts before. They only think about martial arts and just cross the river by touching the stones. One aura point was exchanged for one spirit stone, and Gu Xian exchanged two of them. Qingqing, come here, Gu Xian shouted. Gu Qingqing, who was practicing, hurriedly ran to Gu Xian's door, looking at the light blue stone emanating from Gu Xian's hand. This is? Spirit stones, one for you and Su Qi. Usually take it for cultivation. Gu Xian ordered and closed the door to his room with a snap. Gu Xian also exchanged one and took it out to cultivate. Feeling the dense aura inside the spirit stone, thousands of threads. The good thing was, a little bit of cocooning into the body. They were very obedient. The speed of cultivation was also considered to be on another level. Gu Xian's cultivation had already come to the 7th stage of qi cultivation, and there was no shortage of cultivation for this night. But he opened that website and looked at the news inside. The discovery of the aura was already 2 or 3 years ago, and the information about the 9-dragon tripod was also listed. Carefully reading and then associating it. No wonder. Ancient times. I am afraid that there have long been cultivators, just do not know what system to go, but it is certain that has broken the inheritance, but it is not guaranteed that there are hidden families and so on. He released the Black Shadow. Lonely Sky is also a product of the old times, although I do not know the origin, but in the era of the end of the law can still live for so long. It cannot be any simple goods. And before his own seclusion, Professor Su had released an article that was also a combination of the very concepts that Gu Xian had put forth, though there were still some flaws. There are some points in there that don't match up. Aura entering the body is naturally correct. However, the location is greatly regulated. The chapter doesn't have this, and it creates the possibility of aura entering the body and dying violently. Gu Xian typed in the text of this paragraph, which was also based on actual points. Chapter 11, Su Wanhua's Bad Taste. Professor Su was looking at the 9 dragons tripod in a daze. He was privileged to use these ancient things at will in close proximity. Looking at the drops of spiritual water, he didn't know what to do. Although the spiritual water had created many powerful new humans, but there were also many people who died. Must people die in this metamorphosis? If the spiritual water was not used, then the things inside the forbidden prison could not be suppressed, unless some restricted weapons were used. But once they were used, the number of deaths was very huge. At this moment, there was a drip 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 ringing on his cell phone, a special tone of someone commenting on his article. All the scientific researchers in China slightly paused. The hand does not matter. The thing took out the cell phone. This article, as long as there is any point of improvement, are particularly important. However, there were only a few titans in this area who dared to make a statement, because the others simply couldn't figure it out. They all had a half understanding of this one thing: aura. What they knew was that by doing so, they could let the aura in and then produce the effects, but they didn't know what the auras would face after entering the human body. What? Just an LV1 level making a statement? For a while everyone was disdainful. After all, this was a newcomer who didn't know anything and commented when he saw that he could, wanting to be rewarded by the leader or something like that, right? Gu Xian? Professor Su froze for a moment. He was able to see Gu Xian's full name. After all, he was the one who brought him in. The aura just entered the body. How could it have a different location and cause a violent death? Professor Su thought long and hard, but he did have the data to prove it. Reiki that enters the thighs can continue to be elevated for a very long time, while the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of this type can't hold up at all. The aura that entered the brain, if a person couldn't carry it, it could also turn a person into a vegetable or get an incurable mental illness. Before Prof. Su could voice his doubts, someone spoke up and told Gu Xian to delete his comments since, after all, his statement was neither authoritative nor based on data. Gu Xian had always been a person who listened to advice, and it really wasn't very appropriate for him to publish himself in such a way, and he was still for powerful. After deleting the comment, the hidden families in the shadows had also calmed down. They were originally cultivator families, but the aura had declined, and now some were still rich, and some had fallen out of favor. But it was the recovery of aura that allowed theirs to become unprecedentedly powerful. It was an unimaginable right, and before they became even more powerful, they didn't allow anyone to divulge the secrets of their cultivation. Gu family? Not a single one will be left behind. A large hand, mercilessly crushed over an innocent hidden family, the Gu family. And it was true that Gu Xian had nothing to do with the Gu family. But who made Gu Xian's surname Gu? They didn't think that these things weren't the work of the Gu family, cultivators and mortals. They were originally from 2 worlds, so it must be the Gu family that was causing trouble. And the person who started it didn't realize that his one thoughtless remark would make a powerful hidden family completely extinct. At this time, Gu Xian was only learning about the spirit officials and the forbidden prison, and he also knew clearly through his mission that a powerful immortal cultivation world would have to merge with this side. Not even a technological explosion would do, and the fusion was not expected to take long, so the only way was to cultivate powerful strategic talents. The other countries don't care. After all, the existence of the nucleus is what their hearts rely on. They just don't know if they can still be hardened in the face of all kinds of powerful immortal cultivators. Su Wanhua drove her small car to the downstairs of Gu Xian's house, and her handsome sports car attracted a lot of people's attention, with no shortage of little handsome people coming up to strike up a conversation. Gu Xian also looked in his eyes. Yo, big beautiful girl, I wonder how much you bought this car. Sold, you can't even afford it. Su Wanhua scolded. This car was a few $1,000,000, just based on Gu Xian's salary. It was true that he couldn't afford it even if he sold it. And on the side of the earlier failed to accost the buddy, look at the opportunity to come. This is not Sleepy to Pillow. The hero to save the bridge to him happened. Not you, Hua. Did not see my girlfriend come up on the accosting? Don't you have a mom to teach you? The man said while pushing Gu Xian, but he couldn't push at all. And Gu Xian was still looking at him with a slight smile, making him feel like he'd lost face. Is this necessary? I didn't just come down late, and this is how you see death? Gu Xian asked. Su Wanhua didn't say anything, but got into the driver's seat. Dude, and you, stop being a clown, alright? Batman's been looking for you everywhere. Gu Xian got into the car after saying that. Su Wanhua drove off, not giving the accosting man a chance to speak. Gu Xian didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest. He just felt that Su Wanhua had a bit of a wicked sense of humor, and that when one's strength reached a certain realm, one's mind naturally became much broader. He was just a mortal who just wanted a soft meal. Could he be blamed? In this meeting, there shouldn't be any room for me to speak, right? Gu Xian asked. You're just a little assistant. What can you do? We're just serving tea and water under Professor Su. Su Wanhua said. Then I'm relieved. Gu Xian finished speaking and started brushing them all. This kind of short time and not good to cultivate. And boring of course is to brush them all. Just like a girl shopping software. Only those things are too vulgar. Men do not shop too much. Gu Xian, this style of mall, I do not believe, which do not love to shop. Magic modified Barrett? Not the system, are you serious? Gu Xian looked at a sniper inside the mall. At first glance it was mediocre. At a closer look, Spirit Stone attack, huge power, one-shot golden Dan GG. Looking at the 100 aura points, it is understandable. After all, this thing and cannot be cultivated to Jin Dan. Just the killing power to that, and one time also have to consume a Spirit Stone. Suddenly remembered the forbidden prison. he is not going to the front line, but if the front line is overrun he must also suffer. Trumpet. Must open a trumpet. These things can't be sloppy. Gu Xian knew little about another immortal cultivation realm, but those who could send people over in the void were also great demons of the return to void realm at any rate, and those forbidden prisons were currently too much for humans to handle even if they came as stray fish. However, their own strength is also practicing Chi rank, selling magic modified Barrett. In case the turn of the hand to crash me to try the power how to do? 3 words suddenly sprang up in Gu Xian's mind. Youth edition. Selling martial arts secrets and whatnot is too low, and it won't be of any use, and by the time it's done, it'll be at most a human with a body a few times stronger. Gu Qingqing, who was at the first level of Qi cultivation, could all pinch them with one hand. Weak. Most of these things, however, would only be sold to the military, and sending them down to civilians would easily cause social unrest. What? You're saying that Gu Qingqing and Su Qi are also civilians? One is my sister. The other is my sister's best friend. Can I not know if they are civilians? Chapter 12, They are immortal cultivators. You are just passers-by of immortal cultivation. It just so happened that Gu Xian had also seen a powerful disposable disguise. The advantage of this thing was that it was so real that every inch inside that fake skin and bones was made up of cells and real bones. The only drawback was that it was disposable, and as long as it was removed, it could only be bought again next time. But now the only thing that makes Gu Xian agonized is how to reach those officers. With Gu Xian this identity, not feasible. The risk of exposure is very high, but the trumpet created also no visibility. Thinking about it, there is only now the rise of live broadcasting, rubbing a wave of heat, calling out to the people inside the army from a distance. When the time comes to buy a number, who does not recognize anyone? Even if you collect his blood will not help. After all, everything in the state of disguise and not myself, including red blood cells. Thinking on the occasion came to a ragged tavern. Looks like today is a package. Looking not at all safe. Easy to have ears through the wall. In fact, the people around are plainclothes soldiers. Professor Su waited at the door and saw Su Wanhua's car drive into the underground garage before entering the room and waiting. The 2 spiritualists beside him also followed. Put it on. Su Wanhua tossed a military coat over. Gu Xian took it and looked at it. What the military rank was couldn't be read, but thought it wouldn't be too low. Entering the field, there were already many people seated, about 20 or so, all of whom were researchers in this area. Everyone was draped in military coats. Gu Xian instantly knew why in his heart. All of them were feared to be scapegoats for Prof. Su at the moment of necessity. After all, Prof. Su's current value was now so high that he couldn't afford to slack off even a little bit. The soldiers outside, I'm afraid, are also spiritual officers, just not as powerful. Little Gu is here? Professor Su motioned for Gu Xian to take a seat beside him. However, Gu Xian didn't want to get involved too much and just waved his head back and forth. You're welcome, I'll just sit with Assistant Su. Su Wanhua didn't say anything, just found a closer seat and sat down. The person who could sit beside Prof. Su, that light wouldn't be too low. But Prof. Su's mouth was also letting the crowd know about this person. The purpose of the meeting was boring, but it was just to set goals and then summarize the shortcomings in front of them, as well as any needs to help each other. They were just assistants. They couldn't say anything. They just helped out with some chores on the sidelines. The meeting ended quickly, but Professor Su's eyes frequently looked at Gu Xian. He was haunted by last night's events. After all, if there really was a connection, then it could reduce a large portion of the survival rate. After the meeting was over, Professor Su asked the 2 spiritualists to leave for a while. No, there's no guarantee that there aren't any treacherous people who want to. One of the spiritual officers persuaded. They were loyal to the country and it was only after countless selections that they became accompanying spiritual officers. It's fine. Follow orders. Now I order you all. Wait outside. Xiao Su. You too. Professor Su also detached his granddaughter, eventually agreeing with Professor Su. The 2 spiritual officers walked out, and Su Wanhua didn't have much of a problem with it either. They were all knowledgeable people. They've all gone out. Gu Xian, you student. As a teacher it's true that I didn't take care of you much in the past, Professor Su said. He had already guessed that Gu Xian was probably from a fallen ancient cultivator family. No way. Professor Su's willingness to let me do nothing and get 50,000 per month is already benevolent. Did Professor Su encounter something difficult? Gu Xian inquired, but looking at it, he knew that this was a request. Indeed, not only am I researching Reiki, but I've also been reading history occasionally, and learned about the cultivator families, although it's wild history, but, seeing that you know so much about auras, I think it must be a cultivator family within the wild history. The monsters inside the forbidden prison are endless now, and they are getting more and more powerful. Our army can only feel its way across the river right now. We can only cultivate dozens of them a month. and we still have to dye a batch of them, and then send them to guard the forbidden prisons outside the various forbidden prisons. Professor Su's voice was getting lower and lower as he spoke, really embarrassed. But he wasn't pretentious in front of this kind of great right and wrong. Can you tell me everything you know about auras? I won't covet your credit. I just don't want our country to enter a state of war as well. Whatever you want, we can try our best to fulfill you. Gu Xian fell silent. He definitely couldn't admit it. The professor is joking. I'm just an ordinary student, a mortal. Gu Xian could only smile and shake his head. Professor Su could only smile bitterly after hearing this. All my research on auras came from an online friend, and according to what the professor said, then he should be someone from that cultivator's family. Gu Xian said and even took out his cell phone. Gu Xian had already started messing with it back in the car. Then he sent that person's contact information to Professor Su, and after applying for a friend, Professor Su could only hold on to his apprehension as to whether what Gu Xian said was true or not. What else could he do but believe? The mystery of the aura. He simply couldn't do anything about it. The material plane couldn't be seen, yet it could affect the material plane. The matter was over. Su Wanhua sent Gu Xian back home, and the month came to an end. After returning home, Gu Qingqing didn't know where she had gone, but Gu Xian didn't care. After all, there was a personal bodyguard, so there wasn't much of a problem. Suddenly, his body felt light, and Gu Xian looked towards Gu Qingqing's room, where he had completely disappeared. I'm sorry, this world is occasionally too small to accommodate two Gu Xian, but I'll do my best to protect everything you have, Gu Xian murmured. Then he passed Professor Su's friend request. Professor Su, who was in the research room, saw that his friend had passed, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only send a hello first, expressing friendliness. Gu Xian didn't have that many long-winded words. What do you need? Gongfu, heavenly materials, or magically modified firearms? Gu Xian asked. In Professor Su's eyes, Gu Xian definitely wouldn't sell these things. After all, these were all crushing items, each of which was scarce. But Gu Xian's words confused him wholeheartedly, and then rejoiced. Tell me carefully what's there? Although they were excited, the hidden family wouldn't be able to stand it if they asked for a lion's share. You guys didn't cultivate at all, but forcibly injected aura into your body. Simple and crude and effective. But the hidden dangers are great. As long as you guys buy the gongfu, you can cultivate without the need for spiritual water. And even more so, you can let the spiritual water help you cultivate. And the cultivation depends on your natural talent. Gu Xian instilled Professor Su with the effects of the gongfu. Professor Su in the research room frowned. How did this sound like practicing martial arts? Although practicing martial arts could become so strong that 3 or 5 people couldn't get close. But they were facing a monster, a head of strange creatures. Seeing that Professor Su didn't reply, Gu Xian gave him a final note. They are immortal cultivators. You are just passers-by intruding into a mortal cultivation. Without the kung fu, it's just a mirror after all. Chapter 13, The Judge of Life and Death. Gu Xian's words also made Professor Su wake up. Yes, obviously, they looked so weak, but their attacks were incredibly powerful, and there were some that had strange attacks. They were bizarre, but that was only for them. For a hidden family like Gu Xian, it was equal to them. It turned out that the use of aura was to cultivate immortality, and throughout the ages, immortality had been considered a fabrication, but now it was tangible what the word stood for, an insurmountable chasm, and the gong method is what opens the door to immortal cultivation. However, if the people of the hidden world family knew about it, they could only be confused and say, how come I didn't know? I'm actually cultivating immortality. They were talking about chi into the body, and off the beaten track. Compared to those who practiced martial arts, there was more mystery, plus some trickery, not the kind of Gu Xian, whose flesh could shake the mountains and seas, and whose method could split mountains and break rocks. The revival of the spiritual chi was just to make their bodies better, and the power of their trickery more powerful, which was said to be more inclined to the mages inside the online game. But what was that Gu Xian was talking about? Dual cultivation of martial arts and magic. None of them were on the same level. What do you want? Professor Su asked, while he conveyed to his superiors that this kind of thing could not be obtained. No one pursued him to ask how he obtained the contact information of the hidden families, while the people of the hidden families inside the higher-ups were confused instead. Having just destroyed a Gu family, someone else jumped out? Gu Xian was torn for a while, thinking that the current Gu Qingqing was not yet strong, and he himself still lacked the strength to protect her. You're a friend of mine pushing over, right? He has a sister. Just send his sister to the military academy there and train her properly. On this kind of small matter, Professor Su was really puzzled. This secret book say it is powerful. In the eyes of some people is worthless, but for their kind of nothing, that is the Bible. Good. I'll make the arrangements. What's in that heavenly material? Professor Su inquired. He intended to cultivate a top-notch fighting force. Besides, he hadn't lost anything yet. For now, I will only provide you with spirit stones. 100W. At a friendly price. The magic-modified firearms are not for sale for now. Gu Xian's last sentence also made Professor Su want to snap it up. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The final negotiation was to buy 10 of them to look at the samples and continue acquiring them if they were suitable. And this news was also leaked amongst the various executives. This aura stone is a money-grabbing thing. The business giants have already smelled the smell of money. Researching what aura technology? Directly messing with the aura stone. But it was against their wishes. They found out that the stone simply couldn't hold the aura. Once the aura exceeded a certain range, it shattered with a bang. But this thing of aura is not an entity that can be detected with data. Ding! Guardian of the frontier. Ding! Immortals from the Xian Tian realm have descended on this realm. The heavenly Tao is not watching over them. They are about to invade Huaxia and take over the mountains. The other party's cultivation level is the third stage of foundation establishment. Ding! Reward, 800 aura points. It's only been a short month, and already people are starting to invading. Gu Xian had a bit of a headache, but luckily, he had many ways to solve him now. Spending a lot of money to have a bodyguard solve it, but the downside was that it was a bit more expensive. And if he was buying a magic-modified Barrett, then it depended on his marksmanship, among other things. But naturally, Gu Xian's word was stability, and he chose Immortal Spirit Possession. It was the top grade of bodyguards, probably spending aura points to invite an immortal to possess him. And as for who to invite, who else to think about? Mount Huagua, Monkey King. Ding! Balance insufficient. Slightly pondering for a moment before seeing a yuaning stage, clicked in. A minute 200 aura points. Also very expensive, but also within the acceptable range. Could have chosen to use the foundation or Jindan stage. However, thinking about Chu Tian, I'm afraid that this person is not a miscellaneous, in case he hides a killer. That was countered. Who to find reason? A small map appeared in front of Gu Xian's eyes. The distance wasn't particularly far. It was just outside the door. With a rumbling sound, Gu Xian's door was kicked in. What pure qi, Junior! I want you to help me cultivate. His clothes were still stained with blood. His body stank, and his eyes were covered in blood. A large scythe in front of him, still stained with blood. Obviously this otherworldly person in front of him. I'm afraid that it's not a famous sect, but at this time the system crashed out. Ding! Detected that the opponent possesses great strength. Whether to spend aura points to view the opponent's personal information. Gu Xian glanced at it. Damn it, 388 aura points. Why don't you go, Rob? He looked at Gu Xian, a little confused. How was this mortal not afraid of him? Obviously just a waste in the chi practicing stage. Ding! Is it a refusal? Give. Gu Xian didn't say no. This person crossing the border in front of him didn't look like an ordinary immortal cultivator. Gu Su's immortal cultivation experience told him that this person in front of him was very powerful, not just in terms of strength, but also in terms of soul. And the most basic thing for a Jindan to break through to a Yuaning was to evolve a divine soul. The small person of the first baby is his own divine soul after shedding his body, and only then can he be considered to have completely cut off the mortal dust and have powerful abilities. Ding! Name, Xiaofei. Realm, Foundation Establishment 3rd Stage, Highest Refined Void 9th Layer. Personal Profile, 2 lives as a Devil Cultivator. Taking over 1 life. What am I supposed to do then? Gu Xian saw the Refined Void Realm and went numb. Qi Cultivation. Foundation Building. Jindan. Yuanin. Transforming into a god. Merging into a body. Refining emptiness. With this amount of aura points, what should I do? Who can I find to beat this kind of strong soul? King Yama. Ding! Not enough aura points. You do it. Gu Xian was silent. So poor. Xiao Fad was clearly impatient. Gu Xian had some qi. In his eyes it was qi luck, but in Gu Xian's case it was actually aura points. He rushed forward, ready to pocket Gu Xian's head, accompanied by a great reduction in Gu Xian's qi. Little brat, you're worthy of fooling around in front of me. Gu Xian's eyes lit up with a purple light as 2 items materialized in his hands. You are originally a dead person and have trespassed into the outside world. So your crime is compounded by the fact that you have many karmic obstacles in your life, and you will never be able to reincarnate after this death. Gu Xian's voice carried a guttural heaviness. Classy. Xiao Fa did not put Gu Xian in his eyes. He did not recognize the judge of life and death from Huaxia, although there was a feeling of awe. But cultivating immortality was originally to change one's destiny against the heavens. Punching this official is an additional offense. If you enter my realm today, you are a member of my realm. I can condemn you. This is the way of heaven. Gu Xian said and floated up in the air. The pen that manifested in his hand slowly wrote towards the book. Xiao Va attack's figure was fixed in place, unable to move, and he could feel that he was being watched by a powerful presence in the void. I'm not convinced. Xiao Fa rallied, and his divine soul abandoned his physical body. Gu Xian didn't have as much chi as him, but on what grounds? On what grounds can he kill me? Moreover, the realm wasn't on the same level, and even as it was now, Gu Xian's strength was only at the peak of Yuaning. Along with Gu Xian's word fall, Xiao Hua didn't move a step. Gu Xian's aura points were also swept away. Just now, only a minute had passed. 700 to 800 aura points had been consumed. Chapter 14, Gu Qingqing's assassination. Big loss. Gu Xian couldn't help but feel distressed as he looked at the consumed aura points, which were measured by the second. Immediately afterward, however, a strand of golden aura entered his body, and his body became sore and weak. Ding! Gaining the gift of the heavenly Tao. A wisp of the chi of merit. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Time waits for no one. It's good that Gu Qingqing isn't around this time. Giving Gu Xian a secret blessing. Gu Xian also didn't repair the door. He just waited for Gu Qingqing's return home, and in the meantime began to write out the merit law. In order to avoid Professor Su, who didn't understand the specialized terms, each term was also annotated next to it. This one Gongfa can only go up to Jin Dan at most, and Jin Dan is the common expert immortal in the immortal cultivation world. At least this time is enough. Why were they assured that they were protecting Gu Qingqing? At least they were now the most determined soldiers in this world. They were tenacious and unrelenting, not to mention that he would also arrange a backhand for Gu Qingqing after the feats were sent over, and to urge for someone to come quickly to pick up Gu Qingqing. Aha! Gu Xian frowned as Gu Qingqing's bodyguard was summoned once again, and twice in a short period of time. The bracelet was shattered at this point. What's with all the things going on at this critical juncture? He was about to get up and rush there when the system transmitted a response from the bodyguard. No need to come over. Within a minute, I'll bring it back. There's just a human assassin. Gu Xian snapped to mind the article that Professor Su had published, which just so happened to explain the identity of the assistant. And this gathering, it's been fine for a month, so how come after the meeting, it was found? I'm afraid that the people there is a dissident, but this matter does not matter. After all, even if there is that, so what? Gong Fu, this thing, mysterious and mysterious non my country's people, which has a few to see and understand. Translation is really good, but there are some things that can only be understood, not to say. In less than a minute, really Gu Qingqing followed the masked man flew back. The masked man is aura cast. Even if there is not enough cultivation, can also fly in the air. Gu Qingqing's eyes were red. She saw with her own eyes a bullet flying towards her. At that moment, she saw the end of her life. Luckily, the bracelet flashed and shattered with a bang. Then the masked man flew out. The shot hit, but it wasn't powerful enough, and the masked man helped carry it, dying once, and then coming out on his last chance, killing him in seconds. He kidnapped the wrong person. Gu Qingqing wasn't just anyone who could come and kill him. If he didn't carry a gun, he wouldn't even be able to beat Gu Qingqing. Delivered safely. Remember to give a 5-star review. The masked man disappeared after saying that. Gu Qingqing also ran over on her ass and flung herself into Gu Xian's arms. A soft whimper caused Gu Xian a good deal of heartache. It's okay, it's safe already. I'm here. Gu Qingqing's feet were still soft now. Gu Xian looked at Gu Qingqing's thigh root downwards with a watermark. He also couldn't help but hold his forehead. She was also just a little girl, but he could also think of how treacherous it was just now. Carrying into her room, he was planning to go out and let her change her clothes. As soon as Gu Qingqing saw that Gu Xian was about to leave, she ran over and hugged him again, wanting to say something, but couldn't get a word out. Gu Xian was in no hurry, and could only comfort her over and over again. Only after a long time did Gu Qingqing slow down. Gu Xian! Su Wanhua's yell came from outside the door. Now that Gu Xian was on the top secret file, with this handful of contacts, plus his friend's open-mindedness, if Gu Xian had any flickers, then all the cooperation told in advance could be terminated. I'm fine. I'm comforting my sister. You wait outside. Gu Xian shouted. Hearing that Gu Xian was fine, Su Wanhua let out a sigh of relief. Nothing could happen to Gu Xian right now, but it was only after the meeting. What could that mean? There's a mole. Professor Su in the research lab couldn't help but be furious when he saw the message sent by his granddaughter. Damn it, don't want to die. Call all the members of the meeting to gather on this side of the army. Be there in an hour. Professor Su informed. He had just shouted for a spiritual officer to try it out as well, and the swelling feeling of the aura in his body disappeared. Instead it became very wide, and according to the trajectory inside, it could also absorb a portion of the heaven and earth's aura into his body. This book was known to be a castrated version at a glance, and if it wasn't a castrated version, who knew how strong it was? However, it is also written inside the realm. Practicing Qi can be one person against 1,000 armies? Foundation building is already non-mundane. Jin Dan is even more astonishing to him. It is actually called walking small missile, and it is also explicitly and implicitly stated in it that this is only equivalent to the internal power and the external power, so that you can maximize the combat power. Brother, I thought I was going to die. Gu Qingqing was finally much better and said with a whimper. After saying that, she fiercely kissed Gu Xian's cheek, causing Gu Xian to be stunned, but he didn't care. After all, he had just experienced a moment of life and death. She couldn't restrain herself. She didn't know which day she would die. Just like that, just going out to buy groceries. She was going to be killed, and she didn't even know why she was going to be killed. No fear, no fear. Look, aren't you fine? I'll give you a more powerful one to protect you, Gu Xian said, taking out a ring. Nah, the one that protected you in the beginning was a peak chi practicing one. This one is powerful, a yuaning one, Gu Xian said as he put it on her. Gu Qingqing extended her ring finger, so Gu Xian put it on her. This was mainly to prevent Gu Qingqing from wearing a bracelet that would be easy to remove. The ring was something that could be directly locked onto that hand, and it wouldn't shatter like the bracelet. What is a yuaning? Gu Qingqing asked blankly. Practicing chi she knew. She cultivated to the end is practicing chi, but further up she didn't know. And how does she know what this thing is? Even middle-class people without some connections don't know about the matter of aura. They only know that a new substance has appeared in society now. What was publicized was that it was only some of them. Most people had half a clue. You don't have to care. Anyway, if you wear this, you'll fight whoever you see, and whoever doesn't obey, you'll just say that you have a yuaning bodyguard, Gu Xian said. His sister was definitely not the kind of person who had improper thoughts. As for whether she would be used as a gun, what do you think 588 bought? That's a real bodyguard that really has to help when things go wrong, and it doesn't consume times. In the words of the system, from the African version, upgraded to a super VIP. Looking at the ring on her hand, Gu Qingqing's heart was warmed. Is this? Shyly shrinking into Gu Xian's arms now, she couldn't help but rub against it. Afterwards, Gu Xian told Gu Qingqing a little bit about the cause and effect of the incident, and Gu Qingqing was also finally aware of why she had to be killed. But the good thing was that now she was going to be taken inside the barracks. So will I be safe when I go there? Gu Qingqing asked. She thought about her weak self now, unable to protect her brother or herself, and how she must cultivate well after she went there. Chapter 15 The Coffin Keeper's Guardian. Su Wanhua and Gu Xian looked at each other with some indignation. This Gu Xian person didn't have the strength, relying entirely on that friend of his. It didn't take much thought to realize that it was Gu Xian's friend who was responsible for this, but after all, he was just an ordinary person with a little bit of connections. I'll leave my sister in your hands. I hope I can protect her well. Gu Xian pulled out Gu Qingqing in his arms. That's right, it was pulled out. Her entire body was in Gu Xian's arms, held in a death grip. Don't worry, she'll have someone to protect her closely, Su Wanhua said. Gu Xian looked at the wrecked house after sending Gu Qingqing away. He was going to say goodbye to this place. Instead of being in this city, it would be better to live far away in the mountains. He said he would leave. In the crowded street, Gu Xian waved and stopped a cab. Brother, where to? The driver was a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a mouthful of cigarettes hanging out. Gu Xian looked at the place displayed on his phone's lack of virtue map. To Flower City Village, taking Slaughterhouse Avenue? The driver couldn't help but laugh when he saw Gu Xian's puzzled face. Get in the car. Look at you. You're going for fun, right? Gu Xian didn't say anything, just nodded. This Flower City Village is not simple. It used to be known as the Model Village. Unfortunately, then it fell. Rumor has it that it was a few grave robbers who robbed the ancient tomb. That one coffin came out. The driver said is getting excited. The front intersection encountered checking drunk driving. Only heard the driver. TSK. Little brother. Sit firmly. Wait to say words. The driver stopped the car, finished the cigarette, threw out the window. Pulling up the handbrake, he put on the P-shift and kicked the gas pedal. Gu Xian's eyes are also full of panic. He is not yet to steal, such as a car accident. Even if not dead, will have to take off layers of skin. The traffic police who was planning to come over to check the drunk driving was crashed the car exhaust, can only watch the small car disappeared in front of his eyes, because the road he was heading to, Flower City Village. After confirming that he got rid of the traffic police, the driver turned around to see that Gu Xian was actually just a little nervous without dizziness and vomiting. It's okay, don't look at you as skinny, but you've actually carried this through. The driver laughed and stopped the car again, picking up the cigarette in his arms and relighting it. Continue. Just as the group of grave robbers took the coffin out, a few old men in the village ran like crazy to the grave, their mouths still saying, "Finished, it's over." The driver glanced back at Gu Xian and was not afraid before continuing. After that, the prosperous Huachang village fell apart, and only a few old people were left. At first, I thought you were there for fun, but your accent is local, so you should have gone to rent an apartment, right? Hearing this, Gu Xian softly hummed, but I'd advise you not to go. Any more than that, I can't say. I don't want to get caught up in the filth. The driver gave a persuasive cry, especially just this month, they say the coffin moved. The driver murmured. Gu Xian didn't reply, but he was just a little curious about Flower City Village. Ding! Coffin keeper's dereliction of duty. Ding! Huachang Village is the grave of a Yuaning, and because of the coffin keeper's dereliction of duty the grave has been dug up, along with the recovery of the aura. It is on the verge of awakening. Please resolve this risk as soon as possible. Ding! Reward, 600 aura points. Gu Xian was instantly energized. The grave of a Yuaning. Listening to this, it looked like it had something to do with himself as well. The advancement of the aura revival had also made the person inside this coffin stupid. Those who are already dead should not meddle in the affairs of the present world. Gu Xian looked out the window helplessly. After settling the fare, Gu Xian pushed his suitcase inside, and there was a stone on the road that clearly read Flower City Village. It was already slightly broken though, as if it had been cracked by the sun. Late bloomer, I advise you not to stay here. There were many late bloomers who came here before, dead and crippled. A crusty old grandpa with old teeth said. Gu Xian didn't say anything, just one finger lifted the suitcase up without dropping it. There was nothing delicate about it. It was just sucking in the suitcase with his aura. The old grandpa froze for a moment, then laughed. Disrespectful, so it's a Taoist master. May I ask what kind of person you are? Gu Xian just smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't have a background. The old grandpa just thought that Gu Xian didn't want to say anything. Being able to learn this wasn't something that ordinary people could access. Their coffin keepers had been passed down from one generation to the next for generations. The dharma that had been passed down now was more or less neutered, and a full version like Gu Xian's was at least too much better than them. Taoist, do you need to lead the way? Gu Xian merely smiled and shook his head before strolling away. The old man didn't take Gu Xian's rudeness personally. Neither was from the same world. Our ancestors' things will be up to this generation. The old master let out a hearty laugh before going to inform the others. Not everyone was as good-tempered as he was. Gu Xian arrived at the rental house, which was fully equipped and clean, just checking to see if there were any problems with the water, electricity, and gas. Taking out a spirit stone, he placed it in front of his body and began to cultivate, and the night descended quietly. Rustling at the window, Gu Xian violently opened his eyes. A person stood in front of him. No, more accurately a pile of people, stood in front of him. It reeked with a foul odor, though the flesh seemed to be breathing, one sheet at a time. Slowly, it approached Gu Xian. Gu Xian frowned and slowly backed away. He wasn't sure what the hell this was, but the feeling he got was suffocating. It was very strong. The fierce spirit stone was wrapped around her flesh, and within moments, it had blacked out. Gu Xian also couldn't help but spit. This spirit stone was enough for him to use for 3 days. In front of this pile of meat, it was but a moment. The vacuum cleaner wasn't even as fast as she was, and Gu Xian's huge chunk of spirit stone was gone just like that. She stretched out a pile of meat and touched Gu Xian, then touched the shattered spirit stone. You want more? Gu Xian asked, not caring if she understood. Nodding, Gu Xian looked at his small treasury, but there were still quite a few spirit chi points. Taking out 10 spirit stones, she wrapped her ass around all of them and then didn't move a muscle. And Gu Xian didn't dare to cultivate, but it didn't seem to be hostile to him at the moment. Ding! Mission completion. Gu Xian froze. It's done? What had he done? Another glance at this pile of meat. It couldn't be that this was the one inside the coffin. Right, since the tip was completed. That meant, there was no danger? However, Gu Xian still didn't dare to act rashly, and instead kept his eyes on this pile of meat. As the spirit stones were thrown out one by one, the humanoid shape was getting more and more molded. Are these 2 piles of meat more than enough? Gu Xian asked as he touched it. He was slapped by a hand, but it wasn't really painful, just an expression of dissatisfaction. It's not like I'm wrong. What are you doing with 2 piles of meat this big? Gu Xian was unconvinced. It was already more than enough, so he couldn't be carrying 2 oversized tumors on his body. Chapter 16 Special Chapter. There was no holding back this time, ruthlessly knocking Gu Xian to the ground. For a moment, Gu Xian felt as if he had seen a return to his original world, recalling his Tainan. However, as if she seemed to realize that she had struck too hard, she then helped Gu Xian up again, slowly stroking Gu Xian's brain with her already recovered hand. By the time Gu Xian came to his senses, it was already the next day, and the morning sun shone on his face. What's happening to me? Gu Xian looked around and saw a woman beside him wearing the emperor's new clothes. That's right, woman. So big. Wait a minute. Gu Xian twisted his head to look at it and was instantly captivated. The face and body made it feel especially beautiful. Not the makeup and beauty kind of morbid beauty. Fair skin, such as a newborn baby. Black hair at a glance. No 180 bottles of piauso cannot be washed out. the 5 features as if they were artificially carved. Seen enough? Undress, the woman said, light voice but transmitted a feeling that could not be refused. Ah, take off your clothes? Gu Xian froze, but still obediently complied. The only thing he saw was that the clothes he had taken off were put on by her, and he lost his thoughts, so it was just his own thinking that was wrong. It's not right. You're home? Gu Xian said spitefully, only to see the woman's hand wave. A coffin flew in, glass shattered all over the place, and a land deed was taken out from the coffin. The entire Flower City, it's all mine. If this isn't my home, can't it be your home? Gu Xian didn't say anything, carefully reading up on the land deed, only vaguely reading the meaning inside. Su Chang blood, 1447. Partition of Flower City, this deed is valid in perpetuity. Gu Xian immediately opened his cell phone to check the history, but where was half of these messages? Then he opened the website that Professor Su had given him and searched inside, and there was indeed some record of a person inside who had obtained the subseal of Flower City, and there was also a vague mention of it being an immortal cultivator. What else is there to say? Su Chunghua tilted her head and asked, if it wasn't for the fact that Gu Xian had given her so many precious spirit stones, he would have already been a corpse just as he said that he was topped with 2 useless piles of flesh. I'm not giving in. You're taking something from a few dynasties ago to govern me in modern times? Gu Xian did not yield. Su Qingxue frowned. What did Gu Xian mean by this? Then you want to lie in it? Su Qingxue pointed at the coffin board. Gu Xian shook his head. Before there was any danger to his life, and in front of small things, Gu Xian wasn't going to show off. After all, the aura points had to be messed with a little bit by him as well, even though he had sent them over these past few times. However, Gu Xian was clear that it was like a newbie's gift package. Easy now, but I'm afraid the tasks afterward wouldn't be so easy. What happened in the present world? I actually get all hyped up. Su Chunghua asked. How do you know what happened? Gu Xian asked in surprise. After all, the era Su Qingxue lived in should have been an era of abundant aura. You're not qualified yet. Su Qingxue laughed. Gu Xian skimmed over the history, and then brought up the matter of the current world's revival of spiritual qi, and then the emergence of such things as forbidden prisons, and then intentionally or unintentionally hinted at the invasion of the outside world. You're saying that an invader from the otherworldly world has appeared? The originally relaxed atmosphere instantly began to tense up as Su Qingxue closed her eyes. Gu Xian only felt as if his body was being penetrated by something, and he was being looked at inside and out. But just being in the Yuaning realm could not see through Gu Xian's identity, and through the comparison between the original owner and himself, he discovered many differences. That was the feeling that gave the appearance of being a native at first glance. Gu Xian's soul aura was only faint, and it looked as if it didn't exist. Su Qingxue seemed to sense something and left. Gu Xian froze in place by himself and simply murmured, "It looks like it sensed something. Good, now that only I'm left, I can cultivate properly." Just as Gu Xian was about to enter a state of cultivation, some noises came from outside. Gu Xian walked out to see several old men walking in unison and in parallel. Gu Xian wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, he just followed to take a look. An old man was holding a stick in his hand, and several old men were also furious, their mouths still talking. Disobedience, marriage, bride price and other words. Gu Xian was stunned, did not expect this parallel world. There is a bride price, but Gu Xian did not how surprised. After walking for a few minutes, Gu Xian saw the image of a driver holding a girl in a death grip and then smoking. Gu Xian came much closer, not for anything else. The girl looked ordinary, a little plain, but it was exactly the same as the look of his first love. Just as he was about to step forward to stop it, a pair of large hands held him down with a deadly grip. Daoist, don't make it difficult for us. It's not good to meddle in other people's family affairs. This pair of large hands was none other than the old grandpa that he had seen at the beginning. He just narrowed his eyes and looked on, persuading. Then tell me, what are they doing here? Gu Xian asked as he grabbed the old grandfather's collar in turn. The old grandpa didn't say anything, but suddenly a police officer came, thinking that it was the girl who had called the police, and Gu Xian felt that things were finally secure. My child is upset with us. She just wants to run away from home, but look at how small she is. What will she eat after she goes out? The girl's grandfather said, but just a glance. He worked here. How could he not know that the girl was just trying to get away from being sold? Unfortunately, this was someone else's territory, and after nodding his head, he pretended to instruct 2 sentences. The girl's eyes were filled with terror within them, and when she saw Gu Xian and the old village chief together, she instantly cried out, "Save me!" Gu Xian was about to storm out, but he was only stunned by a blow. Taoist master, I'm doing this for your own good. Poor mountains produce unruly people. You can't control them, and I can't let you control them this time. This girl was married by my child, and the things are all given, the old grandfather said, then moved Gu Xian back and locked it. He had been in the world for a long time, and he had also been paying attention to Gu Xian. He could see what was in Gu Xian's eyes, and if Gu Xian came out to sabotage it, then the marriage would not be concluded. The girl looked into the distance, looking at the unlocked, sealed doors and windows, only able to look out through the gap in the window. She has her own favorite person, but just half a month after dropping out of school, her relatives are planning a wedding for her. How can she escape this half a month cannot escape? Tomorrow was the engagement. As a coffin keeper, every couple, each had to eat a poison. 2 poisons can be relieved if they intersect. If they stop, they will be in pain. On the night she was taken back, she was given the poison. She had completely lost hope, but she also knew that she was doomed. 2 years ago, she was self-sacrificing, seeking death and boredom, and was dragged out by her favorite person. But now, 2 years later, reality told her that there was no escaping her fate. Perhaps she should have died 2 years ago. Time passed quickly, and the sky was already bright. Today was the day of the engagement, and the day of her engagement. Gu Xian could only be in a phantom dream with more helplessness. Chapter 17, Su Qingshui in Crisis. Gu Xian touched his swollen head and looked at his locked hands and feet. That old man had attacked him, but didn't dare to take his life. Injecting his hands with aura, he yanked hard, and with a snap, the chains snapped as far as they would go. Gu Xian could hardly forget that her every move to beg for help was his own province. Too much saving. If he went straight up to even the foundation establishment, he wouldn't have to be sneaked up on by that little old man. As long as she was found, then there was still room to save everything. Su Qingshui frowned from afar and looked in Gu Xian's direction. After she absorbed Gu Xian's spirit stone, she recorded Gu Xian's aura, and now Gu Xian was in a state of, rage. However, at this time, she had more important things to do. She sensed the aura of an otherworldly person. If it was Gu Xian who came to identify him, he could recognize at a glance that it was the refined Void One, and that he hadn't died. Xiao Fat had already left a backhand after Gu Xian possessed him, separating out a trace of his divine soul. He managed to compel one of Gu Xian's female classmates, but who knew that the quiet female classmate on the surface had such a dark heart in the back? She was pretty, had a good figure, studied well, and had done everything to the best of her ability. But what about Gu Xian? Just because of 3 words, she was taken in as an assistant, and the family also passed on all kinds of news about Prof. Su, which was already enough to be famous, and Gu Xian was also credited with a name, originally that belonged to her Luo family. Her sister, Luo He, had taught her so much about aura just to become Professor Su's assistant, and the internal position had been taken, but luckily, Luo He was dead, killed in an ingenious accident that no one could say anything about. She wanted Gu Xian to die, but Gu Xian wasn't even attending classes right now, so where was she to get her revenge? In the past few days, she had successfully practiced the harmonization technique given to her by Xiao Fa, and any man would become her sustenance, and Gu Xian had to be the first. With her figure and face value, he couldn't top any man for seducing her. Xiao Fat was also using Luoqi as a tool, letting her suck the life out of the others properly, and he himself would reap the benefits when the time came. The beautiful plan was carried out, but Luoqi was slow to start and ignored his words, but he didn't care. Everything was in the plan. People inherently had the urge to reproduce, and this urge, regardless of gender, especially after practicing this technique, would only strengthen this urge from within the subconscious, until she was completely consumed by desire, and Xiao Va happened to not give her the second half of the gongfu that restrained her desire, so everything was inevitable. Luo Qi returned to her home as usual, and was planning to continue cultivating to accumulate raw capital, but her desire was like a tidal wave that she could no longer suppress. Su Qingshui also arrived. By the looks of it, this otherworldly person doesn't seem to be too decent, but Su Qingshui, who grew up in a pile of dead people, didn't care too much, and instead looked at the trace of a powerful divine soul, empty of residual power. It's nothing more than the end of its strength. Su Qingshui could tell at a glance that even a foundation establishment cultivator could grind him to death. Not to mention Su Qingshui, who had already recovered to the early Jindan stage. Xiao Hua could only pretend to be dead inside Luo Qi's body. He really did not expect that a world that had just recovered its aura would actually have crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and even more so, divine positions. That's right, those who could hard his refined void divine soul with their Jindan cultivation, except for those who possessed the god position. There was almost no one who could break through the defense, and froze to give him the main soul to raise, but fortunately he was resourceful, and threw out a strand of his divine soul to run away. Still playing dead? Su Qingshui asked. Luo Qi had already lost herself. Seeing Su Qingshui also wanted to try with her. Disgusting. Su Qingshui dropped one finger down. Luo Qi also knelt on the ground, just desperately trying to raise her head and struggle. Since you chose to be silent, die in silence and become my sustenance. After Su Qingshui finished speaking, She entered Luo Qi's body with her divine soul. Xiao Va then wanted to escape at this moment, but where could he go? Moreover, the weak divine soul simply couldn't outrun Su Qingxue, even though he had 1,000 secret techniques and 10,000 martial arts. But with a weak divine soul, how could he possibly exert half of their power? I, Xiao Falcon, have been running across the Xian heavenly realm for more than 10,000 years, so will there be no one left to succeed me? Daughter, if you let me go today, I will definitely be rewarded in the future. But you are not afraid to cause old me to die. You'll just wait for the Xian heavenly realm to descend, and my conformity stage disciple to avenge me. Xiao Fa's divine soul came out. He understood that if he didn't come out in the next second, he would truly perish in silence. Old thing, willing to come out? Su Qingxue laughed, looking at Xiao Fa, who had the word panic written all over his face, with one more point of playfulness. I have no grievances with you. Let me off the hook. How about it? Xiao Fa looked at Su Qingxue, who didn't make an immediate move. I guess the words just now also made her scornful. Not how. It's just that those from other realms kill without amnesty. You people from other realms didn't say that in the last era. Su Qingxue said lightly. How could the human race not have a great emperor? And how could there be no that heavenly god? But it was just these people of the other realm, relying on the power of the laws, bullying. I wasn't involved. Xiao Fa frowned. He had heard of that war, and both sides had suffered heavy deaths and injuries. It was only that the Xian heavenly realm, which was recuperating faster, happened to meet the blue star of the end times, and only just after the aura had recovered, the Xian heavenly realm fought. So how could the blue star fight? Naturally, there is a backhand. What you say doesn't count. What the emperor says counts. Those from other realms kill without pardon. Su Qingxue probably understood Xiao Fa's origin, and without saying much he raised his hand and waved it away. The power of the divine soul also poured out, striking directly at Xiao Fa's lifeline. A trace of determination was also born in Xiao Fa's desperate expression, and a black character came out from the top of his head. You want my life? I'll never let you have a good time either. Ah! Along with the last scream, Xiao Fa also completely fell. The black character flew towards Su Qingxue at an extremely fast speed, hitting him right in the center of his eyebrow. A variety of evil thoughts, desires from long ago, desire to reproduce, desire to kill, greed, the purest desire to destroy. The heavy desire caused Su Qingxue to become mesmerized and fall into agony, landing on the ground holding her head and wailing. After Luo Qi watched Su Qingxue, who had taken action against herself, lose her resistance, she picked up the table and chairs from the side and smashed them with all the strength she could muster. After a loud noise, Luo Qi looked at Su Qingxue unharmed, copied a chair and slapped it again with all her strength. With a rumbling sound, Guxian looked at the heavy rain falling from the sky. Ding! Trigger mission, manifestation in front of people. Ding! Mission details, Su Qingxue is being haunted by evil thoughts from the otherworldly world, and as a key daughter of Qi, the heavenly Tao has requested you to intervene and will give you a sizable reward. Ding! Mission reward, 1,000 aura points. Unlocking the heavenly Tao store. A big job. Gu Xian was surprised. Don't underestimate these things. 1,000 aura points were self-evident, and there wasn't a single thing inside each store that was bad. Chapter 18, Saving Su Qingxue. Bitch, I told you to hit me. Die, die, die. Luo Qi was already on the verge of losing her mind. Su Qingxue beside her was also subject to the influence of evil thoughts, while Su Qingxue was stopping herself from being invaded and turning into a monster who lost her mind. Her consciousness was worn out and her soul was just an empty body. The power of the refined void Qi also peeked through the aftermath of this time, but she had no regrets. The otherworldly, kill without pardon. Along with Luo Qi's voice weakening, she was gradually reduced to a beast that would only attack, losing even her most primitive instincts of survival and reproduction. Luo Qi would attack until she died of exhaustion. And even if Luo Qi only had the cultivation of a Jindan nowadays, that was not a defense that could be broken by a character of Luo Qi's level. Gu Xian knew Su Qingxue's location after receiving the quest, but was surprised that Su Qingxue had come to his original classroom. And at that moment, Luo Qi was attacking Su Qingxue violently. Gu Xian didn't recognize Luo Qi. After all, he rarely came to the classroom, and the only people he knew in the class was the class president and the old professor. Other than that there was no one else. Gu Xian? Su Qingxue murmured with confusion. She was already having a slight breakdown. Luo Qi also saw Gu Xian's arrival, immediately changed her target and rushed towards Gu Xian. Luo Qi's body was already slightly twisted. Her hand was already dislocated. Her teeth had almost fallen out, and her head was carrying a lot of blood, all her own. Holy, a zombie. Gu Xian remembered the classic from his previous life, looked at the broken and bloodstained share leg at his feet, and plunged it with all his might into Luo Qi's head. With a giggle, red-tinged brain flowers spurted out. Vomit. Gu Xian also couldn't help but vomit twice. He was also just an ordinary person. Where had he seen such a big scene? But he couldn't waste any time at this point. Su Qingxue was still waiting for him, and the reward was waiting for him as well. But after getting closer, Gu Xian's eyes were a bit mesmerized. Phew! Su Qingxue was so beautiful. Her body was also very good. Her legs were simply longer than his life, and she also gave off a faint herbal fragrance, as if she was a Tianshan snow lotus. The more he looked, the more mesmerized he became. Gu Xian also approached Su Qingxue, his hand reaching for Su Qingxue's neck. 3 words flashed through his mind. Strangle her. Gu Xian's mind flashed through many thoughts, but his hands did not listen to his command. Wandering around Su Qingshue's body, Su Qingxue was surprisingly cooperative for a moment, twisting her waist as if there were ants crawling on her body, itching unbearably. Luo Qi's plasma ticked and dropped the last drop once again. They were ear to ear, fiery intertwined, until the system frantically ding 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 ding, prompting the last 60 seconds. Su Qingshue's consciousness was nearly worn out, and when it was worn out, if Gu Xian hadn't come to his senses, he would die. Gu Xian awoke with a jolt, then looked for something to prolong Su Qingshue's consciousness. Ding! Spend 300 aura points to obtain a sanity elixir. Holding Su Qingxue and feeding her, then adding a sanity buff to himself, he managed to stabilize the situation. But then came the pain in his waist, his kidneys. The pain was incomparable. He squinted his eyes and looked at Su Qingxue, also could not bear to curse, clamped really tight. Su Qingxue is also back to sanity, looking at Gu Xian's body, also remembered what they did in front of them, but did not care. She never cared about children's love, but Gu Xian, after all, was involved in, and can actually lift that kind of evil thought in her body. Mysterious, powerful, and weak. 3 words appeared in the same person's body. I'll remember the favor, and if there's anything I need help with in the future, as long as it's not destroying the peace of our realm, I'll be at your disposal. Su Qingxue looked at Gu Xian's fruiting body, and after thinking for a moment, she added, including those things just now. After all, you men, apart from drying your rice, you're just a thrasher. Gu Xian just wanted to retort, but after a careful thought, it seemed that she wasn't wrong. But the current him wasn't that kind of ordinary man. He had goals that he wanted. At the very least, he could rest on his laurels in this chaotic world, which would also allow him to have a very good feeling. After all, it would be hard to say whether there would be a strong man hidden in the mountains in the chaotic world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Please receive your reward. The system interrupted Gu Xian's thinking. While Su Qingxue put on her clothes and returned to Huachang village, she also knew what was going on inside. These coffin guards didn't know how to change, not to mention that they respected her and didn't guard her properly. In that case, what was the point of existence? Gu Xian, on the other hand, spent some aura points to clean up the scene. In this chaotic world, dying a Luo Qi was too common, even if there was a bit of a person behind her. After doing this, Gu Xian was also happy to leave the classroom. However, Gu Xian didn't notice the surveillance outside the classroom that was watching all of this. Open the Heaven's Path store. I'll see what's good. Gu Xian was excited. After all, every time there was a new mall, there were new things. A blue panel appeared in Gu Xian's eyes, and there were only 3 items on the panel: merit, heavenly tribulation, and life preservation talisman. Merit, on the other hand, was a special kind of energy that could be said to be on top of Qi. The heavenly tribulation was even more concise. It was from the purest power of the heavenly tribulation, which could restrain everything. The life preservation talisman is a special kind of Qi energy that allows the owner to escape with his life. But there is a limit. If it is at the immortal level, then there is nothing that can be done to love it. No, I have to have something meritorious to help a grandmother cross the street. And you're selling me 88 strands of aura? Gu Xian angrily rebuked. Ding! You need to help Granny cross the street 888 times, and all of them need to be affirmed by the other party. Pretend I didn't say that. Originally, I thought that helping Granny cross the street once would be a wisp, but it turned out to be 888 times, so the price seemed very local. This 298 life preservation charm of yours, does it really work? Gu Xian asked. Ding! Child's and young man's talisman. Can I buy some for my sister? Ding! Congratulations to the host for having spent money. Welcome to the next visit. Gu Xian froze for a moment, conspicuous in the hustle and bustle of the city, and the people passing by around him unconsciously kept their distance for fear that Gu Xian was some kind of lunatic. The system had become smarter, but Gu Xian wasn't happy. He sensed danger. Before it seemed to be that there wasn't enough energy. Now that there was enough energy, it was unimaginable what the system would eventually become. Gu Xian looked at the traffic in front of him, waved his hand and shouted, "Hello, her name is Gu Qingqing. She'll be staying here with you from now on. Someone the higher-ups want you to protect." Su Wanhua pointed at Gu Qingqing next to her. Got it. Tu Tianzhan's voice was neutral, unable to hear male or female, and no one knew if he was male or female, but the name was a male name tendency. Su Wanhua didn't dare to stay much longer, because Tu Tianzhang didn't have a good attitude towards non-cultivators, and now the world had entered the era of universal martial arts practice. Mao shown country for the fastest growth of force, but the top strong people are few. But in the latest information, the other side to obtain the ancient method handed down from the past. Chapter 19, She practicing great perfection. Changes in the world. Condor country is even more extensive, a variety of methods, but mixed but not refined. In turn, this aspect is not as good as the hairy bears, but the good thing is that there is everything inside the black market, and naturally there is no lack of genius inventions. Developing a potion can briefly increase the strength. Nowadays, China has already broken down the cultivation of immortality. How did you get the technique to cultivate immortality? Tu Tianwar asked, more like a casual conversation. Gu Qingqing looked at Tu Tianju not like a bad guy and relaxed, sitting aside. My brother gave it to me. Your brother? Tu Tianzhang was confused for a moment. He thought it was a strange encounter with a young girl, but it turned out to be different. Tick-tock. Gu Qingqing's mission information and specific information was sent to Tu Tianzhang's cell phone, but the more he looked at it, he instead frowned, because it was simply impossible. The plan has been detached from the emperor's meticulous planning. According to the theory that the plan is detached should go to solve the problem, but looking at the roots of Gu Qingqing's kung fu, at most, it is a yuaning capped. Even the cannon fodder inside the Great War cannot be counted, so it does not matter. And Gu Xian is also a silent person, but a lifetime of information is traceable. It is estimated that there are some strange encounters, not to mention that his sister is also in his own hands. As long as a person has someone they care about, then there is a weakness, and having a weakness is not enough to be afraid of. The most feared is that kind of lonely lunatic, just like those lunatics in the Xian heavenly realm. Suddenly remembering a letter from a month ago, Tu Tianzhang took it out and carefully looked at it again and again. What's this? Gu Qingqing also poked her head over to look. It's just a letter sent by an unknown person, Tu Tianzhang said, also incidentally observing Gu Qingqing's expression. If it was a reaction, then Gu Xian was the one who sent this letter. That person. But in the end, there was only disappointment. After all, the handwriting was neatly written like a great calligrapher, and it was so with every letter, as if it was printed. What's so good about this? Gu Qingqing asked after reading it, as if it was mediocre. The only thing worth saying was, the words aura recovery, but she didn't know that this letter was sent a month ago. Not to mention, how did this letter appear in his sleeve? He was a guide deliberately left over from the old times, and at the moment, he was instead in a dilemma. For one thing, it was the appearance of Mr. Gu, and on the other hand, he had not gained the trust of the higher-ups in Huaxia. Do you trust a person who has been living under surveillance since he was a child, and who was born and raised in the country? Or do you trust a person who comes out of nowhere and says, I'm the guide of the new era? The highs and lows were immediately apparent, so naturally, he was placed here under similar house arrest. For Tu Tianzhan it was not difficult to accept. Mr. Gu was more like a son of the heavenly Tao guiding the transmission out of the heavenly Tao, a self-help from the heavenly Tao. Tomorrow I will take you to cultivate. I will prove that the emperor's vision is not wrong. I am the guide of the new era, Tu Tianzhan said slowly. He didn't obey the heavenly Tao, he only believed in the emperor. Gu Qingqing did not care. She touched the ring on her hand, as if her brother was by her side. The current Gu Xian was powerful and mysterious, but it seemed like nothing had changed in her eyes. It was just that she used to look strange occasionally. Looking at the flowers at the door, Gu Qingqing was a little distracted. After returning to Flower City Village, looking at the bloody scene, Gu Xian didn't say anything. He had already seen her body, hanged by 3 feet of white silk. As for the others, they had already been cleaned up by Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, was in the Huacheng village huge sculpture portrait. Palm meditation. Gu Xian opened a shielded space. He is going to start a long cultivation. Become immortal and become a Buddha for him is not an overnight achievement. Perseverance can always. Rustling, ticking water, continuous drizzle with a hint of coolness. Gu Xian's strength came to the peak of qi cultivation, took out his cell phone that hadn't been charged for a long time, just turned it on, and opened the network was a message and phone call. Thousands of them. Gu Xian looked at them one by one. They were all casual chats between Gu Qingqing and him. Missing, whining, sharing her life, sending her joys and sorrows and her changes to Gu Xian's dialogue box. However, Gu Xian noticed that there was an additional person beside Gu Qingqing, and Tu Tianju was introduced in the text in front of him. This is my master. A weirdo, but he's especially good to me. He just doesn't know about men and women, and he's usually always mysterious. These words gave Gu Xian a kind of, like Su Chengxue's feeling, at least they both can't be people in the present world. Even through the screen, there is a special sense of oppression. What are you looking at? Su Qingshui probed over and asked. In the future, can you stop being so godlike all the time? I'm startled by you every time, Gu Xian said with a slight grudge. For a long time before that, Su Qingshui had always appeared in front of him in various situations, starting with a study on why Gu Xian had the effect of shielding the heavens around him. The explanation given by Su Qingshui was that a son of the heavenly Tao wouldn't hide his cultivation from the heavenly Tao, and that she would sense the disciples of the other realms, and that the gongfu that Gu Xian was cultivating was too subtle, even though it seemed to be a remnant. However, after much shock and gradually adapted, Su Qingshui even occasionally appeared when Gu Xian was bathing. Even if she desperately resisted, there was nothing she could do. It was impossible to fight, and she wouldn't listen to reasoning. Didn't see anything? My sister gave me a message. Gu Xian stretched out his phone to show her Gu Qingqing, and then put out the picture Gu Qingqing had sent her master. This person, do you recognize him? I don't feel like he's from the current world, and it's hard for people from other worlds to be recognized by the state, so I'm speculating that he might be from the olden times like you. Su Qingshui looked carefully at the picture of Tutian War, but she didn't have this person in her mind. But it was the same as what Gu Xian said, not someone from the other world. I don't recognize, not to mention that there are thousands of secret realms in the old era. We all have our own secret realms, and we usually don't interfere with other immortal cultivators, and we've only met a few times during the Great War, and I'm just a small minion, Su Qingshui said mockingly. She was able to live to the current world or because of her ancestors' merit, able to awaken a special kind of magic treasure, transcending the existence of the heavenly Tao. As long as it was awakened it was a bottom card. Gu Xian nodded. He was not clear about the old times, but he also paid attention to the word secret realm. Moreover, he remembered the forbidden prison some time ago. He was afraid that the otherworldly people were coming through the secret realm. After sending a few words to Gu Qingqing, is to open the official website to look for. He is now the status of the identity of the status is not below Professor Su, because those hidden families also began to enter the country's spiritual officer team. For that one book of the Qingyan law, they called the ancient book, and also therefore improved some for Gu Xian's attitude. The front line of the forbidden prison was also much easier, and it was even discovered that the corpses of those demonic beasts that had gone berserk had another purpose, and the spirit meat had become a status symbol. More with this kind of never-before-seen material to make a lot of weapons. This kind of weapon is also called aura. The identity of Mr. Gu was also disclosed, in order to improve the stability of society, so that everyone knows that the sky is falling. There is a mysterious person called Mr. Gu. Chapter 20 Masked Man delivers foundation building pills to Gu Qingqing. Chang Shui, does foundation establishment have to be foundation establishment pill? Gu Xian asked as he pulled Su Qingshui. Foundation building Dan is just to increase the survival rate. Every time you cleanse yourself, you're actually killing yourself once. Whether you can break through or not, depends on the talent as well as the will. And even more so, it depends on the fate. Su Qingshui narrated as if she were an outsider. She had experienced life and death many times, each time she had escaped from death. And spiritual medicine was even more indispensable to all immortal cultivators. Gu Xian did not say anything, but looked at the pills inside the treasure store, which also wrote the roll. But Gu Xian was a little lost in thought. The original cultivation of immortality all the way. It is really dangerous and dangerous. Not only people, but also cultivation. In Su Qingshui's mouth also understand more about the old times. Also understand in his previous life read novels are different. Cultivation all the way to the end of the road is dead road. No breakthrough method, because people are ultimately limited. And when it comes to the limit, only rely on heavenly treasures. Immortal cultivators who sensed that their path to immortal cultivation was at an end would either go and keep an eye out for heavenly materials and treasures, or enter the mortal world. Though more often than not, they would be mountain villagers. Gu Xian also realized that it was clear that Su Qingshui was a first time, but she was incredibly calm. Their emotions were already a habit, even if it happened to them. The cool morning breeze blew on Gu Xian's face, and only then did he realize that Su Qingshui beside him had already left. System, redeem a perfect foundation building Dan. Ding, spending 188 aura points. An ordinary foundation building Dan of 8 Reiki points was cheap, and was difficult for some wild cultivators to possess, as well as for the average inner disciple to possess, with a survival rate of only 50%. 88 Reiki points of the very best foundation building Dan. Is Su Qingshui this kind of level of talent can give? Also for the pro-disciples, the general public really do not have the opportunity. The survival rate is even more 80%. The perfect foundation building Dan of 188 aura points, was produced by the system. After all, the average superstar, who would still practice for the fly in the ointment of the foundation building Dan, and it wouldn't be a 100% survival rate like the system. Qingqing is going to need it in a few days as well. System summon the masked man, Gu Xian said. Ding! 5 aura points consumed. With a long sword in his hand and a mask on his face. It was the bodyguard Gu Xian had given to Gu Qingqing in the beginning, and after it was over, he unlocked him as well. It wasn't that a bodyguard with a foundation establishment couldn't afford to use it. It was that the one who practiced Qi was more cost-effective. There was no great chaos in the world right now, and Qi practicing perfection was already unattainable in the current world. Help me give this to my sister. Gu Xian bought another perfection foundation building dan and handed it to the masked man. The masked man rested his cheeks and laughed a few times. Alright, I'll go find her now. Gu Xian ignored it. After all, the bodyguard wasn't unimprovable. It was more like a diversion. He had also taken a glance at Gu Qingqing the Yuaning bodyguard. The name was the same, unless Gu Xian himself designated who to protect. At first he was thinking of asking for a Han Tianzuan youth version. After all, Go Wang Wei. He is also one of the best. Let him protect Gu Qingqing. That can be stabilized. But looking at the exorbitant asking price, Gu Xian or to choose a cheaper version of the original system, the masked man looked at the long road, and instead of rushing, he used his aura to visualize a one-horned horse, surrounded by a thin layer of aura mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. This move also looked very desirable to Gu Xian, but he was clear that this was at the very least something that one would not be able to do until one reached the god of transformation, and although it was simple, one would have to know what the principle was, and buying a spiritual skill specifically for this purpose would be unnecessary. Definitely live up to my expectations. I will take a step ahead, and I will write back after it is delivered to her. Masked man said and then wrote up. For a long time there is no sound of the Flower City village. There is also a little bit of human appearance. No longer so cold. And Su Chengxue snapped open his eyes and flew to the front of the masked man. Who are you? Su Chengxue wasn't sure who was inside, but she was also clear that the person inside the aura mist in front of her wasn't simple. A trick that only a transformation god would know. But that was precisely why she found it strange. If a transformation god passed through her territory, it was logical that he would not be afraid of her, much less without a card like this. Who am I? You can call me Mr. Gu's men. Please make way. If you delay Mr. Gu's business, you can't afford it. The masked man laughed and said. Su Qingxue was silent for a bit. Mr. Gu, she had heard of him. It was the strange man who pulled the word aura back into the present world. This person seemed to have been appointed by their emperor, the leader of the new world. Since they were on the same side, Su Qingxue naturally had no intention of continuing to stop them. If there is anything you need, you can come to Flower City Village to find me. I will do my best. Su Qingxue let go after saying that. Master, when can I rest? Gu Qingqing asked in a depressed manner. She was still absorbing the aura from her horse stance. What do you know? I'm saving your life. There's no alchemist in the current world. There's no foundation building pills. If you want to continue to break through, you can only beat your muscles and bones. Tu Tianjiang said without a trace of anger, and it was only Gu Qingqing who didn't know how serious it was. Master, you've said it 800 times. We'll just go for an anesthetic injection then. Won't we be fine? Gu Qingqing whined and was also thinking about her brother. She felt that Tu Tianju was making too big a deal out of it. Wasn't building the foundation an easy task? Wasn't it just that one needed to not be afraid of pain and then continue to cultivate anesthetics directly once and for all? Where is the need for this now? Every day is to beat the sinews and bones, but also to restrain her cultivation speed, even if it is slower than her to cultivate. Now the strength is also higher than her. At this rate, when can I become a strong person and then go to protect my brother? Tick-tock, the sky drizzled. This bit of drizzle wouldn't make Gu Qingqing catch a cold, so Tu Tianjian wanted her to get wet every time, calling it, sharpening her will. Thud thud thud. Is there anyone inside? The masked man tapped on the door with his long sword. Tu Tianjiang signaled Gu Qingqing to open the door, while he prepared a killing move behind him. If Gu Qingqing died because of this, then so be it. People always have to die in the new era. As the leader of the new world, he absolutely must not die, at least not in the current situation. His mission was not yet complete. It's coming. Don't knock. Gu Qingqing didn't hear the masked man's voice. After all, she had only spoken a few words, and only remembered the masked man's clothing. With a snap, the gate opened. The masked man's long sword immediately attacked forward, straight to the door of life. Gu Qingqing froze for a moment, not reacting at all. There was a bang. The long sword slapped on the door of his head. Cultivating for so long and you don't even know how to defend against an attack. If I were the enemy, you'd be dead. Only then did Gu Qingqing react. Big brother mask. How is my brother? Why isn't he returning my messages? I sent him thousands. Chapter 21 Masked man comes to deliver perfect foundation building pill. She could recognize the masked man, but Tu Tianjiang was not sure. But seeing the masked man stopped longsword, he also put away the spirit sword behind him. Cough cough. Tu Tianjiang coughed twice, signaling Gu Qingqing to introduce him to who the person coming was. Master, this is my brother's friend, Gu Qingqing said as she grabbed the masked man's sleeve. Friend? Tu Tianjiang scrutinized the masked man. He hadn't heard of such a close friend in Gu Xian's life. After all, he had read all the information. My name is Tu Tianjiang. I'm this girl's master. Say hello to her brother for me. Tu Tianjiang extended his hand, wanting to test the waters. The masked man naturally saw it, but was holding Gu Qingqing and said, let me tell you, this person is very bad. I just pretended to kill you, and he was hiding behind. Stay away from him in the future. Your brother asked me to send you something. The masked man revealed all of Tu Tianjiang's mind, and it also caused Tu Tianjiang to be embarrassed for a while. Compared to exposing someone else, it was actually better to watch and occasionally accompany the other party in an act when the mood struck. However, the masked man was summoned by Gu Xian, so naturally he said whatever he wanted to say. After all, Gu Qingqing was simple, and was just now being used as a shield. Gu Qingqing shook her head. Masked big brother, what are you talking about? My master is not such a person. What did my brother ask you to send me? Gu Qingqing didn't believe it. After all, she had stayed with Tu Tianju for a long time, more or less. She had feelings, but what she didn't know was that, along the immortal cultivation path, the most useless thing was feelings. But it didn't matter. After all, who let Gu Xian favor this little sister? Who dares to touch his little sister? That is to take Gu Xian's old life. The strongest that can be accommodated in the present world is only Jin Dan. Even if Su Qingxue has the ability to return to the strength of Yuaning, she is not happy about it. The aura was too thin. Instead, it would damage one's foundation, which was not to be done. And even more so, it would cut off one's future prospects. I don't have anything personal against her, Tu Tianjiang said, and the truth was true, at least for these experiences. Not much could be known. The masked man moved closer to carefully observe Tu Tianjua. The two masks stared at each other with only a shallow smile. I came this time not just to see. More importantly, her brother asked me to send her something, and the send is also unimaginable to you. The masks sneered, as if mocking Tu Tianjiang. Tu Tianjiang thought of something and snorted coldly. It's just a foundation building Dan that you got from an alchemist at an unknown cost. But do you dare to guarantee that she'll live 100%? The masked man stretched out a finger. I'll give you a chance to bet against me. The thing that her brother sent her can make her perfectly successful in building her foundation without any worries about her life. Tu Tianjiang froze for a moment and shook his head. Impossible. This kind of thing, her brother couldn't find it even if he searched the entire world. And to build the foundation perfectly without any fear of life. Is it possible? Tu Tianjiang was not just questioning the masked man. He was more confident in himself. He knew quite a lot of things about the ancient and modern world. He was once called the king of Northern Pantheon. Even a character like him knew clearly how difficult it was for mortals to enter the foundation establishment threshold of formal immortal cultivation. And there were quite a few teenage prides that had died in this trial. Going forward, the mortality rate was much lower, not because there was no danger, but after experiencing the foundation building experience. If one felt that they couldn't get through it, they gave up on their own. Don't say those useless nonsense. What do you mean it's impossible? It's all in the eye of the beholder, or is it? Fear of losing? Be colorful. Oh, I ask for simple. Give me good care of this little girl. I don't want to appear like just now. Can you do it? The masked man word by word penetrated in the heart of Tu Tianjuan. No one is wrong. Just, Gu Qingqing is more special. Yes, if what you take doesn't have this effect, kneel in front of the main gate for 3 days for me. Tu Tianjian was a bit annoyed. After all, inside his perception, this kind of item simply did not exist and could not possibly exist. The masked man's cuff slid out a box. Foundation building pill. You can see it for yourself. I hope you can keep your word. If you go back on your word, you will die a miserable death. Tu Tianjiang did not assert, but took it over and opened it. 1 look, 2 smells, 3 senses. Unlike ordinary foundation building Dan, this one was white, smelling of a spiritual medicine fragrance. Sensing it was something that shocked Tu Tianjiang beyond measure. Perfect foundation building pill. Only rumors of the perfect foundation building Dan. In their time, every heavenly pride is eager. They even if they cannot use, to their own children, heirlooms, send favors is absolutely excellent. Many people had it, but good to a certain point. That was another matter. You win. After Tu Tianjiang finished speaking, he went back to the house. Qingqing come in and cultivate. Break through the foundation establishment as early as possible. Gu Qingqing hugged the masked man's hand and shook it to and fro, smiling gleefully. She was being honed to the point of dropping her little pearls these days. The thought of her brother needing her protection in the future gave her the motivation to continue her cultivation. Say hello to my brother. Thanks for the mask, big brother. What's your name? Gu Qingqing smiled sweetly, which also infected the masked man. Thinking for a moment and said, I don't have a name. You don't need to give me a name. No need to thank me. Your brother has given me payment. Gu Qingqing didn't understand, but still nodded. After all, she didn't understand either. After entering the house, she saw Tu Tianjiang bowing his head in deep thought. Gu Qingqing walked in and took out the foundation building dan and placed it on Gu Qingqing's palm. Tu Tianjiang's hand was very white, very much like a woman's hand, with long slender fingers. Feeling in Gu Qingqing's hand was ice cold, as if it was a dead man. This is the elixir your brother gave you. It allows you to build your foundation without fear of your life. You girl, catching up with a good brother. Tu Tianjiang laughed bitterly, but his heart also cleared up. An ordinary person's brother, at most, had a little bit of a miraculous encounter, but such a person could afford to give away a legendary item? The son of Qi didn't have the perfect foundation establishment pill either, so the only explanation was that Gu Xian was the variable. The Mr. Gu who had been in the wind lately. The variable had come out of the woodwork, and the son of Qi was afraid that it wouldn't be long now. For Tu Tianjiang, Gu Xian, the variant, was more like the ancient Suanjian taking over the body now. At least in their time, there was no perfect foundation building pill. It was only written about in the ancient books. Gu Qingqing took the foundation building dan and looked around. Smelling it, it smells so good. It must smell good for scrubbing at night. What followed was a brain crash that could not be tolerated. This kind of atrocious thing was absolutely intolerable. Taking the perfect foundation establishment dan to rub the bath, when it was soap? If you still want to live to see your brother, put away your thoughts. And the other thing is to cultivate as soon as possible to Qi practicing perfection, and then eat it quickly. If word gets out, I don't know if I can save you. Gu Qingqing nodded. She was only thinking about it. After all, it was given to her by Gu Xian. Of course she wouldn't spoil it like that, not to mention that Tu Tianjiang couldn't help but be foggy in the head as soon as he talked about the matter of death. Chapter 22 Gu Xian breaks through foundation establishment, navigating the might of foundation establishment. Ding! Order completed. After Gu Xian heard that, he also started to break through foundation establishment himself. Inside the Qin Yang method, it also describes what foundation establishment is like. When Qi practice is complete, it needs to expand the meridians, the spirit veins, compress the spirit Qi, and allow the spirit Qi to enter the whole body to stimulate it, so that the physique can carry the meridians. The body cannot. The meridians once the dust settles, it is bursting and dying. The meridians fail. The body plexus does not have the energy to absorb the positive cycle, cannot supply the body plexus needs, and in the end, it is also live for a few days or rely on cultivation to live all day long. Failure to compress the aura, that is a direct body explosion and death. No matter which one is dangerous, and the role of the perfect foundation building dan is that a powerful aura goes in to suppress it, to be gentle, but whether or not you can succeed in building the foundation still depends on yourself. It just saves your life, but it's also enough. The powerful and gentle aura will flush the body. Even if the breakthrough fails, the physique will already be a foundation, and the meridians will be the same. You just need to work on compressing the aura for a few days. Su Qingxue also saw Gu Xian's foundation establishment pill and didn't ask. She didn't recognize it as the perfect foundation establishment pill, and in her heart, she also thought that if Gu Xian's breakthrough fails, she will flush it down, breaking Gu Xian's path of cultivation and preserving his life, only to see Gu Xian first bathe and change his clothes, then took out a sheet of paper and set it up. Inside it was written, Hongjun Laozu, 3 Qing Taoists, Buddha, lousy, he said with a broken mouth, all of you big brothers, take me to fly. I want to fly like a feeling, although I am now in a different world, but it is unforgettable that your wise teachings, especially is that all of you big brothers, must let me succeed at once, otherwise leave a flaw. The road is not easy to walk in the future. After saying that Gu Xian was taking out a red bitter tea sub, having to describe it, there was only one sentence, bright red and bright, like the red scarf of the junior vanguard, although it wasn't the natal year. In this particular case, a natal red bitter tea seed couldn't be missing, so Gu Xian changed his clothes under Su Qingxue's gaze, and Su Qingxue was silent for a while. She simply couldn't understand what Gu Xian was doing, and every step was also out of the blue. Gu Xian took out the vegetarian dishes delivered by the takeout boy and took a bite of each plate. Big brothers, I've taken a bite, so remember what I'm like and be sure to bless me. Being in a different world, you guys don't want to lose face. After doing so, he took out the perfect foundation establishment pill, invoking the gods and worshipping the Buddha, plus the system pills to guarantee the bottom. If this didn't pass in one go, how much it would hit these bigwigs in the face. Gu Xian's side was a gossip formation set up with spirit stones. The gossip formation was absolutely genuine, bought with 5 aura points. A strand of spiritual qi was absorbed by Gu Xian. Practicing qi great circle has absorbed no more. Gu Xian a mouthful of foundation building dan, and then was driven out of the spiritual qi as if there is a backing. directly rushed in. The meridians soon began to rise and ache a little. The Foundation Establishment Pill's aura took one look and rushed straight over to wrap around the entire meridian to prevent it from rupturing. Gu Xian meanwhile began to quench his body. The Foundation Establishment Dan's aura was also caressing every cell. They seemed to be cheering. It was warm. On the other hand, the aura within the meridians was fighting. The aura that stayed within Gu Xian's body naturally defied the foreign aura and crowded it out. But Gu Xian sealed the exits, and the aura of the Foundation building Dan pushed on. The aura shattered in one strand, turning into mist without the independent aggressiveness it used to have, while the newly arrived aura also crumbled. After the aura inside the meridians lost its independence, it was also considered to have officially given Gu Xian the ability to command them like an arm. They were well-behaved and obedient, and they didn't need to be commanded to move forward as they had been originally. Outside, Gu Xian's entire body was much thinner, as if he had entered the Harmony sect for half a year, and looked like a person who was about to die. The original cells needed more energy after being entered by the aura. Originally the heart's beating rate was only 70 to 80, now even if it was mediocre, the heartbeat went up to a few hundred up and down. The new human potions of other countries are also this principle, but they are just an imposter. After all, they are up to 200 or 300. The advantage is that the physical quality of the body is strengthened across the board, but the shortcomings are also very obvious. Cannot beat the real one, and the life is still short. Su Qingxue was still quietly watching. She didn't notice that Gu Xian was in danger. It looked as if he was going to die, but he was actually very healthy. Time passed bit by bit. The aura of the Foundation Establishment Dan and the spirit stones of the Bagua Formation Pendulum also became energy sources, providing Gu Xian's cells with energy. After allowing his entire body to enter an extreme state, Gu Xian began to fiercely absorb the aura, replenishing his body with nutrients. Wisps of spiritual qi entered Gu Xian's body before breaking down into spiritual mist and transferring it to the various cells of his body. And the beating of his heart was also key to rapid replenishment. From Su Chengshue's point of view, Gu Xian's size had gradually recovered as if he had been overeating. Time had come tonight when Gu Xian finally recovered and snapped his eyes open. Su Qingxue was sitting right in front of him, and when she saw Gu Xian open his eyes, she snorted a greeting. "You've succeeded in building your foundation." Gu Xian nodded. His body, which was usually slightly numb after every meditation, now felt nothing and was very relaxed. "You've been watching just now?" Gu Xian asked. Su Qingxue didn't say anything, but left as she continued to begin her own sensations. Gu Xian swung out a punch that was straight and powerful. How much strength was needed to be tested by some specialized instruments? Other than that, Gu Xian began to let the aura in his body slowly come to the tips of his hands, drawing the Bagua formation on the bed. It was like there was something indescribable and indefinable on Gu Xian's bed at this moment, but it only lasted for a few moments before dispersing. This was the symbol of Foundation establishment, the aura truly being used for one's own use. It really has come true. Gu Xian nodded with satisfaction. After breaking through Foundation establishment and also looking for some secret techniques, Gu Xian thought in his heart that if he had a bunch of undercurrents, his ability to save his life would be greatly enhanced. Ordinary immortal cultivators naturally couldn't do that, but Gu Xian had a plug-in. There was no method to rapidly increase his cultivation, but secret arts and spirit techniques were naturally something he would buy. Gu Xian looked at one of those overwhelming cards, and finally looked at his balance, setting his aura points to less than 500. There was no way. Aura points were limited. Gu Xian, as the man who was going to stay alive, naturally couldn't get into a close fight with someone, but there weren't any particularly powerful moves for Foundation establishment either. While picking his way through, Gu Xian saw a sword move, and the most common one, the sword drawing chop, which was also often the pretentious weapon of novel protagonists. A sword slash was so good. Nope, with a sword I'm going to be in close combat with someone. Never. Gu Xian immediately thought of the two professions inside the game in his previous life, archer and mage. Mage was impossible. If one majored in aura storage, then it would definitely make one's body very weak. At least the same level would not necessarily be able to beat them. Chapter 23, The Peak of Godao is the shooter. In ancient times, Hoi shot the sun, but today, I, Gu Xian, am shooting little mosquitoes. Gu Xian laughed gleefully as an arrow sped past, straight for the mosquito's head. As the arrow shook, a mosquito nailed itself to the wall, passing away peacefully without any comments, or at the very least without raising its hand in protest. Gu Xian did not buy so fast. After all, the aura points are limited, but engaged in the bow and arrow to try to feel yourself okay, the final result is quite okay, especially after attaching the aura. The power was enough to shoot through a large tree held by one person, coupled with the 5 senses that had already been strengthened. The accuracy was quite good. Su Qingxue, who was watching from the sky, couldn't figure out what Gu Xian was fiddling with his bow and arrow for. This kind of wood can't hurt her if it's a bother and effort. It's a downfall. Ding! Purchase secret art, enchantment, consumption, minus 499 aura points. Gu Xian purchased this with care. The ability of enchantment can be used in long range or melee. Long range can attach all the aura to it. Melee can also mimic the battling slash. Can be durable, can be explosive, go out to kill people. Home travel essential. Trying out the enchanted bow. Gu Xian pulled on the full bow and shot out an arrow with the sound of the biting wind in his ears. To a tree. It went straight through, still not stopping, until it ruthlessly stuck in the heart of the second tree. Gu Xian went up and looked at it. This power could be enough. No shame. Perfect. It's not that divine techniques are unaffordable, but enchantments are more cost-effective. Gu Xian comforted and consoled himself. His pockets were empty after all, and the Su Qingxue in the air narrowed both eyes. In Gu Xian's life, every move was under her gaze. This secret technique, the perfect foundation building Dan all appeared out of thin air. The only clue was that the masked man, who was Mr. Gu's henchman, could also be his own colleague. Gu Xian couldn't be Mr. Gu, so why was Mr. Gu taking care of Gu Xian so much? There was only one possibility, and that was that Gu Xian was his relative, or at the very least, a blood relative, or perhaps even a son. If Gu Xian knew that, he would in turn wonder why he had become his own son. Gu Xian and Gu Qingqing were both on track, and they had already taken a thorough stride in their cultivation along the way. Su Wanhua also reunited with Chu Tian, fell in love. Chu Tian is simply the man who grows on Su Wanhua's aesthetics, in the crazy pursuit without the slightest resistance. Inside the forbidden prison also tends to stabilize, but this is in the Chinese territory. Outside the forbidden prison, only constant artillery invasion, occasionally escaped also to the military caused great killings. Chu Tian can clearly feel the old ancestors' call to him, let him work harder, find a way to pry open the exit of the forbidden prison. The last Chu Tian decided is to go abroad to rescue in the capacity of foreign aid. A gap was gently opened in Sakura country, but there was still a knot of energy. But it was enough for his fellow foundation builders to arrive. The sky was cold and windy. The moon hung at the top. It was already late at night. The temperature was very low, but for Chu Tian, it was harmless. He was going to greet the grandson of the old ancestor. Along with the tearing sensation of space, a wolf's claw also appeared from the ghostly forbidden prison, doing its best to tear through this layer of film. A wolf with purple ethereal fire sprouting from both shoulders, even in its original form, could be felt as very handsome and even more majestic. Chu Tian drooped his head. He didn't dare to look directly at it at all. Demonic beasts also emphasized on bloodline, and bloodline determined their end. It was simpler than humans, but the flaws were even bigger. Here, have you established your own forces? Su Zhan asked. Chu Tian was overwhelmed and knelt down. It was not that Su Zhan intentionally pressed, but the humility that stemmed from the bloodline that told it how to live in the face of such a strong person. Not yet. This world is also crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Not only is there a powerful evil soul, there is also an immortal cultivator who has practiced the great circle of qi. Chu Tian said all the strong people he knew, but once he thought that Su Zhan was an expert in foundation establishment, he could definitely make a clean break. Su Zhan didn't say anything, but felt his stupid breakthrough, gently pressed it down and calmed down. It could have broken through to Jin Dan or even Yuaning long ago, but in order to seize the lead and become the strongest in the new era, it naturally had to be patient. Got it. Go and settle the score with them. It's time to settle the score. Chu Tian was just a small demon, just a forerunner, but out there, he was also representing the face of their clan. All of them had been beaten to the point of not being able to raise their heads, so naturally, they had to go and take revenge. Good. I will arrange it now. This world has an immortal weapon that is the same as among human cultivators, named airplane, which can fly extremely fast in the sky. Chu Tian excitedly introduced Suchop about what he had seen. After all, a small demon like him was very surprised to see many things in the present world. Suchop came to be interested on hearing this. This heaven and earth's aura is thin. Jin Dan is already almost the limit. And the memories in the bloodline also told it that after blocking all the auras of this realm after that great war, there is actually this novel product. While in the distance a receptionist of the Sakura country was annoyed. Chu Tian not only eats and does not officer, but also played a circle. Now wanna pat his ass and leave? Immediately ran to Chu Tian's residence. Who is it? Su Zhan immediately sensed. Chu Tian then also heard the voice outside, and quickly said, I'll do it, this piece of me works. This was a good opportunity, displaying the role in front of this kind of character. In the future, he would definitely be able to be a lapdog and enjoy glory and wealth. Hearing that Chu Tian could handle it, Su Zhan ignored it and instead adapted to his body, having just come over with a slight weirdness. Chu Tian, you bastard, you came over here to do nothing, and you want to use my great cherry blossom kingdom's money to pat yourself on the back and then want to leave. A mouthful of broken Chinese language also made Chu Tian's face darken. Su Zhan, on the other hand, watched Chu Tian perform, not being able to speak the language but being able to hear that the emotion was anger, and that the person outside was still a commoner. He couldn't help but start to re-examine Chu Tian, whether he had lied to him or not. Chu Tian's face flushed red, broke through the door and slapped him to death. If he let this person stand in front of him snarling and barking, then what use was he? And wasn't this just telling Su Chop that he was a waste? After a day of practicing, Gu Xian was already familiar with the bow and arrow. He didn't dare to say that he had hit 100 times, but at least he had hit 9 out of 10. He could not say that he had shot 100 times, but at least he had hit 9 out of 10. He could save on his skills, but he could not save on his powerful weapons. Gu Xian looked at a cloud-piercing bow, which was made with a bunch of Goddess of Transformation level bigwigs, the heart of the Goddess of Transformation life tree, and Goddess of Transformation level dragon tendons. However, this powerful configuration also had his exorbitant selling price of 888 aura points, so at least he had more than he could afford right now. System, you say, can't you really go cheaper? Gu Xian naturally knew that the system already had some spirituality. Ding! Don't be sneaky and opportunistic. Gu Xian's old face darkened. This system was talking, but didn't think much of it, opening the website to see what great things had happened within the time he had been cultivating. Since cultivating immortality, going back to those past messages at intervals made Gu Xian lament the good medicine that was time. Obviously there were very bad and nasty things happening every day, but they would soon be forgotten. Why does the old sow in old Sue's house squeal frequently in the middle of the night? Why is the underwear of the women in the research lab stolen so often? What exactly is the BYT in the trash can? Gu Xian saw this headline and was immediately refreshed, opening it with excitement in his heart, ready to browse for a second. What are you doing with your pants off? Su Qingxue asked from behind Gu Xian. Chapter 24, The Night of the Northwest Village Murder. Holy! Gu Xian was so scared that he violently lifted his pants. He was so defenseless that he never expected Su Qingxue to still be looking at him at this point in time. Do you want to be so scary next time? Gu Xian couldn't help but complain, almost giving him a frightening shrink. In the spirit of not displaying his craft for a long time, he was prepared to give the five-fingered girl some caresses, but it turned out that Su Qingxue came out to skewer him, and if he didn't come all the way over, he reckoned that he couldn't do it. As for pushing Su Qingxue, one was incapable, and the second was that he didn't want to waste the opportunity for favors. Aura points are expensive. Every time he used it, his heart was dripping blood. Just look, why are you taking off your pants? Su Qingxue tightly pursued the question. Looking at the computer, she did not notice where it was wrong. She thought that Gu Xian was in contact with Mr. Gu, so she specially came over to look at it. Then she looked at the title above and silently chanted. Gu Xian had some shyness on the side. After all, it was late at night. Su Qingxue usually still wore cool clothes, and the most crucial thing was that he had tried it. Why do sows squeal so often? Looking at the confused Su Qingxue, Gu Xian was silent for a moment. It could be killing pigs in the middle of the night. Otherwise you think, why would a sow squeal in the middle of the night? After Su Qingxue got her answer, the further she looked back, the more confused she became. But looking at Gu Xian, he really didn't contact Mr. Gu and left. Being interfered by Su Qingxue also lost interest, hurriedly looked at a few eyes and went offline, and did not make any comments. The only thing that made him pay attention for a little longer is that Chu Tian went to the cherry blossom country. However, when he thought that Gu Qingqing did not have any worries about her life, he let go of his heart, but now he was suffering. There were no aura points. System, give me aura points. I'm so poor. I should have known not to play with you. Now I'm so poor. The Gu Xian of the past was monetarily poor. The Gu Xian of the present was feeling especially poor everywhere. And this thing called money didn't even feel like money to Gu Xian now. Ding! The moon is dark. The wind is high. The killing is in full swing. Ding! Quest details, please arrive at the abandoned kindergarten in Northwest Village by 6 a.m. and leave a letter on the desk in class 3. Ding! Ding! Character reward, 300 aura points. Gu Xian immediately straightened his back. This look told him that something big was going on, and that the opponent was at least a chi practitioner, or more likely, a hidden family or someone from the other world. Go! Must go! Gu Xian thought to pick up his own small broken bow and arrow, an inch long and an inch strong. He put cold arrows. What others take and play with him. Northwest Village is not far away. Gu Xian in the morning at 3 o'clock in the morning has been to the village entrance of the Northwest Village. Some hidden corners inside a woman dressed in colorful walk over, holding Gu Xian's hand to the chest without explanation. Gu Xian is observing the surrounding, definitely not because of enjoyment, did not resist. Brother, people are so cold. Let's go to the room to rest and relax, shall we? The woman was wearing JK, and there was light makeup on her face, making her look like a teenage girl. Guxian just rubbed a few times. I don't feel like you're cold. If you want to rest, go rest yourself. Shrew, how dare you rendezvous with your lover in the middle of the night? A man with a large figure and a blade rushed out. The woman hurriedly walked away, then shouted, I didn't. I really didn't. It was all because he forced me. I didn't want to. He also told me to say, brother, don't move. Sister, fully automatic. I really didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. After hearing this, Guxian's face, which had been fairly good looking, was now iron blue. Damn it, you guys are showing me how good immortals are at jumping high, aren't you? Or are you guys just immortals? Flipping your face is faster than flipping a book. The man hurriedly put the knife in front of his body. Guxian, big night like this change face is also a little scary, but he also took out his cell phone, playing the video just now. The sound cannot be heard at all, also cannot shoot the mouth. Now is the rule of law society. To pay attention to the evidence, what immortal not immortal? If you do not give me an explanation, I let you become an immortal. Guxian was a bit annoyed. With the frequent occurrence of various types of cases, these things of immortal jumping were instead not so harshly combated. Scram! I'll give you a chance. Guxian took out the bow and arrow on his back and quickly drew it to full strength, firing just enough to hit the man's crotch with the excess fabric. With a tearing sound, it ripped away his covering. The man, who was still hardened, hurriedly apologized and left, not daring to bet. Guxian dared to kill someone. He was just a man who engaged in fraud. Who knew that Guxian's thin frame turned out to be unusually hardened, and that strength was also greater than his? Guxian also didn't expect that one day immortal jump could come to his head. But the forest is big and all birds are there. A phrase he had always kept in mind. But the mission he had not forgotten. Open the lack of map is navigation. Along the way there is no one to stop him, but also can feel there are a lot of eyes watching him. Guxian didn't bother. After all, being looked at a few times wouldn't cause him to lose a piece of meat, and these mortals simply couldn't be any particular threat to him. Immortals and two mortals is not a joke. Their own casual bow. They have to die one. If attached to the magic a bit, an arrow 3 kills, is also easy. Dilapidated kindergarten entrance. Class looking for very quickly. What is inside the envelope? Guxian does not care. After all, he is here to complete a task. Head, should we make a move? Don't act rashly. We didn't come here to cause trouble. The man in the shadows also gave up on attacking, instead observing Guxian's every move at all times. After Guxian put the envelope away and collected his reward, he bounced away, getting 300 aura points for placing a letter. That's what people do. Guxian couldn't help but feel aggravated when he remembered the mission to save Su Qingshui. After that time, he withered for a long time and even wondered if his brother wasn't working. Guxian had just left the northwest village on the front foot, when a man with a huge blade walked in on the back foot, dragging a large sword. The man snorted, knowing only that all he had to do tonight was to kill every living thing in this northwest village, even if it was a child. It was also because some time ago, it was determined that the entire northwest village was already a spy village, on the grounds that the 100 morose white bones, the bones of the corpses lay in the center of the northwest village. Evening night deep, Guxian did not see that since in white bones, but the man saw clearly, did not hesitate, pick up the big knife as rushed in hand. Moments later, a loud cry came from inside a corner. Discovered, the opponent is strong. In the next second, the man's huge blade came to his neck and cut it in two. This kind of bloody scene, they had also seen and done. 100 corpses in the northwest village. They were the ones who killed them, and those two men and women, but they were just used as a disguise for the northwest village had no problem. At the very least, they are the locals of the northwest village, backed by them so unscrupulous fairy jump. As long as they hide in the northwest village no one can pinch them. But this time, they blundered. Chapter 25 Settling Scores at the Temple of Heaven. Overnight the entire northwest village was dyed in blood. The creek was flowing with red blood, and the 100 corpses were greatly avenged. The man with the giant blade was covered in blood as he searched the last room, which had no one inside but a letter. It was the very same letter that Guxian had placed in his hand, taken by the group, only to be cut down before he could even begin to read it. The blood on his hand had already dried, and there was a thin layer of blood crust. Hello, Li Yijian. You can call me Mr. Gu, with a name that uses swords but loves swords alone. A letter I left for you here is to ask if you are willing to sign a contract with me. Li Yijian's face was a bit odd. He knew his identity, the son of Qi Fortune. The karma on a son of Qi was very heavy, and Mr. Gu dared to take the initiative to provoke him? He himself had no intention of provoking Mr. Gu. After all, what Mr. Gu had done belonged to the greater good in his eyes. Pulling out a piece of paper inside the envelope, it was different from the imagined meticulous terms. There was only one request. Well water does not offend river water. Li Yijian pondered for a moment to make sure there were no traps, word games, before writing his name. with Li Yijian's name written on the paper. The letter also burned itself without fire. Li Yijian looked at the stars in the sky, and suddenly remembered his master. Tu Tianjiang, Qingqing, it's so late, why aren't you sleeping? Tu Tianjiang walked out from the house. Gu Qingqing sat in the large open space, looking at the moon and the sky. Master, I miss my brother. The chat box with Gu Xian was still on her cell phone, only that Gu Xian hadn't replied to the message yet, making her a bit angry and more worried if Gu Xian had stumbled upon something. You little girl, you're so big, and you're still thinking about your brother? Tu Tianjiang said cheerfully, obviously not expecting it. After all, after cultivation most people only pursue power, being strong. It was really rare to see someone like Gu Qingqing wanting a brother. Yeah, I sent him so many messages, he didn't even reply to me. I don't know how he is now. Will he be in danger? Gu Qingqing's face was sad. The bright moonlight stretched her silhouette to a long length. Tu Tianjiang didn't say anything, just sat on the side. He also recognized Gu Qingqing as a disciple. In the past, he just taught casually, forced by the state requirements. Tu Tianjiang took out a picture from his bosom. Beside him was a cheerful teenager with a sweet smile, and a strong body, with a huge blade of almost 2 meters at his feet. Sighing slightly, he rubbed the photo in his hand. Gu Qingqing naturally heard Tu Tianjiang's sigh and poked her head out to look at the photo in Tu Tianjiang's hand. Master, who is this person of yours? Tu Tianjiang looked at Gu Qingqing. It's your senior brother, and the only person I saw with great chi after traveling for a long time. I think he's our savior here. But as soon as Mr. Gu came out, I'm a little confused again, thinking about the elixir that the masked man came to deliver today. Looking at that masked man, even though he was practicing chi consummation, gave him a special feeling, as if it was an insurmountable high wall. If Gu Xian was here, he would go and properly popularize the parallel universe to Tu Tianjuan, and the masked man was naturally a son of chi from other realms, and the blue star was still wonky, and the son of chi was also lower than others. After a few days of stabilization, Gu Xian also managed to reside in the Foundation Establishment realm, and all he had to do was to press the aura towards his body, gather the aura that had turned into a spiritual mist into a small ball, and then keep refining it until the whole thing was golden in color, which was when the golden elixir was refined. Unlike Gu Xian's leisure, Chu Tian was bowing his head. He had never thought that Gu Xian would even move. In his concept, territory was very important. Gu Xian was probably the king of this area. To abandon this place was simply unthinkable. After all, Chu Tian had come here to only slightly understand the blue star, and was half knowledgeable about most things, but only the point of courting. He held it ruthlessly, and Su Wanhua was now being tricked by him. Since we can't find it, we'll go to the next one. Su Zhan didn't hesitate that much. He had already taken human form and didn't need the old ancestors' help. The black shadow lone sky in the heavenly immortal temple was gulping down the liquor. He had harvested a lot from sitting here, and naturally, there was no shortage of big dog households coming to beg for peace. Good wine, your thing, I'll do it for you tonight. The black shadow lone world has made a promise. Now the cultivation has risen greatly, plus the wine and water these. Life is also fast and happy. Thank you, great immortal. When the matter is accomplished, I will definitely offer a luxurious gift. Big with a beer belly rich merchant haha laughed. Money can make the ghost push mill. Is not false. I see. I'm afraid it won't work. None of you will be able to get out today. Chu Tian smirked. His voice was so loud that it could be heard clearly inside the heavenly immortal temple. It was just that today the heavenly immortal temple was wrapped up by the rich merchant, and there were only a few of them. Black Shadow Lone Sky looked at Chu Tian, who was still a weakling. His face was a bit playful. Looking at Chu Tian, it didn't look like he was drunk, but when he spoke, he was crazy. Otherworldly disciple still dares to be in my face. Do you really think that this time, you can run? The Black Shadow Lone Sky even patted the rich merchant's shoulder after he finished speaking, signaling that don't ever be afraid. This is all a small scene. The rich merchant just nodded his head, but in his heart, he was secretly muttering, this has become a ghost. There are still disputes. And looking at Chu Tian's clothes, he also knew that he was a person from the firm. Run? Why should I run? It's true that I didn't have the power in the first place, and even more so, I can't beat you. But today, the young masters of our clan are here, so you'll obediently tie your hands, and there will be less torture. As Chu Tian said that, a white-headed long-haired teenager walked in right outside the door. It was none other than Su Zhan, but he couldn't understand what the two were fighting about. That's him, right? Su Zhan pointed at the black-shadowed lone sky and asked Chu Tian. Scorn, stark scorn, at such a young age, with such an arrogant stance. It seems that if I don't send you to the Yellow Springs today, I have lived in vain. Black Shadow Lone Sky sized up the two men. Black Shadow Lone Sky was also close to completing foundation establishment, although he was a little short in the realm. but with his combat experience, as well as the spirit skills he practiced, he was invincible amongst the Foundation establishment. What is he saying? Sujan looked at the cruel words put out by the Black Shadow Lone Sky, but he didn't understand a single word. Chu Tian was silent for a moment, pondering how to express it, and suddenly with a shiver, it came to him. He said, "Get us killed." Chu Tian also couldn't help but give a nod to his own cleverness. It could be summarized in 4 words. In reality, he didn't understand the whole thing. The meaning was still vaguely known. "You have a crazy tone. Then prepare to die," Su Zhen said, rushed forward, suddenly breaking sharply 5 meters away from the Black Shadow Lone Sky. He felt the feeling of death. This was the intuition from the demonic beast. Chapter 26, Black Shadow Lone Sky and Su Zhen's Great Battle. The Black Shadow Lone Sky did nothing, but the originally relaxed and pleasant atmosphere changed. Su Zhen was a strong person, otherwise he would have been decapitated when he was close to him, and now that he had stopped, neither side dared to act rashly. However, Black Shadow Lone Sky still felt that there was not much of a problem. It was just a little tricky. Su Zhen surrounded the Black Shadow Lone Sky but did not enter within 5 meters, and 5 meters is exactly the Black Shadow Lone Sky attack scope. Hesitation for a moment, Su Zhen put its prototype leak out. Huge wolf body, with purple ghost fire, the sky as if a pregnant girl, stimulated, a time cloudy all over. The dark clouds covered the sky as if it was the omen of war. The tumbling thunder echoed in the air, as if the bells of death echoed in the silent air. Holy, what a god! The rich merchant also couldn't help but shout, especially when he saw Su Zhen revealing his prototype. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Black Shadow Lone Sky was also frowning. It was even if he had never seen this kind of creature before. The key was that it gave him the feeling that it was difficult to deal with. The original self-confidence dissipated. Su Zhen, this kind of level is by no means Chu Tian can be compared, if not put his best foot forward, waiting for him only death. Su Zhen condensed a purple fireball with one hand and quickly flew towards the Black Shadow Lone Sky. This was just an appetizer attempt. There weren't many humans who knew spirit techniques in this world. Black Shadow Lone Sky on the other hand condensed an aura ball, bigger than the purple fireball, but in the end it just melted away. Suchop's purple fireball was with raging energy. Su Zhen also sort of knew why Chu Tian was having a hard time getting around. This going out and encountering a monster. Who could stand up to it? Black Shadow Lone Sky, on the other hand, was bitter. Once as a human cultivator, he needed to have a weapon. Otherwise it would be difficult to utilize his full strength, and would fall into a disadvantage in this battle. Su Zhen's bout of hissing was also giving him mental pressure. Seeing the Black Shadow Lone Sky's stance of preparing to attack, Su Zhen hastily backed away. Not that he was a wimp, but he wasn't stupid. The Black Shadow Lone Sky recycled his aura back. Seeing Suchop's flexible figure, it was even more of a headache now. Suchop took a look and went back to his original position, continuing to circle around, while the rich merchant and Chu Tian on the side were eating together. After all, they had no grudges. This little brother, can I ask you guys to keep me safe? Money isn't even a matter. But then again, your young master is so powerful. How could he be a wolf? Is this the transformation technique? The rich merchant finished muffling another mouthful of old wine before chucking in small dishes, the worst of which was abalone, which was chewy to bite into and seasoned with a rich flavor. I can't be the master. We are the wolf clan. See, my young master's bird. Is it big? In our wolf clan, our young master is the most perfect wolf. Chu Tian also ate an abalone. The flavor was very good, but he was not complimentary about the human's wine. It was not as good as the monkey wine they squeezed that group of monkeys and took. The rich merchant looked carefully at Suchop's body, and the body that was leaking out. The white wolf fur was very nice, and the size underneath was really not an ordinary wolf. It is indeed big. As a rich merchant has seen and heard a lot, some women just like to play Beauty and the Beast. If anyone can play on Suchop, it will be their lifelong dream. Fellow Daoist, let's discuss how meaningless it is to fight and kill, and it doesn't show your vigor. The Black Shadow Lone Sky was somewhat unable to stay up. It was after all just a remnant soul, a remnant thought. However, Su Zhen did not have this idea. In the mouth of the prey let go. Is his brain into the water or sick? And the little brother was still watching from the sidelines, taking advantage of the Black Shadow Lone Sky distracted talking, immediately went forward to decisively bite to the neck, but in the end, just bite off a hand, fell to the ground into ashes. Black Shadow Lone Sky's face completely blackened. Su Zhen not only didn't speak of martial virtues, but also wanted him dead. You want my life? Then be prepared to be killed by me. After Black Shadow Lone Sky finished speaking, he condensed his aura to gather in his body. Since he didn't have a weapon, he would use one force to break all laws. Good guts. Su Zhen also couldn't help but call it good. Daring to physically fight with a demonic beast, this human had a lot of guts. While fighting, Chu Tian and the rich merchant were still bragging. Chu Tian was a lapdog and the rich merchant was a mortal seeking peace. I can't imagine that brother Chu is so powerful. According to seniority, you are the elder brother. I would like to form a Fey brotherhood with you. The rich merchant immediately bowed after his words and then affectionately called out, Big brother. Chu Tian was also bounced around by a bunch of rainbow farts, each of which complimented on his heart. And seeing the rich merchant being so sincere, he also affectionately returned a cry. Second brother, since you're worshipping me as your big brother, in the future, if there's a mouthful of food from me, there's a mouthful of food for you. I see that you haven't stepped into the path of immortal cultivation yet, and big brother doesn't have much to offer, so this Qingyan Law Youth Edition will be gifted to you. Saying this, he patted his shoulder and said, when you have achieved success in your cultivation in the future, come and find me. This is my contact information and address. The rich merchant's eyes went straight. He just bragged and patted his ass, neither contributing money nor effort. Hey, big brother, if he attempts to fulfill his ambition in the clouds in the future, he will dare to laugh at Huang Chao for not being a husband. Chu Tian froze. His little brother was very cultured. Now he was even more satisfied. After all, if his little brother was cultured, he would have faced when he went out. Between the two of them talking and laughing, the battle between Su Zhan and Black Shadow Lone Sky had already been divided into winners and losers, only to see Su Zhan recovering his humanoid posture unharmed, while Black Shadow Lone Sky was twitching on the ground, ready to return to the west at any time. What Chu Tian didn't realize was that Su Zhan had already broken through to Jindan. Is this human going to be resolved? Su Zhan pointed at the rich merchant. He did not understand this world. The rich merchant shivered in fear, although he didn't understand it, but Su Zhan pointed at the Black Shadow Lone Sky right in front of him, and then he got him killed. Chu Tian continuously protected the rich merchant and said, Young lord, this is the spy we arranged in humans. Reliable? Absolutely reliable. He and I are practically as close as brothers. Even more so, we are Fey brothers. Even though our races are not the same, but that kind of feeling is deep in our hearts. Su Chop ignored it and nodded. After all, killing a weak human was simpler than scratching an itch. Determining that Su Chop had no thoughts of killing the rich merchant, Chu Tian said to the rich merchant, Brother, it's fine, don't be afraid, our young master won't kill you, there's big brother here. The rich merchant nodded his head, but what he knew was that he relied on this old trick and actually saved his life. His brothers must have 800, not to mention 1,000. So many brothers, there are always a few who pull him up. Subsequently he earns money like a joke. Big brother, I believe in you. Little brother has not yet practiced. Retreat first. When he has accomplished his cultivation, he will come to find big brother. The rich merchant left after saying that, only to go out in a running state. Too scary. He didn't know if the two wolves inside would turn back, ran to a far place and looked back to see no silhouettes before putting down his heart. From his arms, he took out the Qingyan Law Youth Edition and kissed it fiercely. This time he earned a lot. Chapter 27, Su Wanhua's Regret. If you come from your hometown, you should know about your hometown. Leaning in front of the window in the coming day, will the cold plum blossom yet? Gu Xian got up in the morning and looked at the window to read the poem. This one poem is his common use. In the past, homesickness just do not go back. Now it is completely unable to go back. Looking around this familiar feeling, very similar, but Gu Xian knows that this is not his hometown. The solar system is just a name given to him by man. And in the future, if he wants to find his way back, he doesn't know if he can find it, and he is most afraid. Humans from sticks, spears, swords, muskets, artillery, nuclear bombs, sticks. If that's true, will it still be the same society when he goes back? Is it still the same homeland? It might not even be suitable for human survival anymore. Many days passed. The Blue Star's aura recovery had reached a threshold that could accommodate the existence of a Yuaning. Su Chengshui didn't have the time to pay too much attention to Gu Xian, and turned around to recover her Yuaning cultivation. The spiritual qi was still thin compared to before, but there were already many spiritual medicines starting to grow on the earth, and many small demons were starting to cultivate. Weasel stood up, walked up to a human, and asked, Posterior, do I look like a human or a god to you? All sorts of horror versions were circulating on the internet, and this category was also very interesting to children, especially Gu Qingqing. Master, do you think that Weasel filmed on the internet looks like a human or a god? Looking at the video playing in Gu Qingqing's hands, Tu Tianzhong shook his head. Neither one is like a god. If you say it's like a god, then it will suck the life out of you, and if you say it's like a human, then it will become you, and the best thing to do is to just kill it. Tu Tianzhong said indifferently. After all, this kind of weasel are all small demons. Those big demons are all self-appointed. Oh, master, I'll build my foundation in the afternoon. Nothing will happen, right? Gu Qingqing hadn't reached qi practicing perfection yet, instead it didn't matter. now that she had reached it and was going to build her foundation. Instead, she was a bit scared and afraid of death. What's going to happen to you? You have the perfect foundation establishment pill. Even if you stop practicing and eat one, you can still ensure that you succeed in building your foundation, but you'll have less breakthrough experience. Your brother is certainly powerful, but Jean Dan is different. Jean Dan doesn't have the perfect Yuan Dan pill, so this time you still have to go for a serious breakthrough. Tu Tianjiang said in a good-natured manner. There is a perfect foundation establishment pill. The degree of preciousness is no longer want to say anymore. And then Tu Tianjiang is going to have an inferiority complex. I'm going to be in seclusion for a few days. Don't disturb me if there's nothing major. Su Zhen said. It if not pro-battle breakthrough. That and the Black Shadow Lone Sky against the fight. Also absolutely cannot be easily resolved. In order to avoid the change, direct breakthrough. However, after the fight, it also needs to consolidate. Otherwise the breath is floating and weak. The slightest inadvertent fall in the realm is a small matter. Going off the deep end is a big matter. Chu Tian saw Su Zhen saying this, suddenly thought of a method. Young master, first suck a Yuan Yin? Su Zhen nodded. Now the realm is floating if there is a cultivator. Yuan Yin is naturally good, can stabilize the realm and save time. Chu Tian said Yuan Yin, naturally is Su Wanhua's. After all, Su Wanhua the stupid girl can simply do not know anything. Less than a few moments will drive the car to Chu Tian's house. Looking at the two people in the house, Su Wanhua backed up. Her mind recalled Gu Xian's words, the words of the past, right in the center of her eyebrows now. Chu Tian grabbed it with one hand and dragged it in, not caring in the slightest about Su Wanhua's cries. Su Wanhua gripped the doorframe so hard that she ended up just dislocating it, her palms stained with blood, all from scratching and crawling on the ground. Su Zhen didn't care, he just wanted a Yuan Yin, and Su Wanhua in his eyes was just like a fish on the chopping board, to be slaughtered. Why? What the hell are you doing? My grandfather won't let you go. Su Wanhua's frantic questioning, threatening, in Chu Tian's ears was so powerless. Did she still think it was before? The main thing that the major wanted, he had to offer. It was originally cultivated for himself, but this time it was used as a gift just right. Shut your mouth. Give it to the young lord properly. Maybe I can still spare your life. Chu Tian's ferocious appearance made Su Wanhua's heart completely cold. It turned out that she had been wrong all along. She should have seen it when she was at the heavenly immortal temple before. Looking at Su Zhen's indifferent face, Su Wanhua gave up struggling, not for enjoyment, but she was like a child no matter how much she resisted. She was powerless to fight back. A scene of beauty and beast happened in this house. Chu Tian felt nothing. He was a self-disciplined man. No, more accurately, he was a self-green wolf. Women are like clothes, at least for Chu Tian. If Su Wanhua is sensible it's okay. If she's not sensible, Chu Tian will personally hold her down and let her settle down. Early in the morning, Su Wanhua was dressed in rags. Recalling everything from last night, bean-sized teardrops fell on the ground. Her nails were tightly set into her flesh. Dripping blood fell along her fingers on the ground. I must kill him. Su Wanhua's eyes gradually went crazy. Now she was powerless to fight back. She needed to practice. Returning home to change her clothes, pretending that everything hadn't happened. She wasn't that kind of weak little girl. She still had fantasies about love. But last night, love killed her with her own hands. Professor Su sipped his coffee, saw Su Wanhua's eyes a little red. Also know that recently and Chu Tian together, Josiah Young is really good. But seeing Su Wanhua's palm with many band-aids, Professor Su was puzzled for a moment and asked, Wanhua, what happened to your hand? So many band-aids, did you hurt it last night? Su Wanhua shook her head, saying that she was fine, and then left quickly. She was afraid that if she slowed down one more step, the tears in her eyes would pour down. Jogging all the way, after adjusting her state in a corner she went to retrieve the Qingyan law. She didn't care about any cultivation techniques before, and she had nothing to envy about spiritual officers. It's just that last night's everything told her that without cultivation, she's just a little white sheep to be slaughtered. The Qingyan law is given by Gu Xian's friend. In fact, a certain aspect is also given in Gu Xian's face, so there is also Gu Xian's name in the corner. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tears fell from his eyes on his cell phone. How nice it would have been to listen to advice. What would have happened if none of this had happened? What if the person you liked in the beginning was Gu Xian? There was just no way to repent, and all she had to do was cut Chu Tian into 1,000 pieces. There was also Su Zhen, and it was even more important to cut him up. The Qingyan law was not difficult, but there were membranes that seemed to be stopping her from practicing it. Gu Xian could have seen it if he was here. This was the precursor to going off the deep end. There was a particularly deep obsession. Even when practicing, she couldn't quiet her mind. Chapter 28, A Strange Look at the Trinket Shop. In the past few days, Gu Qingqing naturally succeeded in building her foundation perfectly. and the medicinal effect of the foundation building Dan was also incorporated into the meridians in her body, which were twice as big as normal. As for Su Wanhua, she also came to Tu Tianjiang after discovering the problem. Luckily it didn't cause any major trouble, she just needed to recuperate for a few days. But Tu Tianjiang meant that she couldn't cultivate. Su Wanhua's obsession is too deep. Going off the deep end is inevitable. But knowing that it is impossible for Su Wanhua to let go of her obsession, Tu Tianjiang can only point out one way: to get high. Tu Tianjiang wrote out the prescription and then ignored it. This prescription is at most enough for her to use to the foundation. Su Wanhua is not Gu Qingqing has the perfect foundation Dan. This state of mind, such as practicing qi consummation, has been very collapsed. The foundation to come to a point, she will have to pass away. Tu Tianjiang also said, as for how Su Wanhua choose, whatever, can only go to qi practicing consummation? Enough already, Chu Tian, you must die. Even though Su Wanhua guessed that she might not be able to kill Su Zhan, but the one she hated the most was Chu Tian. She already had nothing left. Ding. No. 13 Forbidden Prison Travel. Ding. Mission details: demonic beasts in the Forbidden Prison are rioting. Please travel to Forbidden Prison number 13 as soon as possible to quell the riot. Ding. Mission reward: 1000 aura points. Gu Xian was still cultivating when the system released the mission, and the reward wasn't normally generous. The last time there was a reward like this, that was also the last time it was obtained. 1000 aura points. Gu Xian muttered with a somewhat odd expression on his face. Forbidden Prison, ah, what was that place? There was a space-time rift there, and in addition to defending against the demonic beasts that came out of it, one also had to be careful not to be dragged in by a certain being in space-time, and once they were dragged in, they would die without a trace. However, with my current foundation establishment strength, I'm not afraid. The highest the world can accommodate is Yuaning, but in reality, the high-level big guys can't get through, and although the low-level small demons can get through, they can't help me. As long as I don't go deeper and the rioters are the small monsters, killing them will be fine. The only thing I have to pay attention to is that thing in the void. Just like the water ghosts, it can grab people. I don't know if I can hold up this time. Does the system have a plan? Su Qingxue wasn't there. Otherwise, when he said the latter sentence, it was inevitable that he would be suspicious. This world's immortal cultivators, unusually xenophobic. Gu Xian God stretches his waist, looked at the time. Time is still early. Although the cultivation of immortality comes with the effect of grain, but the mouth and stomach of the earth, that kind of deliciousness is not something that ordinary people can think of. Mountain treasures and seafood, people linger on and forget. Gu Xian Royal Sword Flight, flew back to the rental house, did not care about his family, but the only thing worth saying is that the gate was repaired, and the things inside were not lost, not to mention changed. Changing into a new outfit to look a bit more handsome and competent, Gu Xian was satisfied before he went out. The roads were also full of people and traffic, although the aura had revived. But you should 996 or 996, unless you were extremely talented. Even if you couldn't cultivate, the aura was crazy enough to enter your body. Otherwise you couldn't enter the first level of qi cultivation. If it's an individual who can cultivate to the first level of qi cultivation without cultivation techniques, what do you let the people who died because of the spiritual water do? And what do you let Gu Xian do? Walking towards Gu Xian head on there were 5 youths. They were talking and laughing and suddenly seemed to be talking about Gu Xian. That kid in front doesn't look like he has any strength. Ah, big brother, that outfit isn't cheap. Want to? You have to be sure before. If someone else wears a high imitation to pretend to be a pussy, when the time comes the fart money is not there. We have no benefits but also to be arrested. Big brother, you believe me, my eyes have been good since I was a kid, and my brother is the one who does high fashion. His clothes I've seen at my brother's place. Can I not know if this kid is wearing a high fashion or not? Gu Xian just listened with interest, but just turned a corner and left. As for whether those few youths would rob him or not, they couldn't find anyone. Gu Xian wasn't a person who liked to kill. After all, there was an old saying in the novels of his last life: those who kill, people will always kill. Excessive slaughter, also need to go wash away. Otherwise cultivation is a state that is hard to tell. If you want to get out of this state you need merit. Use merit to offset karmic obstacles. The 5 youths were convinced that it was a rich man after discussing the matter and immediately rushed over. But they couldn't catch Gu Xian as he had already left. Damn, where's such a big man? Holy, ghost it. Gu Xian's direction is Gu Qingqing's side. The masked man has given him the direction of where Gu Qingqing lives, and there is a ring to locate him. But he is not too fond of replying to WeChat messages, and some of the words to meet up are better. However, he always have to give Gu Qingqing a little gift before the meeting. The gift to his sister. But let Gu Xian is very agonizing. But it is very quickly to think of a good. Girls always love to be pretty. Naturally give some decorations. Beautiful woman, jewelry store. Gu Xian just came in and saw many couples, holding hands and making love to each other. But it was customary. The only thing different was that many of the people inside had a special aura in their bodies. This kind of aura is very violent and does not belong to their own, as well as the aura of heaven and earth. That meant that there was someone living ghost who had laid hands on these people and was still dead. When this kind of aura enters the body, it's a life handed over to someone else. It's hard to believe. Gu Xian stopped a waiter. Hello, may I ask, are you guys having any events lately? The girl nodded. Yes, there's a big event in the store recently, lasting for 3 months, with 50% off all jewelry. However, in order to make sure it's unique, so everyone has to put down a sign to be used only for identification. Gu Xian also noticed a logo on the girl's hand that looked like a decal that had lost its color, and looking at it, he could tell that she was in a good mood right now, as well as the earrings on both ears, and the answer was already calling out. Good trouble. Gu Xian didn't intend to mind his own business. These people were being greedy and their crimes were not punishable by death. But Gu Xian didn't make the laws, and their lives and deaths were not something Gu Xian could care about. You're welcome, sir. Do you want to participate in the event? As long as you attend, I can give you 40% off. Oh, the girl invited. Nah, I'm not too fond of this. Gu Xian shook his head and refused, but the girl remained unforgiving. With the 50% discount, the money was going to her pocket, and since Gu Xian had asked, he must not have done this before. It was walking money. Even at a 10% discount, she wanted to sell it. Gu Xian didn't know that these, nor did he intend to ask for her 10% discount, even if it was broken bones. How could someone who practiced immortality not see this kind of clumsy tactic? Chapter 29. Gu Xian comes to the army. The person behind this store must have bad intentions, thinking that they also wanted to get a piece of the pie in this new era, even if it was an evil cultivator. This change in the times was even more of an opportunity for evil cultivators to capitalize on. Gu Xian bought a bracelet and left. The money was paid in full. The girl was so angry that she was going to cry, and she didn't even want a free discount. But one can only lament. The evil rich. Gu Xian hadn't even entered the military area yet. He was stopped outside by someone. No other. A military zone. Not to be trespassed upon. Big brother, I'm really a researcher. Gu Xian held out his papers, and during this pastime, the organization of the research was known to the world. The Dragon Kingdom was no longer afraid of other people's backstabbing. Even Professor Su was now on the first level of Qi cultivation, entering the level of immortal cultivation, and living a long life could only be described as a daily routine. Foreigners, still only hazy, do not know what the situation is today. Only the words of Mr. Gu. The smart people have come to the Dragon Kingdom. The stupid people are still staying in their own homes and waiting for death. The wheel of the times rolls forward. If they are not shrewd, then what awaits them can only be a dead end. The military master took Gu Xian's ID photo and looked around. A pair of eyes are even more swollen in God, but simply cannot see the person on the document and Gu Xian have any relationship. Gu Xian had gone through cultivation, especially foundation establishment, and now his features and skin had changed especially dramatically. Even his eyes were a bit more mysterious, so naturally it was difficult to tell. With no other choice, Gu Xian could only dial Professor Su's number. We must overcome this difficult point today. As long as we make it possible for the aura to be incorporated within the food, then our Dragon Kingdom will truly be able to do so, and everyone will be like a dragon. Professor Su delivered today's mission from the stage, something he had said every day for 2 consecutive months, though the people below the stage never minded the trouble. Although the Dragon Kingdom had something provided by Gu Xian's friend, it was someone else's, and had nothing to do with their group of researchers. That is, the country was paying for it, and had a lot of power, and as a result, it had raised a bunch of losers. However, no one was putting pressure on them. They were just pressurizing themselves. After all, if it was for power, money, and beauty, they wouldn't have entered the field of research. What they want to do is to make the country stand up and turn into the number 1 country standing at the top of the world. The number 1 can be not contested, but must not be without the ability to become the number 1. And their current harvest was small, not to mention. More importantly, they were clueless about this thing called aura, and it looked as if it was simple. But the operation was different. Aura couldn't be captured by physical means. But the strange thing is that spiritual water is clearly a physical means. And what is happening at the moment is out of the realm of science, putting science in an extremely awkward position. On the one hand, when you are sick, you have to take medicines, and most of these medicines are products under science. But Reiki can also heal the body, but you can't explain Reiki. When parting blossoms and stretches out new growth. Professor Su's cell phone ringtone resounded throughout the room. But this ringtone was the first time I had heard it. The crowd didn't say anything, they just lowered their heads and went about their own business. What was on their minds was that Professor Su, very hip, Professor Su was thick-skinned. The ringtone was different also to differentiate between ordinary things and important things. Gu Xian's phone call was naturally extremely important to him. Of course the ringtone had to be different. Hello? Gu Xian ah. What's the matter with the call? Professor Su said at the top of his voice to avoid being spoken to by someone with a heart of gold. Gu Xian saw Professor Su answer the phone. Hello Professor Su, I'm outside the military area. I can't even enter the military area. You didn't show him your papers? Looked ah. He said it wasn't me and refused to give me a pass. In that case, I'll call his officer later. Wait a moment. Professor Su hung up after saying that, dialing up the officer of this area. Instead he was wondering in his heart what Gu Xian had become, actually differing so much from his ID photo. Buddy, wait a bit wait for your officer to call me. Just let me go over there. I know the way. Gu Xian didn't intend to make things difficult for him. On the contrary, this kind of character of his was very good, and really suitable for guarding the outside. In this society nowadays, ready for pandemonium at any time, using their lives to protect the safety of the researchers, these kind of people were countless, and deserved to be honored. In all fairness, if Gu Xian was asked to sacrifice his life for a researcher, he couldn't do it. He still had his sister. There was no way he could be that selfless. And how could these soldiers not have family? The military master also nodded. He couldn't take it, but as long as there was a threat to this place, he was always ready to pull the trigger in his hand. He could also sense that Gu Xian was far too powerful than him. Even with a gun, there was still some fear in his heart. He was only a soldier of the first level of chi practice. He also had a suicide note on his body. There were two. One was left in the army. If he died it would be sent to his family. And one was on his body. Every day he held the mood of certain death. The wait wasn't long, just a minute, and Gu Xian was able to enter. He was satisfied. At least no one would threaten Gu Qingqing. His mood was good. His realm was high, and with the events of the past few days, his eyes were also high. Gu Xian planned to send the Qingyang method to the early Jindan stage to Professor Su. After all, the stronger the motherland was, the safer Gu Qingqing would be, and there was no benefit for them to kidnap Gu Qingqing as the technique was given by Gu Xian's friend, and had nothing to do with Gu Xian. Master, what do you think? My brother, what does he do? Gu Qingqing asked. She wasn't so foolish after her successful foundation establishment. Everything Gu Xian did didn't seem to make much sense, especially the masked man, who had an independent mind, and although she was young, she knew about artificial intelligence, which was currently still in the state of artificial retardation. What's more, the masked man's has a will and a thought. Plus, this aura recovery has just begun. Gu Xian has some kind of gong method. She initially thought that everyone was practicing the same as her, until the back of the two Tian war to give to tell her. The current top of the human race is Gu Xian gave the gongfu, and their own cultivation is the same model, while the rest of 100% are practicing martial arts, especially as the high school entrance examination reformed. The secondary school examination is also reformed. The huge stock of cultivation accounting for 50% of the score set off a craze for practicing martial arts, while practicing martial arts was ultimately just practicing martial arts, and everyone knew that if they wanted to become truly strong, they could only enter the military. As the saying goes, chivalry is forbidden by martial arts, and the only way to be able to discipline them is to be stronger than them, so strong that they are desperate. For example, like them, cultivating immortality. What does your brother do? How should I know if you ask me? Tu Tianzhang didn't want to say more. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't know either. Gu Qingqing asked him. Then who did he ask? Chapter 30, Gu Qingqing's change. Your brother, I'm just a commoner. What can I do? It's just the same odd jobs as before, and I know a few people. Gu Xian happened to hear the two men talking about him. Tu Tianzhang sized up the teenager who appeared in the doorway. His body was slender, his face was subdued, and the contours of his features were even more standard for a small handsome man. Brother, how did you come? No, you don't even reply to my messages. You must be a monster turned. Gu Qingqing had heard of the monsters in many forbidden prisons, and there were demonic beasts that mimicked people in there as well. And how could Gu Xian come to her without sending her a message? Gu Xian dodged and tried to knock her on the head, but it turned out that Gu Qingqing was very vigilant and burst out at about the same speed as him, so Gu Xian couldn't really touch her. Gu Qingqing reached out and removed the long sword that was placed on the shelf. This sword was open-edged, and it was also made of fine iron. 7 parts hardness and 3 parts toughness. You could tell that it was a good sword. Gu Qingqing, you're really planning to get your brother me killed. Surrender, surrender, surrender. Gu Xian raised his hand. He had come to see his sister, not to fight her with a sword. Gu Qingqing looked at Gu Xian's lack of movement. Instead, she hesitated down, not daring to take a step forward. Who knew if this Gu Xian was setting a trap? A trap for her. Tu Tianzhan did not make a sound. He knew that Gu Xian was a person, and there was no otherworldly aura. enough to prove that it was indeed her brother. The reason why he did not stop it was to see how many kilograms Gu Qingqing's brother had, but the more he looked, instead, he became even more confused. Gu Xian was so trashy. Why did he have the perfect foundation building Dan? And to have this kind of treasure and not use it himself but instead give it to his own sister? That could only mean that Gu Xian had more than one. And it looked like Gu Xian had only advanced to foundation establishment not long ago, but it didn't look like he was a novice in terms of combat experience. So it was too strange. How do you prove that you're my brother? Don't expect me to believe you just by saying a few words. I'm not that easy to fool. And my brother doesn't look like this, Gu Qingqing said arrogantly, a little smug, her arms crossed and her sword sheathed. She did see that Gu Xian wasn't planning on getting close to her, and that Gu Xian wasn't as fast as she was, and that's what gave her the edge. Gu Xian took out his cell phone and sent her a message. Drip, drip, the ringtone of special concern, and the only one who had this ringtone, Gu Qingqing, had only said it to Gu Xian. That is, this person in front of her, is really her brother? He's changed a lot. He's become very handsome, and in the past, Gu Xian would reply to messages, but now, Gu Qingqing took the initiative to jump into Gu Xian's arms, and then thought that just now she almost used the killing move that her master had taught her. And as far as Gu Xian was concerned just now, she would definitely be hit. And then, death. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved Gu Qingqing directly cried out. Having not seen each other for a long time, seeing each other again actually bladed each other, and almost killed her own brother. No, it's all your fault. Told you not to send me a message. You almost died, you know? Gu Qingqing hammered Gu Xian's chest with one fist after another, and afraid of hurting Gu Xian too hard, the fist that landed on Gu Xian's chest was soft instead. Hearing Gu Qingqing actually say that he almost died, his face looked a little odd. Why would he die? Glancing at the inscrutable Tu Tianjiang in his heart, there was some clarity. What would be the end of himself hitting Tu Tianjiang with the strength of foundation establishment? Tu Tianjiang eyes Gu Xian, a wisp of aura floating over. Seems to want to explore their own roots, but doomed to no results. The only thing there is only annihilation. The aura that had just come out of his body had disappeared in an instant. It was self-evident who did it. At the very least, it couldn't have been Gu Qingqing. Her triple-legged level couldn't detect it at all. Hello? You must be my sister's teacher. Thank you for taking care of her previously. Gu Xian more or less had to give some face, and it looked like this person was also a giant, at least much more bullish than him, and was also teaching Gu Qingqing seriously. Listening to Gu Qingqing's words, he knew that Tu Tianjia had given her some underhanded killing moves. Tu Tianjiang didn't have a good face, if Gu Xian was a character, but to think that it was also given to him by Gu Xian's friend could only mean that he knew someone who was very hungover. Master, I won't train later. I'll catch up with my brother, Gu Qingqing said, not caring if Gu Xian was happy or not. She directly shouldered up and headed inside, and those who didn't know, thought it was some kind of large-scale action movie shooting area. Gu Xian was indifferent, but as soon as he came in, Gu Qingqing changed her face, grabbing Gu Xian's collar and questioning, brother, why don't you reply to the message I sent you? Give me a reason, or I'll let you Elena out. Gu Xian didn't say anything. His heart chilled. Had Gu Qingqing awakened some strange attribute? How could it be like this? However, the moment he thought of Gu Qingqing, who had no friends to keep her company day after day and night after night, Gu Xian instantly came to his senses, and looking at Tu Tianju like that didn't seem like a person who was easy to get along with. These days, Gu Qingqing must have endured endless loneliness. It's brother's fault. Brother didn't accompany you properly, letting you become like this now, and didn't ask anyone to play with you? That master of yours just looks fierce and can't play with you. Gu Xian felt especially guilty for being a brother. After all, he was Gu Qingqing's only living relative, and had failed to fulfill his duties as a guardian. Gu Qingqing was quite speechless. Looking at the juggling Gu Xian was also quite helpless. After all, he was her own brother, and how come she hadn't realized before that Gu Xian would still be like this? Within her memories, her brother always had a serious face, and also often taught her the truth of dealing with people in the world, and also told her to study well, although it was very annoying. But Gu Qingqing also knew that Gu Xian was very hard, always going to work at a time when one by one other people are leisurely enjoying their lives. He also doesn't think about his own studies, and often says the words, brother is fine. Have you finished your homework? This one sentence ran through her entire elementary school to junior high school, so she had also always wanted to share some of the pressure for Gu Xian, and also always saw Gu Xian reviewing his studies during the night when she got up in a daze to go to the bathroom. After all, he needed a diploma. I'm fine. You're talking nonsense. Gu Qingqing was also giving up on questioning Gu Xian, just wanting to chat with Gu Xian about some everyday things, just saying what she had said to Gu Xian inside her cell phone in the past. Once more in person, Gu Xian was just being a listener, listening to Gu Qingqing spouting off about her master, and how boring it was to be here with no one to talk to. where the one who resented it the most was Gu Xian. Although Gu Qingqing knew that it was for her own good, Gu Xian still left her here, and her efforts to cultivate were just to get back to Gu Xian's side again. Brother, you should have something to do this time, right? Gu Qingqing asked, looking as if she had something on her mind. Chapter 31. Arriving at the 13th Forbidden Prison. Gu Xian seemed to have been asked about his lifeblood, and was surprisingly silent for a moment. Gu Qingqing didn't rush to find her answer. She had already guessed some of it, and master had always been on her lips a lot lately. There had been an accident in the 13th Forbidden Prison, and although she was independent of the other barracks here, there were still quite a few people who would come and go in a hurry, and were often talking about it as well. The girl's mind was still delicate, especially the serious girl who was paying attention to the look on Gu Xian's face at this moment, and she also knew that Gu Xian was afraid that he was the only person within all of them who could find someone who could help, not because Gu Xian was powerful, but because Gu Xian's friends were powerful. Time passed quickly, and Gu Xian still didn't say why in the end, just saying that there were some things to come here for. Gu Qingqing didn't get the answer she needed either. She just knew that Gu Xian didn't want her to know, and if it wasn't because of a non-disclosure agreement or something, then it was a risk to her life, and she was leaning more towards the second possibility. Gu Xian arrived at a deserted place that the officials were no longer going to hold down. Just a 50-mile cordon had been drawn up, and everyone was welcome to come here to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils, and of course sign a death waiver. The threat of death doesn't stop people, instead it makes everyone crazy, because every demonic beast in there is a treasure. The bones can be used as weapons, the blood and meat are even more tonic, and the kidneys are even a rare medicine. The price of a demonic beast, 100 W bottom, and still the weakest kind. This is not the death of the forbidden prison, but instead is the treasure land of getting rich. Officials are naturally allowed. Whoever kills it, can take it. Inside is not allowed to kill people. The same kind shall not kill each other. However, for some people who disregard the law, it is just a piece of paper. There is no effect at all. The country is also prepared in this regard. All people must go in with the camera on, and there are special people to watch. In this send death inside the frenzy, also derived from a profession, hunter, literally, hunting those demonic beasts, or be hunted by those demonic beasts. The people who go in is not without requirements. The minimum requirement is, the martial arts master realm, is also defined a few months ago. The main thing is that the realm recognized by Professor Su. That can be true. This time, you've done well. Originally I was still doubting your ability. Su Zhan did not mince words in praising. Being praised, Chu Tian instantly drifted a bit. This time the forbidden prison was exactly what they had gotten up to. Su Zhan was not a good person in the first place, and he even had some heavy treasures in his body, such as some spiritual medicines. The demonic beasts that grew up in the mountains are most sensitive to spiritual medicine, because that is a chance to cross the dragon gate. All the demonic beasts will go crazy for it, and when they go crazy, they will make the order of this world no longer stable. The arrival of the Xian heavenly realm had been brought forward a bit. The most obvious feeling was that Su Zhan was no longer so ostracized. Instead he was a bit tolerant, which was a good thing for him, and he let go of his cultivation. Originally the first ascension of Jindan, now has a vague feeling of breaking through the Yuaning. All of this is also done by Chu Tian. I have to say that Chu Tian is a very good lapdog. That woman's humiliated appearance he still remembers. That woman loved Chu Tian, but was destined to be just a joke. For Su Chop, she was just a tool, especially as this stump put a spirit medicine on the human campsite. Those demonic beasts have gone completely crazy. No other. This is a remodeling spirit grass, second only to the legendary transformation grass. The function of remodeling spirit grass is to remove those excess weak blood veins in the body, so that the blood veins are more pure and more powerful. The reason why it is not used is only because Su Chop doesn't need it anymore. It was useless to eat and discard. Naturally it was good to have a great use in this kind of thing. Looking at the riotous beasts, both of them rose a sense of superiority. A sense of superiority of being born in a powerful race. Like these small demonic beasts, a lifetime of nothing but dry rice, will be shibboleths. The only thing that made them fight hard was this kind of false chance. Not to mention that if there really was this kind of spirit grass, was it also something that these small demonic beasts of theirs were worthy of getting their hands on? After the demonic beasts broke through the human camp, the remodeling spirit grass disappeared, and the demonic beasts began to kill each other. Two people in the high place watching, quite a kind of beacon play the feeling, only they play as a group of not much brain demonic beasts, with human 8 or 9 years old children the same wisdom. Mind forming a team? A weak voice asked. Gu Xian followed the voice. It was a woman with a bandage on her abdomen. She also looked to be in her 20s. Her face was resolute, although she looked beautiful, but she had to earn money to go inside. Dragon Country's law is very strict, especially in here, so this woman simply no one is willing to team up with her. Not only can't form a help, or a burden, Useless. Everyone avoided her like a snake, fearing that she would haunt them, and everyone was teamed up. The dragon country also in their depths. These otherworldly creatures also have a better understanding. As long as 2 or 3 people team, basically will not be in trouble. Just the general forbidden prison dragon country is not willing to open. The only open is only 13 forbidden prison. Just more dangerous, but the benefit is too big. Inside the spirit of grass can make people in the body of the disease swept away, and even some powerful. The spirit of medicine is on the cancer treatment has a miraculous effect. Inside the forbidden prison everywhere is opportunity. Went in, just like into the vault. Even if not hunting to the demonic beasts, pick herbs, or take the dragon country's mission to go inside to explore. That profit is also rich unlike. However, most people either go by themselves, or are driven by profit, and some are for the sake of their family, and this woman in front of her, seems to be the third kind. If it was the first two, then there was no need to be so desperate, because it was only necessary to recuperate and come back, and she could also find suitable teammates. With such urgency and fear of death, someone in her family, whose life was hanging in the balance at the moment, was waiting for her on this trip. Ever been here? Gu Xian asked. He didn't care about this woman's strength, it was just that he didn't know the way. If this person knew the way, he wouldn't mind giving a hand. Recognize, I've been here a few times, but first things first, I'm not going to give you any benefits to help. If I come across what I want, you can make an offer, Bai Qinghan said, then introduced himself. Martial Master First Rank, Bai Qinghan. Gu Xian nodded his head, but he also sighed with emotion. This person had good talent. Even martial arts cultivators were particularly valued for their talent. This was even more of an open fact. If it was possible, she would have a chance to go to the next level of immortal cultivation if she entered the Dragon Kingdom's military. Chapter 32 Shocking Bai Qinghan. The 13th prison has been opened for a few days. Bai Qinghan is the first batch of times to come. They are very clear in the prison overnight. Is tantamount to looking for death, generally before sunset to come back, but also do not dare to go deeper. Now it's midday. Bai Qinghan delayed to go in. No other, just no partner. Her last partner was eaten by a giant-toothed tiger. If not because of satiety, Bai Qinghan also have to become its belly food. However, for the sake of her family, she had come to the forbidden prison several times. Her teammates had already been replaced by 2. The last one was just because he was too stupid to actually presume to spend the night inside. And that person was clearly listed inside the list of today's deaths. Cooperation? Bai Qinghan asked. Fine, but you'll have to lead the way. I have places I need to go as well, but you shouldn't know the way. But the outskirts I'm sure you do. Gu Xian's smile was flat. Do you want to go into the depths of the forbidden prison? You're looking for death. You know what? That's not a place you should go, nor is it accessible to humans. Even that group of spirit officers from the army wouldn't dare to go deeper. Bai Qinghan's voice was loud, and it also attracted the attention of a staff member, who, as a resident officer, naturally came to inquire. Before he could come, he saw Gu Xian's face and felt a bit familiar. A fugitive? Nope. Taking out his phone, Gu Xian's large face photo was clearly a screensaver, and the station's spiritual officer came to a realization. Turning on the camera, he took a look at his grooming, and after checking it, he quickly jogged to the front of the 2 before saluting Gu Xian. Good day, sir, I am 13 Forbidden Prisons, number 17, Huang Xian, saluting you. Huang Xian's voice was so loud that even the few spiritual officers on sentry duty around them could hear it clearly. They also checked their grooming and then stood at attention properly. They were at the very least an officer, but just a bare-knuckle commander without a single soldier. But it was quick. Now the army's cultivation techniques were unique and even leading the world. There was no worry about the lack of soldiers. Every soldier officer now requested to guard the forbidden prison for half a year. Bai Qinghan had wanted to scold Gu Xian, but she was silenced, not daring to speak like a poor kitten. Gu Xian in turn was taken aback, but wasn't too surprised. What's the matter with you coming over? Report. We heard the conversation between you and her just now, sir, and we need to come over to get a feel for the situation, to make sure that there won't be any particularly large target gaps before we go in, and that if the 2 don't see eye to eye, it will be us who will intervene to dissolve it. Huang Xian wasn't hiding anything. After all these rules were written inside the announcement at the main entrance, as well as some contractual treaties. It's just that no one would bother to carefully read them word for word. We don't have a problem with that. You go and have a good shift. Gu Xian coped for a moment, then waved his hand. Huang Xian was not without eyesight, and at this glance, he knew that it was Bai Qinghan and Gu Xian who had some different views, and from what he heard Gu Xian say, it seemed that he was going to the depths of the 13th forbidden prison. This kind of secret, even if he knew about it, he wouldn't tell anyone about it or reveal it, and Gu Xian was obviously the helper that the person on his head had gone to find. Of course, This was just Huang Xian's wishful thinking. In reality, no one dared to bother Gu Xian at all. After all, currently Gu Xian and that friend had a very strong relationship. Even if they all knew that Gu Xian was definitely better than them, no one would go and hire him. After Huang Xian left, Bai Qinghan didn't know what to say for a moment. She admitted that just now, she had spoken a little too loudly, but that didn't mean she was at fault. Thinking like this, Bai Qinghan's heart also felt a few points better, but the main thing was still to look at Gu Xian. Now she knew that Gu Xian was a particularly thick thigh, and she didn't want to let go of it, and that demonic beast that resided in the elixir that she was looking for was only a small demon that practiced one level of qi. But it did seem to be quite a challenge for them to enter into the martial arts division for the first time. Who was Gu Xian? At the very least, he was at the 5th level of qi cultivation. The requirements of a spirit officer had risen. At least you had to be at the 4th level of qi cultivation to be a spirit officer, and a spirit officer's chief. That was unquestionable. At the very least, he was at the 5th level of qi cultivation, so he couldn't be worse than his subordinates, could he? No wonder you have the guts to go into the depths of the forbidden prison. To have this strength and not say so earlier. Bai Qinghan beeped in a low voice, and the stone hanging in her heart fell. With Gu Xian around, the spirit medicine she wanted, that was bound to be a handful, and she couldn't help but be in a much better mood, and speak in a less serious and formal manner. Gu Xian's 5 senses are extremely sensitive. Naturally, Bai Qinghan's words he also heard clearly. She complained that she did not say earlier, but she did not ask together or not? If not together, I'll go in first. Gu Xian asked, also a bit impatient. Time is money. He was still planning to get it over with quickly, then go back to their respective homes and find their respective moms. He would cultivate properly. Bai Qinghan would do whatever she liked on her own. It had nothing to do with him. It was as simple as that. Together, Bai Qinghan knew how Gu Xian's strength where she dared to make a move, and she was still begging for help. So naturally, she was a bit humble and pleasing, but she didn't resent it. If kneeling down could save her sister, then she could kneel down without hesitation. The reason why she was so sure that the elixir was effective for her sister was also because it had been corroborated by a rich man who had the same illness as her sister. Only this elixir is too rare. The only way is the military. But just when she was planning to join the army, the 13th forbidden prison was open to the public. This is an opportunity, and the only one most likely to save her sister. Hooray! 2. That the elixir had been found before the last time she left. But it was nightfall then, and her teammates didn't want to leave. And today there was an announcement of his death, which only counted if she got definitive proof that he was dead. And what that man had in mind, how could Bai Qinghan not know? Wasn't it just trying to blackmail her into doing something with the elixir? After all, that colorful eyes were clear as day. But she wasn't afraid. It was just a pity that the elixir hadn't arrived. A minute later, then her sister would be in one more minute of danger. Every time she was about to fall asleep, she would remember her parents' dying explanation. Qinghan, your sister didn't get anything and is still seriously ill. Take good care of your sister. If she can survive, make sure she does. After saying that, she swallowed her breath. But it seemed to be, she also always remembered. Even if her parents didn't instruct her, she would still do that. She was her own sister. Understanding, well-behaved. It was a pity that the heavens did not allow her to come to this world to suffer. Growing up, the younger sister gave way to the older sister instead. And it was only when she grew up that she realized how hard that was to do. Little sister, wait for me to come back. This time I will definitely be able to find the elixir that will save you. I can definitely get it. Wait for it. Chapter 33, Finding the Elixir. Bamboo leaf green goes on the move. Bai Qinghan looked at Gu Xian's thin figure for a long time. She couldn't get over the fact that she would have to rely on someone else this time. But she thought that Gu Xian was a figure in the military, so she wouldn't dare to say that she was particularly righteous. But she wouldn't be forced to do something she didn't want to do, right? The two of them arrived at the door of the inspection. And the person was none other than Huang Xian. Only this time there was no camera installed for them. And this was also something he had just contacted Prof. Su, and was told by Prof. Su himself. Professor Su looked at Gu Xian's picture. This student he was not familiar with before, but he had heard a lot about him. And generally the classes actually intentionally ignored him to avoid his absence. Now the student wants to go to the forbidden prison, but also the depths of the forbidden prison. The purpose of what is not to talk about first, obviously can go to the safer forbidden prison, but go to the most dangerous forbidden prison now, obviously to help them a hand. The laws of the other countries have been virtually null and void, but the dragon countries still no one dares to commit. Relying on the one hand is the unity of the hearts and minds of the people. On the other hand, all the people to cultivate martial arts, so that they enhance their own self-confidence. The word forced to withdraw from the people for many years, and finally returned. Only once the martial arts is to compete for a world first. Now learn this is to protect their loved ones, as well as to protect the family and the country. Everyone has secrets. Professor Su is not sure if Gu Xian will endanger society, but he believes in his students. Although the contact is small, but you can see that Gu Xian is definitely a positive image of the person. The fact that Gu Xian had given his sister to their military could also be seen that he was trusting the Dragon Kingdom to do well. And Prof. Su thought that the Dragon Kingdom should trust Gu Xian as well. Gu Xian is still somewhat grateful. After all, if he really brings a camera in, if he runs into a strong enemy using the system, and opens himself up to a few hangings, how can he explain that? Immortals caress my top, tie my hair and receive eternal life? And then teach me the law of the heavens and the earth, the sun and the moon. This level of kung fu? Too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Even the dog blood serial dramas of the past life wouldn't dare to be filmed like this. It would definitely be a box office fiasco and no one would ask for it. The realm of Foundation establishment was already a relatively top-tier existence inside this forbidden prison. After all, these were just some small minions. To say that they were cannon fodder for the Xian heavenly realm would be lifting them up, but the ones that made them go berserk, it was bound to be Jindan demonic beasts that had a high level of intelligence, or the disciples of the otherworldly realm that they had seen in the first place, such as Chu Tian. Although his cultivation was weak, his spiritual intelligence was no weaker than the average person, and transforming into a form was definitely not something he could do on his own. So this kind of thing was cannon fodder, positively tight cannon fodder. Grand Master Gu, it's just ahead. Later on, I'd also like to ask you to be magnanimous and pinch that little demonic beast to death. My gratitude towards you is like a torrent of water that will never be broken. Even if you go to the depths of the forbidden prison and die, I will absolutely spend a large sum of money to burn medieval coins for you to splurge on down there. Bai Qinghan was as talkative as a chatterbox, but the words she said were all flattering, and she was close to boasting about them. She had watched with her own eyes as Gu Xian had crushed that giant-toothed tiger to death with one hand, as if he had crushed a toy, and that giant-toothed tiger couldn't even run in time. Her eyes widened at that moment, and she shouted, "Holy!" Although she knew that spiritual officials were all very hangry, but she really didn't expect to be so bullish, so much so that her name directly became Master Gu. Calling Master Gu shows old age. Master Gu, that's a straight line rise in status and position. Gu Xian naturally does not know how she thinks, but it does not matter, and as long as Bai Qinghan is not stupid, will not lay hands on him. After all the intrigues and tricks in front of the strength, all pale. What met his eyes was a bamboo forest, and above the bamboo hovered a small green snake. It wasn't hard to recognize that it was the highly poisonous bamboo leaf green. Bai Qinghan looked at the densely packed small snakes and was instantly a little panicked. No wonder that demonic beast went berserk last night. I'm afraid that it was the poisonous mouth of the bamboo leaf green. Gu Xian also looked a little numb, but fortunately, even if he stood and gave these snakes a bite, the bite could not penetrate his skin, and these small snakes know at a glance that they are small demonic beasts. The big guy is presumably the mother of this group of snakes. A few dozen meters in, there was the corpse of a demonic beast on the ground. Gu Xian had naturally heard Bai Qinghan talk about what happened here yesterday, and had some general clarity in his heart. Presumably the mom of these little bamboo leafy greens had gone to attract them and then taken a bite. As a result, Bai Qinghan and her companion just happened to come. Naturally, is bad luck. Although escaped, but Bai Qinghan's companion does not intend to give up this opportunity. Things were just like that, spending the night here and ending up being hunted by the bamboo leaf green. Looking at the skid marks on the ground, Gu Xian knew that this bamboo leaf green was feared to have existed at the beginning of the aura recovery, and was definitely not from the Xian heavenly realm. It was also a native creature that had actually invaded the Xian heavenly realm species, and that could only be for one reason. The bamboo leaf green definitely had some kind of treasure, or had eaten some particularly powerful elixir, but that would be futile. In front of the Foundation establishment stage, practicing Qi was just as offensive as an unarmed person. Master Gu, can you handle it? If I can't, I'll leave. Bai Qinghan zushed her eyebrows. She vaguely remembered that this demonic beast had beaten them senseless in the beginning, and it turned out that it was just a prey for someone else's lair. Her heart was like an ice cave. She didn't want to go and take someone else's life because of herself, especially an official one like Gu Xian, who was obviously there to investigate the truth of the forbidden demonic beast's rampage. Gu Xian glanced at her and simply returned a sentence. It's nothing, keep walking. Gu Xian finished speaking and continued walking over. Bai Qinghan also summoned up the courage to follow. This elixir was a must today. The little snake also returned to its lair to tell its mother that an intruder had come. The bamboo leaf green that was resting spat out its snake letters, and indeed sensed an unfamiliar odor. It shakes its huge body, crawling out from the hole. 7 meters long, half a meter in diameter. The snake's skin is also hard. A pair of pupils are searching around, looking for intruders. The small snakes crawled slowly and could only try to keep up. They knew that their mother was very powerful, and the intruders this time would also pay a terrible price before being eaten by them. The bamboo leaf green's stomach was bulging. It had obviously eaten and had already digested most of it. This is the elixir. Big brother Gu, let's run, Bai Qinghan said as she pointed at a small herb. Gu Xian could sense that the small grass did have a very sufficient amount of spiritual qi, and if it was made into an elixir, it would at least be an elixir that couldn't go wrong. However, Gu Xian couldn't look at it, and as for why Bai Qinghan needed this herb so much wasn't clear, but it wasn't any of his business. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave that quickly if I want to, Gu Xian said. He had heard some noises. I'm afraid it was the owner of this place, who had come out of his cave, coming for them, the intruders. Gu Xian wasn't afraid, but Bai Qinghan dug a little faster. Chapter 34, Robbing the Pill, Killing the Python. Bai Qinghan didn't say anything, she just dug hard and carefully, afraid of breaking it. If it was pulled off, or the root was broken, the medicinal effect would be greatly reduced, which she had spent a lot of money to know. Even if she was faster, she couldn't raise her speed at this time, because she had heard the sound that was obviously coming. Looking up at Gu Xian, the look on his face was still relaxed, not as if he was facing the enemy, which gave some comfort in her heart. She thought that Gu Xian's strength was the 5th level of qi cultivation, and those who could give the 1st level of qi cultivation to a child as a prey, that would inevitably be above the 3rd level. The beasts themselves have an obvious advantage over humans. Naturally, they can win with weakness, and Gu Xian is afraid that he will also feel a headache. But looking at Gu Xian's relaxed appearance, wanted to say do not take the enemy lightly, but finally put back. After all, she is not sure if Gu Xian is the 5th level of qi cultivation. In case it is stronger, the mother of the little bamboo leaf green came, raised a huge snake head, spitting snake letters, looking at Gu Xian, giving people a kind of creepy feeling. Intuition from danger. Gu Xian was definitely a great enemy, giving it a very dangerous feeling, but then it looked at the many little snakes underneath it, its eyes firming up. Intruder, must die, otherwise, all of her children would have to die. The law of the weak and the strong was engraved in its bones, and even now that it had mutated, it had no intention of making peace with Gu Xian. It doesn't matter if you meet in the wild, you don't care about anyone, but if you find Gu Xian in your territory, then he's an unapologetic intruder, the kind that wants to uproot his family. Thinking about it, he was 10 meters away from the two, circling around. On the one hand, it was avoiding being attacked by Dull, and on the other hand, it was observing the weaknesses of the two, clearly treating Gu Xian as a strong enemy. The little snakes didn't dare to go over there. They knew that their mother had told them not to get close, so they only dared to watch from afar, though a pair of snake eyes remained open. Gu Xian didn't care, he only felt a little rare. All his battle experience came from his memories, but those immortal cultivator memories of battle experience were also assimilated in the body, forming an instinct. Between life and death there were great terrors and great opportunities. All those who had made it to the Jindan had this kind of experience. Little snake, can you understand what I'm saying? Gu Xian asked. He wanted to know if the native creatures after the aura revival could understand human language. If they couldn't, it only meant that the current stage wasn't enough. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The bamboo leaf green python grew its mouth, intent on terrorizing Gu Xian, at least giving him a little heart pressure. As long as Gu Xian showed his cowardice, its poisonous fangs would appear in Gu Xian's body in the next second, piercing through him so viciously that he would be so sore and itchy that he couldn't stop, and in the end, he would only beg for it to grant him death. Big brother, are you really sure? Bai Qinghan asked. The elixir was in her clothes, her hands covered it with death, afraid that it would be snatched by someone. Bai Qinghan looked at the bamboo leaf green python. His heart was more than a little bottomless. This level of python, if it was normal, it would be fine, but it was a poisonous snake, and it was fast and seemed to have a bit of intelligence. At least it wouldn't be intimidated by a simple scare. Intimidating it with its aura would only backfire. Thinking it was an intruder, Bai Qinghan thought that Gu Xian wasn't sure and was just scaring the bamboo leaf green python, and didn't have the strength to fight the bamboo leaf green python. Gu Xian glanced at her and ignored it. How could someone who practiced martial arts understand immortal cultivation? Immortal cultivation is above practicing martial arts. Even a martial arts cultivator who is a land god is not as good as a jindan. Since ancient times, there is a saying, a jindan into the abdomen. My life by me not by heaven. This is the jindan stage as summarized. If the foundation establishment can still be defined by the heavenly Tao as an ordinary human being, or a human being who got lucky, although it already possesses uncommon strength, it can ultimately be defeated. Jindan stage. Is the sword and gun invulnerable, but also has a lot of spells, with the foundation stage to compare, is not a level. Gu Xian did not intend to spend time with it. This bamboo leaf green small snake, only need to pay more attention to its venom, can be brushed without injury? But Gu Xian mood is not very good. It was reasonable to say that the bamboo leaf green could at least trigger a low-level quest, right? As a result, the system didn't feel the slightest bit of it, and since it had no value anymore, it was fine for it to go to hell. Bamboo leaf green python is also regarded as the genius of the beasts. At least it is also ranked in the front of the cultivation. They are not human beings. There is Gu Xian to teach the gong method. What they rely on completely depends on the sky to reward the mouth to eat. Bai Qinghan only heard a swoosh bang. Gu Xian then burst the snake head of the bamboo leaf green. Blood splattered all over the place, but it was too advanced for her to bear. She had thought that it was already good enough to survive, but it turned out that Gu Xian had given her a solid lesson that strength was king. Gu Xian's face was also stained with blood. Fresh, looking around, each of those small snakes fled in haste. They wouldn't even think of avenging their mother. Living was their thought. Twisting his head around, he looked at Bai Qinghan, who was dumbfounded at the sight. The matter is resolved. If you want this little snake, it's yours. I don't need it. Gu Xian heard the system prompting him to recycle trash. This little snake at least had a heaven and earth chi boost and was worth 2 aura points. Gu Xian did not intend to take it. He had his considerations. Thank you, big brother Gu. Bai Qinghan nodded, a little mute, and kept her head down, afraid that Gu Xian would blow her head off as well. Alright, just lift it up and go. Lead the way. Take me over to the forbidden prison you know the deepest part of, and point me in the right direction. Gu Xian said, not caring too much about Bai Qinghan's panic. Along the way, the two didn't have the joy they had at the beginning, and Bai Qinghan didn't dare to call him big brother after she reacted. She only dared to call him sir, and she couldn't tell how much of an official she was. Gu Xian didn't make things difficult for her. He just told her not to be so nervous, but don't lead the wrong way. After all, in the beginning, she didn't dare to raise her head. She just bowed her head, as if she was being bullied as a little daughter-in-law. But Gu Xian didn't do anything. Officer Gu, this is the deepest place I've ever been to. At that time I felt the danger of suffocation right here, and I didn't dare to continue deeper. Bai Qinghan said, pointing in a direction in his hand. The road ahead was hard to see. It seemed to be fogging up. Come on, go back quickly. With the scent of this little snake on your body, ordinary demonic beasts won't dare to give you a hard time. Leave quickly and you'll be fine. Gu Xian thanked and admonished, lest she get carried away and wander around. Bai Qinghan was like a chicken pecking at rice. Where does she not know? She now dreams of going back. Just in front of her feel a lot of covetous gazes, a pair of big dark green eyes. God knows what kind of demonic beasts. Chapter 35 Vertigo Mist. Vertigo Grass. Gu Xian looked at Bai Qinghan to know the seriousness of the matter, did not say more. After all, the two people just met in passing. Said how much destiny is just more modification. Gu Xian entered inside the mist. Originally Bai Qinghan's footsteps were very loud, but they were instantly inaudible. Gu Xian didn't care and didn't intend to open up and rush over. After all, there weren't many aura points right now, and with the memories of the 2 lives of the immortal cultivator he was calm and collected at this point. Vertigo fog. Gu Xian watched as the fog around him changed. What was originally a pale white mist had unexpectedly turned gray at this point. This tiny detail was infinitely enlarged in Gu Xian's eyes, not because of good observation skills, but because he had encountered it within his cultivation memories. There was the same mist inside that palace, and this mist was born with the misty soul grass. What disease in this world is the most difficult to cure? Undoubtedly a defect in the soul. That was irreversible. The vertigo grass seemed to be one of the variables that the heavenly Tao had vanished. As long as one possessed it, one could cure the vast majority of illnesses, even the world's strong. I'm afraid it is difficult to have a strain of lost soul grass. Are precious. The reason for the scarcity is the growth of such as a turtle crawling. The requirements are very strict, cannot be planted artificially. It is not any reproduction ability. You beat with it more than a few sentences. It dares to show you a hand, so that you enter its bewitching illusion inside. Unfortunately, the cultivation of immortal memories inside he is not qualified to grab. That palace is a secret realm. Inside is the grave of a great power, and he is just a small immortal cultivator. That time is too weak. Are those holy land of the holy son of the holy daughter? He is to follow the mixed soup. Even so, at that time is not good. Neat individuals have to ask a sentence. What are you the place of the holy son, the holy daughter? In the world of fairy cultivation is indeed the strongest, but you also have to look at the face of others on the head. Said fairy cultivation out of the house? The life is also don't in the trouser pocket, but in fact, or spelling father, spelling masters. Inside the mist also came a strange sound. Is a group of berserk demonic beasts roar? But the mood is not right. That is more like fear cry, and human shouting for help is almost the same. It was followed by a scream. Gu Xian was also attracted. He needed to know inside this mist all the things he could know. Not that the system was incompetent, but the system wanted aura points, but the family was poor. One day, I'll use aura points, stuff them inside your mouth, and smash you to death. Gu Xian ruthlessly put down harsh words. Gu Xian came to the outside of a cave and looked inside. The sound just now came out from the depths inside. It was strange to say that after coming to the entrance of the cave, there was actually no more fog. It can't be the vertigo grass becoming a spirit, can it? Gu Xian was a little hesitant. After all, everything had a spirit, even the vertigo grass of Tool grass. It wasn't strong after it matured, only Jin Dan, but most of them couldn't wait for it to mature. Gu Xian looked at a few strange words actually carved above the entrance to the cave. The reason why it was determined to be words was undoubtedly because the handwriting was neatly and deliberately carved, and it was also glittering. Translate for me. Gu Xian looked at it for a while, but still didn't understand it, and could only follow the principle that it was time to save and spend, and now was not a good time to have leftover aura points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 aura points. Ding! Translation, I don't care who you are. Whoever dares to take it is disrespecting me. Emperor Earthshaker. Yo-ho, such a big mouth. People of this otherworldly realm are straightforward enough. Gu Xian really didn't think that the people of the other world actually acted this way. Straightforward. In the end it was just one sentence. My stuff, you touch it, it's death. Gu Xian is indifferent. After all, he has a way of shielding the heavens. Unless he is a cultivator who can see through karma. Otherwise he will never know in this life that it was Gu Xian who took it. Not to mention that he is in the other world. This heavenly treasure is supposed to be seen by those who see it. Where is the forcible predetermination of this kind? Carve a middle finger and walk towards the depths of the cave, only to hear the gnawing sound still coming from inside. In the darkness of the cave is a little scary, especially every now and then there are screams. Walked more than 100 meters, also finally saw the end of the cave, a huge deep pit. There is a group of strange-looking demonic beasts, but also all check the file. The only thing that is not there is in the nibbler, which is very much like a person. If not, there is a long beard of grass at the top of the head. Is this the vertigo grass when it matures? System, check its old background for me. Gu Xian called out, and if he hadn't seen it before, he would have to rely on the system to analyze it. Gu Xian also decided in his heart that next time, he must change the immortal cultivation experience of a transitional big brother, or else his knowledge base really wouldn't be enough. Ding! Bewitching grass matures and decides to mimic the human form, has a heavy killing heart, possesses the strength of a late Jin Dan, and possesses the ability to bewitch others, up to one realm higher than him. So strong, it doesn't look like a good stump, but that Emperor Earthshaker knew as soon as he heard it that he was the one who brought down little grass. Otherwise the bewitching grass wouldn't have such a heavy killing heart. After all, it was originally an existence that was disallowed by the heavenly Tao. Gu Xian murmured. He had stayed on his own for a long time and had a bit of a habit of talking to himself, but it was harmless. What was a bit of a problem at the moment was that it looked over. That's right, just as Gu Xian said that, it turned around violently and looked at Gu Xian above the cave, its eyes bulging out a bit to look weird. Roar! He let out a strange cry. It was unsure of Gu Xian's strength. Although the misty soul grass was born in the mist, it was more like the two were restraining each other, and the misty soul mist had also hidden all of Gu Xian's information, causing it to not dare to act rashly at all. After roaring, Gu Xian didn't have the slightest intention of leaving, and it was getting anxious. It didn't want to be locked up anymore. It wanted to die, but he couldn't control himself. The surrounding demonic beasts were one by one like little daughters-in-law, except that they were running away, hiding because they were afraid, not bashful at all. The ones that weren't afraid had now become a pile of delicately shaped shang. Such a great killing intent? Rather worth it. Gu Xian pondered whether or not to take it down. He didn't have any countermeasures at the moment. The only thing he had was to turn on Unrivaled and get it killed. But there weren't many aura points left, so there was always a way to earn some. Like, system, look at that pile of specially shaped xiang. This is what the vertigo grass pulls out when it matures. At least it's worth 10 aura points, right? Ding! Vertigo grass is worth 1000 aura points. Recyclable, don't be so rigid. Look at the other side. That pile of xiang, that one is good. Fresh, just pulled out. At least it must be worth 10 Reiki points. Gu Xian had a serious face, and seemed to be really negotiating. Chapter 36, Vertigo Grass in Hand. Ding! Trouble host, don't be forceful, don't exploit loopholes, don't be greedy for small advantages. You still have the nerve to talk about me. Other systems, probing things are free. Who's like you, asking for everything, not moving for aura points? Gu Xian was extremely dissatisfied with this. After all, if it was free, it could give him a large amount of aura points left over, and it would be just as commonly used in the future, at least until he became a transition power. The system's voice sank into the sea and didn't sound again. Presumably it didn't intend to continue debating with Gu Xian. After all, the final power of interpretation was still with it. Gu Xian was fine, after all, was used to being squeezed, just feel dissatisfied from time to time, especially as to watch the aura points clattering like water. Simply cannot stop. That kind of heartache, suffocating feeling, it is difficult to tell. He has been a poor man all his life. He really wants to try the feeling of being rich. Originally RMB is very valuable, but since the beginning of the aura recovery some time ago, the purchasing power of RMB has also ushered in a not insignificant impact. There was a saying that if you have money, but you can't buy food or everything, then your money is just a piece of toilet paper. Gu Xian deeply agreed with this saying. After all, he had watched the prices soar extremely quickly now, and he was clear that he would only rest until society stabilized, or until spirit stones appeared like in immortal novels. With a strong heartbeat ringing out, the originally resistant vertigo grass was constantly showing its teeth at this point, only to be doomed to futility. Gu Xian would never let go of this kind of opportunity, even if it might be a bit of a hassle, but the value was always right, especially since the system wasn't for sale. This kind of soul-healing pills and herbs were not for sale. Gu Xian asked, but only said that they were not available for the time being, and that if something happened after a while, there would be no use for them in the future. Gu Xian also knew that the probability was that he would be one of the strongest in the future, but the awkward thing was that if he died after a while, there was no future, and that was meaningless. A dead genius wasn't called a genius. Forget it, seeing as you're so pitiful, I'll give you a pain in the ass. Gu Xian said, perhaps this kind of heaven and earth spiritual treasure shouldn't produce conscious life forms. If it was a very cute little girl someday, or a child about the same age as Gu Qingqing, he would be just as heartfelt, his heart still favoring order. Gu Xian raised his realm to the Jindan realm, and looking at the soul-enchanting grass, which was already a bit anxious, Gu Xian didn't hold back, but instead, after dodging a blow, he snapped its neck. It's better to be a normal being in your next life. It's considered unlucky for you to meet me in this life, Gu Xian said, waiting for it to completely lose consciousness. Roar! The vertigo grass was wailing. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the sky above the cave, seemingly waiting for something. He won't come to save you, and like me, he's only treating you as a medicinal herb, but he's obviously you want your mature body, and if he's not wrong, it's 80% to refine some powerful forbidden elixir, Gu Xian said. His cultivation experience had reached the god of transformation, so his eyesight naturally wouldn't be too low. It was presumably intended to refine a soul-snatching elixir to achieve the same effect as Gu Xian was having now, and there was a phrase that was often called, that of soul-snatching, an existence that even demonic cultivators spurned. After all, the devil cultivator is in order to become stronger, while the person who seizes the body is simply greedy for life and fear of death. Most of the people in the devil cultivation are agreed that the soul-seizing elixir is a taboo elixir. Even the devil cultivator should not step on it. The vertigo grass didn't gulp its breath for long, and soon died, turning into a small, brightly colored, glittering grass. In hand, Gu Xian laughed, then stowed it away in the system space before looking downwards. A group of demonic beasts were in a state of fear, and some of the smart ones were already kneeling on the ground, begging for their lives to be spared. Although cultivators and demonic beasts had more or less a personal vendetta, but there were also those who had a very good relationship with the demonic beasts. So naturally, more or less, the demonic beasts would be aware of it. Demonic beasts think that is particularly shameful, but there are many that are afraid of death. The demonic beasts that have a backbone have almost no offspring now, and there is no one who can accept such a race. Can you understand me? Nodding your head means you can understand what I'm saying. If you don't do anything then you don't understand what I'm saying. Gu Xian was just asking them if they could understand what he said. Rather than having any intentions for them, he was just thinking that if he could understand, ask. If he didn't need to solve it then he could just finish the task. If he had to solve it himself, knowing more information might not be a bad thing. There are some demonic beasts with high realms and good intelligence that are nodding their heads frantically. They have already experienced too much torture here. God knows that this spirit-enchanting grass is so disgusting, playing demonic beasts as people. Since you can understand me, then you can just answer my questions. If you can write you can raise your hand, and after answering the questions, you can be given priority to leave, if you have no use for it. The words Gu Xian said were not seductive, but paired with the last sentence, it really drew the beast into deep thought. That is to say, after answering the questions later, the odds were that a beast would have to stay here. A bear-like demonic beast jumped straight up, then wrote some words around him, but Gu Xian couldn't understand them at all. They were otherworldly words, but it wasn't a big problem. After all, being able to understand the words, that meant that the culture of their own world had invaded their demonic beast world as well. Like what demonic beasts couldn't understand human speech? That was mostly some weak demonic beasts. I can't read the words you wrote, but we can still communicate. If you can give me the answers I need, I can give you a chance to live. Of course I can tell you something, and that is that except for a few that can live, the rest will die. Gu Xian smiled slightly as if he was discussing things with it. All the demonic beasts looked on. This was what they all expected. Foolish, just go straight away. There are so many demonic beasts, how can he possibly look over them? A demonic beast was exchanging words with the kindred next to it. Another of its kind was shaking its head. How could it not have thought of it? It was just that Gu Xian was able to kill the vertigo grass, so killing them demonic beasts wasn't any harder than crushing an ant. And where did it get the confidence to think that Gu Xian couldn't spot him? Although it was said that divine sense was only available in the Yuaning realm, it didn't mean that the Jindan realm didn't have the corresponding means, and the 5 senses of the Jindan realm could be considered extremely sensitive. Unsurprisingly, when its kind took a confident step and tried to sneak away from the cave entrance, a stone flew over and penetrated its neck at an extremely fast speed. It was also giving a nod to its own resourcefulness. Chapter 37 Gu Xian kills demonic beasts in the pit. However, it didn't realize that Gu Xian didn't intend to let most of the demonic beasts live, and the more demonic beasts that lived, the greater the possibility of his message leaking. The bear demons trembled for a moment, feeling that everything was tasteless, as if the life it was seeking was nothing more than that. After all, Gu Xian probably wasn't planning on letting the demonic beasts below live either. It looked at the hopeful eyes of every demonic beast below, although there were some that were even inside its recipes, but all these years had been living together. There was no need to worry about hunger. There was a lot of spiritual chi here, and even if they didn't eat, it didn't have much of an effect. In just such an environment again, they all individually became friends and helped each other. But now this group is going to be dispersed, because this group exists because of the vertigo grass, so once it disappeared, and it was still free. In this situation, there were already quite a few predators with straight eyes. They hadn't eaten in how many years? Too long. Though they weren't hungry, munching was their instinct. But in the end, it was just a mirror image. The bear demon looked at Gu Xian and nodded. It didn't understand this human's behavior, but it didn't have the qualifications to refute it, much less the capital to negotiate. Gu Xian looked at the understanding bear demon and nodded. You are understanding. I will try to kill them in one blow without too much pain. This is a little extra reward I will give you. After Gu Xian finished speaking, he shouted to the bottom. That demonic beast was planning to escape just now. I'm very angry. One by one I'll come over later, I'll have to ask questions. Then you guys can leave. Gu Xian looked at the bear demon's dumbfounded expression after he finished speaking. I can pick a job for you. You're a smart demon and I don't intend to really rush you out. The bear demon looked at his former friend. Although he had been tortured in the past, once in a while, there were times when vertigo grass took a break. Times when everyone talked and chatted together. Happy times are always fast. Sorry my friends, you may have to stay here. The bear demon whispered, and Gu Xian heard it but didn't say anything. Although the other demonic beasts also had cultivation, none of them had reached the same level of cultivation as the Foundation establishment, and some of the small demons with smart ears couldn't hear what the bear demon was saying at this time, even in the noisy environment. Although Gu Xian couldn't understand what it was saying, he could see the despondency on its face and didn't rush it. After all, it wasn't like there was a time limit on his mission. We've been here for 3 years now. The oldest one I know stayed for more than 10 years. It's the demon monkey that's going to die. It told us how to live here. And one day after that, the bewitching grass didn't seem to be too happy with it, so it ate it. The bear demon muttered to itself, and Gu Xian didn't really understand, but there was a voice that was positive, a particularly strong desire. Ding! Half-price translation. Is it really indecent? 1 Reiki point for this, 1 Reiki point for that. Where do I have so many Reiki points to give you? You're trying to drain me of all my Reiki points, aren't you? Gu Xian said somewhat sulkily. Not being able to understand didn't stop him from asking anyway. The system had no choice but to fall into silence, and it sort of quieted down. Gu Xian looked at the bear demon and asked, do you know what's going on with this recent demon beast riot? Speak up if you know, and die if you dare to hide it. Don't think I can't tell. In reality, Gu Xian really couldn't tell, but he thought that the words that attacked his heart just now had made it drop all of its wariness as well as its intention to resist. After all, if Gu Xian really wanted to kill it, it wouldn't be able to resist. They had been through torture for so long. If they were to go on their way, then at least it would be easier to die and suffer less. The bear demon nodded. It naturally knew that. After all, the other day the scent of that herb even drew the misty soul grass out, and they tried to escape once, but the takeover naturally circled around inside the mist, and they couldn't get out at all. Bai Qinghan is already out of the forbidden prison, and the officer on duty is none other than Huang Xian, who is surprised that the officer is dead inside. He wasn't sure though and walked up. When Bai Qinghan saw Huang Xian walk up, her mood was naturally a little apprehensive. But luckily, Huang Xian was someone she also remembered, and if she wasn't wrong she should have come to ask about Gu Xian. After calculating in her heart, as long as she answered honestly, she thought there would be no problem. After all, she hadn't done anything bad either. Hello, MS. Bai, is it convenient to ask you something? Huang Xian asked. He still had to be polite as a soldier. Okay, I'll cooperate, Bai Qinghan said. Although she hadn't done anything wrong, she was still a bit flustered in her heart. What did our officer go through inside? Why did you come out alone? And already what are you going to do afterward? Huang Xian asked, holding the recorder. Brother Gu and I went to look for an elixir in there. It was a deal we made between us. As long as I showed him the way, he helped me get what I wanted, Bai Qinghan said, and took out the elixir, as if she was afraid that Huang Xian wouldn't believe her. After that it was when I met a giant python bamboo leaf green, a snake native to our area, that turtled up inside, but Brother Gu killed it in 3 or 2 strokes, and after that it was off to the elixir, and then he let me lead the way, and then I ran out of there after I was done. I was alone after all, and was injured. Bai Qinghan lifted his arm, which was still bandaged, and his lips were very white. Blood loss was definitely there. Huang Xian also nodded. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious at the moment, but as a matter of public service, and as Gu Xian was someone who really couldn't afford to slip up, if he didn't know that Gu Xian was at the foundation establishment stage, Prof. Su would have arranged for a few people to come and help him out. Nowadays, in this world, the foundation establishment stage is the limit of the new human beings. You have to know that Gu Qingqing came to the foundation establishment stage only under Tu Tianzhang's teaching, and even more so because of the perfect foundation establishment pill to build up the foundation so quickly. In fact, at present, the foundation establishment of the people are very few and far between. The main thing was that the survival rate of foundation establishment was too low. There were all kinds of reasons to die. If it wasn't for the fact that some people had succeeded in foundation establishment, they all suspected that it was a trap, specializing in pitfalls to kill human beings. Alright, thank you for your cooperation. Huang Xian didn't intend to make things difficult for her and quickly let Bai Qinghan go. Bai Qinghan nodded her head and left. The Muku at home was still waiting for her elixir, which was the last hope. Gu Xian put roughly understand some. Probably is the treasure present. All the demonic beasts are crazy. After all, this kind of treasure is not all the time. Only what Gu Xian didn't know was that the treasure present was man-made. He also kept his promise to let it go, as well as the fact that he talked about a demonic beast wife all these years, and all the others died. Chapter 38, The Few Survivors of Vertigo. Gu Xian invited one by one the demonic beasts to come in. They had their own expressions on their faces, but each one of them was wearing some kind of overflowing smile on their faces. Only soon, they would die in a happy smile. Although Gu Xian was a beginner in foundation establishment, he was also much more powerful than this group of little monsters that practiced qi, and that speed was even more descending strikes, inviting them to less than a meter in front of his body, and then killing them with a single blow. But what made Gu Xian a little bit surprised was that there were a few of them that tried to make a move on him as well, only to die in the end. The bear demon and its lady were the first to go out, breathing in the outside air. The demon life was so beautiful. Bear, wait for little monkey and the others? The bear demon's lady asked. After all, they were at a particularly strong level, and this time it was also its husband who stepped in. Naturally his face was also light. The bear demon shook its head and hurriedly said, Madam, let's go. I don't have any idea about you. It doesn't mean that the other demonic beasts don't have any idea. They will treat you as food. Let's leave as soon as possible. The bear demon hurriedly found an excuse to try to muddle through. Fortunately its lady complied with it and didn't have a dead brain with it. Otherwise the bear demon really didn't know what to do. Looked at the cave, a faint smell of blood coming from inside. Bear demon's nose is very sensitive, but its lady didn't smell it. Let's go, lady, according to you, let's go. The mesmerizing fog outside also dispersed, and vaguely could see the way to leave. They were clinging to each other and the survivors of this farce. Gu Xian collected his things and left. The corpses of these demonic beasts were indeed particularly valuable treasures for ordinary humans, and they were delicious food. Even the average powerful people would find it difficult to have a meal. At this moment, there were hundreds of demonic beast corpses lying on the ground. If it is known by those practicing martial arts, I am afraid that they would hate to take Gu Xian's tendons and bones. The skin of these demonic beasts can be used to make all kinds of tools. The blood can be used to replenish the body, but also can be used as a medicine guide. The heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys. There is no one who is trash. It could be said that all of their bodies were treasures. Even their excrement, used as fertilizer. It was also a top. What the hell is this? Gu Xian couldn't help but complain. He asked the bear demon from all angles, and also occasionally sampled a few other demonic beasts to ask the reason. but it just wasn't any use. Many demonic beasts then appeared below in a frantic rush in the end. But the target wasn't Gu Xian. It was another stream of demonic beasts, and it was precisely what Gu Xian was observing. He also guessed that it might be the spirit herb that the bear demon had said, but the probability was probably not, because the system was unresponsive. But apart from this one clue, he hadn't found any others. He had also watched a battle of these demonic beasts against each other earlier, only that he didn't find any particular reason for it, as if it was from the human world. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Try looking at it again. Try it and try it. Then they started to fight. So absurd. But one was even so. But this group of demonic beasts, it was really incomprehensible. What was especially hard to understand was that some of the demonic beasts that had survived the sparring actually followed the other teams, or fought with their own side in situ, as if they were just soothing their emotions. The only possible higher guess was that there were Jindan demonic beasts that were going to grab territories, to grab another Jindan demonic beast's territory, but there wasn't a bit of a decent one at all. To know, the foundation building demonic beast is already very intelligent. Jindan stage is already a high IQ among humans, at least is also a book university graduate demonic beast. I've finished. Are you really not going to give it to me? A two-tailed fox asked, with a threat inside her eyes, and in front of her was Chu Tian. Chu Tian only wore a faint smile. Little fox, you've done a good job, but the thing you want is at my young master's place, so as long as you have the ability, you can go and grab it at any time. The two-tailed fox grimaced. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? I'm afraid that your young master wouldn't care too much if you live or not. Chu Tian waved his hand. Whatever, I'll bet that you don't dare to kill me. He was not afraid in the slightest. This kind of small demon with no inheritance, the upper limit of a lifetime would be Jindan, which also still required not bad chi. He believed that this two-tailed fox would not be that stupid. It wasn't that Chu Tian was too smart, but that the two-tailed fox would actually be fooled by such an inferior lie. One could only blame her for being too stupid. What about the immortal grass you promised to give me after the deed is done? The two-tailed fox cursed angrily. This immortal grass was the spirit grass that remodeled the demonic beast bloodline. Only she was destined to only be disappointed. Even though Chu Tian was one of his own, and Chu Tian had also done a great thing for Suzhan, bringing in a lot of revenue for the entire White Wolf clan, he still didn't get any reward. The only reward was the big cake Suzhan had drawn for him, but he was happy to eat it, because as long as he mixed well with young Lord Suzhan, that benefit would be given away by demonic beasts. Those that were given away were obviously to say a few words of favor or inquire about things, so even if Suzhan did nothing, just being a dog's leg by Suzhan's side would be enough. This immortal grass was something that Chu Tian purposely went to find the two-tailed fox, naturally with Suzhan, otherwise he would have been killed and robbed long ago. Suchop's strength is something that the two-tailed fox can't do in this life, even if she tries harder to cultivate day and night, the bloodline and the resources. It's already destined that the top of her life is the peak of Jindan, even if the cultivation talent is already very strong and there are a lot of opportunities, but the bloodline at most opens up two tails for it. The legend in the tribe of the white fox is naturally the nine-tailed sky fox, life in heaven, strength through the sky, but that can only be a legend. After all, they are actually just some wild veins, not even count. Nine-tailed sky fox descendants are self-proclaimed. Nine-tailed clan, white fox is the name of all the sideline. Just this generation do not know is the heavenly reward, or 10,000 years of rare encounters. Surprisingly, most of the demonic beasts of the newborn have extremely strong bloodline, if not bloodline is too sparse. I'm afraid that they can reproduce the glory of their ancestors in the ancient times. Blame who? Blame yourself for being too stupid. I said to give it to you. You don't look at yourself. Just a small two-demon fox. Although my family's young master doesn't have any idea about that immortal grass, it's just for display. That's not something you're worthy of dying. Chu Tian laughed. This feeling was too good. Standing in front of a Jindan stage demonic beast and spraying angrily. But the other party was powerless. Suchop could easily pinch it to death. The two-tailed demonic fox could be sure of that. You really deserve to die. Remember what you did today. Sooner or later, one day, I will make you pay back. The two-tailed demon fox left after saying that. Chapter 39, Demonic Beast Attacks Gu Xian. There's no point in talking more. Grow your brain properly in the future. Or else next time, I'm afraid it won't be tricking you into giving me something to do for free. It'll be taking your life. Chu Tian laughed, then also left. This business, unhappily dispersed. The two-tailed demon fox looked at the mountain range that she had made a mess of. These little demonic beasts naturally did it under her instructions. She spread rumors. As long as you can put to obtain the immortal grass will only pick the bravest demonic beasts, not looking at the realm, as long as they are brave enough. And so a grand orgy began, rooted in immortal grass. But after all, this rumor was her words. Otherwise this farce would have ended very quickly. After all, this kind of thing can be found, especially under these conditions. If not knowing the truth of the matter, I'm afraid that the two-tailed demon fox will also fall into this killing spree. It was just that this was ultimately a dream of Yellow Sorghum, including herself, who was also caught up in it, and she had created this farce for the sake of the immortal grass, even if it was nothing more than a figment of her imagination that she had obtained the immortal grass. Stop fighting! Stop! You guys stop fighting! The two-tailed demon fox said to her clan, but no demon fox paid her any attention, even though she was now the clan leader. But in front of such huge benefits, no demonic beast was at fault. After all, they sought power, longevity, wealth, and sex, but without exception, they all needed the immortal grass as long as they had it. Everything was fine. Matriarch, I'll call you matriarch for the last time. I don't know what it means to be young and foolish. I only know that the winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. A young demon fox genius. After saying that, he wrestled with another demon fox. Every move was straight for his life, although it looked like he had the upper hand, but in reality, he was already exhausted and at the end of his strength. His opponents were no better. Even those old demon foxes were dragging their tired bodies to fight, while killing their own clansmen as well as those of foreign clans. All of this was for the immortal grass. It's all a lie. I made it up to trick you all. It was a liar who said he could give me immortal grass, but in the end, he went back on his word. The two-tailed demon fox told the truth and shouted with her aura, but it was useless. No one believed it, and just took it as the two-tailed demon fox seeing their bravery, knowing that they were inferior, and wanting to play a slight trick so that they would miss out with their chance. The more they said this, the more vigorously they fought, and their hands were more ruthless, and some even directly adopted the method of exchanging injuries for injuries, because this was very fierce. Many clansmen also saw this and followed suit, murmuring, "Genius! It really is genius." After all, this kind of fighting method, although it was said that it wasn't maximizing the benefits, but was it brave enough? Was it ferocious enough? Just ask Immortal Grass. Did you love it? The other demonic beasts are using their own lives to fight. They are the most courageous. What is injury for injury fighting method? Their own savage charge, direct pike. Either the opposite side was crushed by themselves, or they died. The two-tailed demon fox can only despair at the reduction of their own clan. I'm afraid that after this time, after this thing, the entire mountain dead demonic beasts, I'm afraid that there are not 10,000 also 8,000, and increasingly, in the beginning everyone was more coy. After all, some were familiar, some were demonic beasts that they couldn't afford to mess with, but things have developed to the point where it has gotten completely out of control. A day had passed and no one had gotten the immortal grass, so one had a chance. What if, in case he survived and got the immortal grass? The most crucial thing was that he could run over the demonic beast that got the immortal grass. That way getting the immortal grass would favor him even more. Little demon, take your life. A White Fox clan member had already completely killed his eyes. He fantasized himself as a great demon who reigned supreme, brave and invincible, and was valiant. Seeing that the two-tailed demon fox had already treated her as an enemy, the two-tailed demon fox naturally could not let him attack, and slapped him to death. Although he was a member of the clan, but those who dared to offend her had to die. However, it was this one move that most of the surrounding demonic beasts gathered. They launched a fierce attack towards their clan leader. Every attack was to the death. The two-tailed demon fox hadn't shown her face before. After all, she didn't consider these as clansmen anymore. She was going to be the nine-tailed sky fox's clan. However, realizing that she had been cheated, she tried to change her faults, but it was useless. After all, the more she resisted, the more excited her clan members became, and even quite a few lesser demons had already attacked in. That's really ruthless. This forbidden prison. If a weaker human were to appear, then I'm afraid it would be vaporization. Gu Xian muttered. Finally, a demonic beast raised its head and saw Gu Xian. Tiny human dares to come and offend. Let's see me take you down. With that, the demonic beast charged over, and naturally, Gu Xian was watching. Although he couldn't understand what it was saying, it was just putting out harsh words. In an instant, some of the ones that had heard it stopped, and they looked up, and when they saw Gu Xian, who was at the Foundation Establishment realm, not only were they not afraid, but they were excited instead. The pairs of eyes looking straight at him were a bit creepy. Holy crap, it's not coming at me, is it? Gu Xian had just finished speaking when the group of demonic beasts charged towards the tree he was in, with a feeling that they wouldn't turn back until they hit the south wall and wouldn't return until they broke the building. It was as if it was at home in death, like those valiant soldiers on the battlefield. They were holding on to their positions, defending them even with blood. But Gu Xian did nothing, just watched from above. After a few killings, these demonic beasts were not only not afraid, but instead, their eyes were shining brightly, and one after another, Their mouths were still speaking a demonic beast language that they didn't understand. Gu Xian naturally fulfilled them all, finally raising all the demonic beasts in an area. But what followed was another wave of demonic beasts that seemed to have no end. Every demonic beast was thinking that if the human immortal cultivators came to violate the law, and they bravely fought against the enemy, they would always be able to obtain the favor of the immortal grass. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, and even their already tired bodies gained a couple more strength at this point. Gu Xian cleared the field again, but then came the next batch. As if there was no end in sight, finally he chose to escape, which gave those demonic beasts more confidence. As long as they killed Gu Xian, they would definitely be able to obtain the favor of the immortal grass, and instead of killing each other, one demonic beast chased after Gu Xian. This is crazy. This group of demonic beasts, I'm afraid that if they don't find the reason, soon they won't be satisfied and become even more berserk before coming to attack the human world. No wonder they were opened up. Gu Xian said to himself, the demonic beasts on the outside were generally weak and not brave enough, and more crucially, it was quite normal, which seemed to be the reason why they were weak. Gu Xian seemed to have found a thought. Chapter 40, The Rat Demon's Rat Guts. The problem might just be in the center of this forbidden prison. I'm afraid that's where I'll get the answers I want. And it's also the chance to complete the mission. 1000 aura points. Here I come. Gu Xian looked deep into the forest. He didn't know the way, but as long as he continued deeper in the direction he had come in, he would be fine. Thinking of this, he also didn't intend to play with these little demonic beasts. After all, it was still something that consumed his spirit, and it also made his aura storage drop a lot, so I'm afraid that he would need to rest for a few hours to get better. Little trash, have the guts to catch up with me, Gu Xian shouted, and then spread his legs and ran. Even the 4WD demonic beasts that had lived in this mountain forest for so long were not as fast as Gu Xian. A foundation establishment could run, but in a few minutes, he had shaken them off, and on the way, he also saw many demonic beasts gnawing on the corpses of some dead demonic beasts, perhaps hungry for something to replenish their strength. It seems that these ghost demonic beasts aren't completely crazy, some basic instincts are still there. Then I'm afraid that they aren't losing all their sanity and instincts. Probably it's really the same as what the bear demon said. Gu Xian's judgment wasn't wrong. It was indeed this thing. The two-tailed demon fox could only leave when it saw that it couldn't make sense to its own people, and it stood in front of the divine tree, praying bitterly that its own people would live a little longer. It had witnessed several demon foxes of a few years old killing each other, only to pay for its own lies. It was a sinner. Of course, if it had gotten its divine grass, that would have been another meaning. After all, the king had become the loser and the bandit. It was just fine to get it for itself, but in the end, it realized that it was just being taken advantage of. Divine tree, I have sinned. I have sinned. If it wasn't for me, the entire mountain forest wouldn't be like this. I watched my clansmen kill each other with my own eyes. If it wasn't for me, they should be living happily ever after, the two-tailed demon fox said faintly, but a moment later, the sound of rushing came from below. Dang, dang, thud, one after another. It seemed like it had to hit the tree. Dang, dang, thud, again. The two-tailed demon fox couldn't stand it, to see who was so ungrateful down there. A rat demon, timid and fearful by nature. Even the rat king is coy, not the slightest bit of awareness as a king, just a little bit of bravado, but most of them are afraid of things. Divine tree is the oldest tree inside their big mountain. Inside the rumor, here died an immortal, and still end of life. So this tree also has a divine charm, but this statement is definitely biased. After all, how can an immortal die, especially as the end of life? So it can only be a human with extremely high cultivation. But for these small demons of theirs, Yuaning is a true god. None of them ever had a Yuaning level, although it is not immortal, but that deterrent power is not reduced. After all, once attacked, this tree demonic beasts are dead. These rat demons simply do not want to die, but it looks like it is really under the hard hand. But unfortunately, the god tree did not feel the slightest. This defense, even if the general Yuaning, is also difficult to break open. This is only the speculation of the two-tailed demon fox. After all, back then, their ancestors had the audacity to attack it, take the god tree to experiment with their own abilities. Only Jindan's patriarchs died after that. There are also survivors, those who have not attacked the divine tree. Only successive patriarchs can rise to Jindan. That era is also the era of the weak. The weak vented their anger, and there are a few races that have a deadly grudge have become extinct. After all, this great opportunity is naturally blowing the horn of the counterattack. Although the White Fox clan is relatively weak, but it is also considered to be the top of the weak. Dwarf inside the pick tall. That era is also cool, a sum of money, gained countless benefits. So far the White Fox clan already has a high status. Otherwise this time the news passed also no one believe. After all, Is a big clan's patriarch to pass out? That the truth is also in all likelihood is so. At first everyone didn't know why it was passed out, but there were rumors that the White Fox clan had a mole, because after getting the news, they didn't dare to attack the weaker demonic beast races at will, so they passed out the news and competed together, and that's why they gained the trust of all the demonic beasts, and from then on opened Pandora's magic box like it was out of control. Little mouse demon, do you know that this is the divine tree? If you offend the divine tree, you will definitely die. Even if you have the chance to obtain the divine grass, it won't help. The two-tailed demon fox seized the key point and scolded angrily, wanting to deter it. After all, the rat demon itself was timid, and its legs shivered when it looked at it on a normal day. But this little mouse demon in the chi practicing realm just laughed. Tiny white fox, also worthy to compare with my rat 3, you and other small demons, do not dare. Doesn't mean I don't dare. The strong should live and die, not cower. Mouse 3 shouted loudly, rather have a feeling that my life is by me and not by heaven. The aura on the completely overpowered the two-tailed demon fox, but this is ultimately a mirror. Since you're talking so generously, then you'll die early. The divine tree is not something that a little demon like you can covet and harm. The two-tailed demon fox knew that saying anything would not help, since it was begging for death. Then let it die a quick death, lest it be rumored that it was the leader of the White Fox clan, bullying the weak and torturing other races. Mouse 3 remained unafraid until the claws of the two-tailed demon fox touched its neck, only needing a slight force to stomp out its brains. The smell of death was something that rats were born with a premonition of. It was just that it didn't have time to beg for mercy, just that there was some puzzlement within those eyes. It was so brave. Why did the divine grass still look down on itself, as well as wondering if the divine grass really existed? Its brother told it. It was its brother, like brother and sister. It couldn't possibly harm itself. Just death came faster than it imagined. That divine grass exists, but it will never belong to them, unless they kill Sue. But that suffocating feeling, that stems from the suppression of the bloodline. Brain matter also splattered on the two-tailed demon fox's body. Its white fur was tinted with the color of blood. It used its aura to remove the brain matter, but the brain matter was filled with water. Otherwise, why would it be so obsessed? The power of the divine tree was obvious to all. No one dared to disrespect it, even the demonic beasts that had already gone crazy off. Only its rat bile portion was enough. However, the two-tailed demon fox did not sympathize. This kind of rat demon, the brain is not good, and I'm afraid that it is also bullied in the usual way. Bold, wanting to attack the divine tree to obtain its publicity to go out to the favor of the divine grass. If things are true, maybe it really is a long AOT script, just that it is all a lie, a mirror only, a joke. Chapter 41 Gu Xian discovers the divine tree. At this moment, Gu Xian escaped the demonic beasts, and the deeper he went, the more alarmed he became. Not because these small demonic beasts were threatening him, but because of the information he looked at the tree in front of him. Ding! Title, Divine Tree, Pseudo, Strength, Peak Jindan. Details, an ancient tree. Development is no longer a matter of variety nowadays. After a chance, it absorbed the body of a transmigrating powerhouse and gained the title of pseudo-god, enjoying the offerings of the demonic beasts of this great mountain. System evaluation, an extremely resistant tree, but a bit careful. It can use the body of a transitional powerhouse to exploit your chi. The two-tailed demon fox left early. After all, she still had things to do, and that was to stop her own clan from continuing to kill each other. And the way to do that was simple, and that was to tie them all up. It was fine to show off, but you had to have a chance. If it wasn't stopped, the White Clan really was going to die. And time waited for no beast. Gu Xian looked at the tree. It was huge. It would take a dozen or so people to wrap their arms around it to finish hugging it. From the sheer volume alone, this thing was already pretty unbelievable. System, do you think it's because it caused this? Gu Xian asked. The system didn't respond at all, which of course meant that the mission wasn't complete and had to continue. But he wasn't in a hurry. Unbeknownst to him, the culprits Chu Tian and Su Zhan had gone back long ago. If it was to solve the real culprit, I'm afraid that there wasn't any way to do it. After all, the real culprit was Su Zhan, but Su Zhan's little brother was Chu Tian, who was a wolf demon, pretending to be from this big mountain, but in reality, there was no trace of such a person at all. Since that was the case, as soon as they were gone, how could there be any clues? Unless Chu Tian admitted it himself in front of Gu Xian and explained the plan. All Gu Xian had to do was just figure out the ins and outs of the matter. Even that wasn't simple. After all, Gu Xian didn't understand the beast language and the system didn't prompt him. Otherwise Gu Xian might have finished it a long time ago. After all, communication was the hardest part. That's strange. Since it's not this tree, then who is it? How about cutting down this tree? Gu Xian touched the tree to see the strength, squeezing it with all his might. It was actually harder than iron. and normal iron words under Gu Xian's iron claws were already as good as tofu dregs, but this time it was out of this world. This tree can monopolize the body of this varying power. I'm afraid it is also a little evil. Otherwise those demonic beasts would have come up to grab it. How could they give a tree to absorb it? Do you think they are doing charity? Gu Xian thought. But since the clues are broken, it's not a big problem. At least now he is close to the center area. Now the goal is to find a demon that can speak human language. Chu Tian, like a small demon, can understand the human language. The key is to be able to transform, although no, it is a little complex composition. But to the foundation building, demonic beasts will always be able to speak it. It is not that Gu Xian stupid. Mainly because he does not understand the system of the Xiantian world. In the demonic beasts inside is also said, like Chu Tian, kind of at least head of a Yuaning ancestor. Although there is no relationship, but at least the base in, that do things naturally different. The human language will certainly say, otherwise that is not a loss of face of their clan? Weaknesses can be, but you must have a skill. Chu Tian is also precisely the brain is much better than the average demonic beast, otherwise it would not have been sent as an advanced person. Su Chop, on the other hand, is here to experience life, and more than that, he is here to slaughter, and kill off the humans in advance that can threaten it to become a wolf god path. Although the humans have great chi, but the humans in this world don't have the protection of the Xian heavenly realm, and the chi they gain from slaughtering the humans with great chi is very much more than that. Su Zhan's benefit of letting this forbidden prison mess up is not without merit, while stirring up the order of the forbidden prison, while letting Chu Tian to solve it. When the time comes, he can suck a big mouthful of the chi luck of this place. This is something metaphysical and mysterious, but Su Zhan does know how to harvest. Naturally, it is not its wasteful ancestor who teaches it. A Yuaning, short-sighted, it wants to be a god, but it is only the realm of the god of transformation. That is only the illusion of having a little bit of god, but it is useless. There are many realms above this. The god of transformation is just a hurdle for those who want to become immortal, being bragged about by a bunch of small demonic beasts and stupid humans. Su Zhan's bloodline has an inheritance within it, the inheritance of becoming a wolf god. As long as it has enough chi, and can develop smoothly, and can grab the immortal position, yes, immortal position to be grabbed, die a fairy only out of a pit, a carrot, not you want to be able to want. Those real heaven-defying demons are generally in the body of a demigod, against the immortal gods, and then get the body position. Those are not good to mess with the existence of. All the White Clan, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't stop, I'll tie you all up. The two-tailed demon fox are returned to see their own clan land. Inside has appeared a lot of other demon clan. The scene is very chaotic. Originally self-inflicted killings of the clan at this time has been to the outside world, not conscience, rather, the outsiders to start. That ruthlessness can be more powerful, after all, comes with the feeling of invasion defense. That kind is to bathe in blood, guarding the home. They even thought that as long as they became the biggest contributor to this defense, then the immortal grass would definitely be theirs. However, the appearance of the two-tailed demon fox obviously confused them for a moment. After all, their own clan leader had returned and threatened one of their own. It definitely can't be our clan leader. Our clan leader would never let our homeland suffer such indignities. Our homeland is sworn to defend. An elder shouted. It was in the Foundation establishment realm and was not of a low tier. It was clearly an expert. At this moment, there were many demonic beasts that had offended it at its feet, although its complexion was a bit tired. But its voice was not small. All the demonic beasts heard it, for this voice did not care in the slightest. After all, each of them sunk inside their own illusions. After all, those who survived until now, more or less a bit of a proud battle. Otherwise it is impossible to fall deeper and deeper. But it is this illusion that makes them all fall into ruin. After all, the divine grass he wants is this kind, very much in line with the expectations of their hearts. The two-tailed demon fox saw the clan's obsession like this, and also intended to let go of their control. Every strike was the death of the white fox's opponent, and they themselves were still being grabbed as if they were little chicks. But then they reacted and attacked the demon claws that grabbed them, only to no avail. Their attacks were just tickling. Do they want to tickle the two-tailed demon fox to death? But their eyes are. I fought with the foreigner's blood. I swore to defend the home. Even suffered this poisonous hand, must resist, show their fearless look. Just like this, the White Fox's clan land ended in an absurd form. But there is no winner. Chapter 42, Su Wanhua's Revenge. It had to be said that his five senses had indeed been greatly enhanced after Foundation establishment, and he could smell blood even from a few hundred meters away, though it was partially due to the fact that the smell of blood was too strong. Gu Xian followed one corpse after another forward, and a large stone was engraved with words he didn't understand. White Fox Clanland, please stop. Gu Xian didn't care, but bizarrely, every few steps there was a message that was actually almost the same, and Gu Xian looked at the 3 lines of text on the ground. White Fox Clan, I want you to pay in blood. White Fox is guilty. White Fox destroys the clan. White Fox's clan. I want you to pay in blood. White Fox is guilty. White Fox must be exterminated. Goddamn White Fox clan. Blood for blood. White Fox is guilty. White Fox must be exterminated. Each word came from the hand of a different demonic beast, and each word, engraved with the unyielding of blood, as if it were a book of blood for 10,000 people. Gu Xian did not know that this was the demonic beasts that saw the end of the matter, and that they had led the demonic beasts up there as well, in order to give vent to their own anger. Gu Xian didn't care. He had only come to seek the truth. The good thing was that the only thing he had encountered so far that could kill him was that tree. The one that had grown up eating transitional cultivators was indeed strange, possessing the mysterious and inexplicable ability of cursing, an ability that was placed within all races as a mystery. Even with Gu Xian's system in hand, he didn't dare to mess around. Gu Xian walked quickly and arrived at the top of the mountain. This one was different from the mountains he had traveled, as the aura in the air was much more dense. Gu Xian felt that he had come to the right place. There was still a group of demonic beasts attacking each other on the mountain, but unlike normal days, these demonic beasts were surprisingly smiling, and there were still demonic beasts attacking each other around them. A grotesque and outrageous scene. What Gu Xian didn't realize was that these few demonic beasts had survived by surrendering, not because they couldn't survive, but they didn't have to fight with this group of stupid demonic beasts against each other. After all, there was no benefit, and their skins weren't itchy, and they didn't want to beat up on the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts that surrendered all survived, but the demonic beasts that surrendered were few and far between, because as long as they surrendered, it meant that they lost the chance to compete for the divine grass. Inside the KTV's box, Chu Tian, this time you've gotten a lot of credit, so I'll reward you and reward myself for once. Su Zhan drank a lot of wine and sat on the stage, seemingly very aroused. Chu Tian was not dissatisfied. After all, he only needed to be a good dog leg. When the big troop arrived, he would be able to successfully walk on the peak of his life. Since he was a child, he had heard of many of Su Zhan's names. He was just a small wolf at the bottom. At most, he was a little bit smart, but in the multiple levels of power and cultivation talent, bloodline, Su Zhan chaotically killed him. Chu Tian. There was no need to compare at all. Complete seconds, so even if Chu Tian encountered anything unpleasant, he could only go against the grain. Well, at the moment, apart from the matter of avenging Gu Xian, everything was going well. Young lord, then I'll be flattered. Chu Tian laughed haphazardly, looking very open-minded as well, but his eyes kept looking at Su Zhan. As long as there was the slightest difference, he stopped the matter at hand. After all, although Su Zhan would not kill it for the time being, but it was not guaranteed that he would fall out of favor just because of this matter. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger, and this saying was just as valid in the Xian heavenly realm. A woman walked in from the outside. Chu Tian also drank his head, did not notice any problems. After all, women, in their eyes so ridiculous, although smell a little blood odor, but Chu Tian also know, human girls will bleed every month, naturally did not care too much. As for why bleed still receive customers, with him what? And the eyes have been on Su Chop. That gorgeous light also makes the atmosphere become a little bit mesmerized. It still doesn't mind for human girls. After all, cool and done. Time went back to half an hour ago. Su Manhwa had recently been secretly taking the laboratory's spiritual water and impacting the realm for herself. Even though every time she felt countless ants crawling on her body, Su Manhwa still remembered the insults she received on that day. Before killing Chu Tian, she absolutely could not die, nor could she absolutely not have her tendons and veins broken. Just a moment ago, her own friend said that she saw Chu Tian inside the KTV and was afraid that Chu Tian had cheated on her and specially told her. That's right, everyone didn't know that her innocence was gone, and it was still such a humiliating situation. Others still thought that she and Chu Tian had a very good relationship, and were about to develop into a divine couple. Chu Tian, you must die, must die. Su Wanhua's hands were gripped tightly, and there was still a drop of blood flowing down. She gave money to the store manager, plus her own identity to exert pressure. The store manager naturally knew that his store was not subject to investigation, so he half-heartedly gave it to Su Wanhua. The store manager also revealed the store's industry, including the gray, but Su Wanhua didn't come to order male models. She came to make Chu Tian pay. Through the surveillance also saw Su Chop and Chu Tian, her eyes burning. The store manager did not dare to speak. After all, she is just a shopkeeper. The heart of the mind is only. This man is the husband of this officer. Catching adultery well, but obviously she pattern is small. If just catching adultery, cannot bring a gun. That's right, Su Wanhua in order to ensure the success rate. The hot weapon also brought, although just an old pistol, the killing power is not top, but this shot down, as long as the hit the vitals, or a shot to death. Little sister, come over, relax and unwind for me. There's no shortage of benefits for you, Chu Tian called out, muffling another mouthful of wine. Su Zhan was up there drinking a little bit out of his mind. The reason was also because he had harvested a lot of qi. Cool. It was too refreshing. Just these qi luck. If it's to be cultivated or bonded, it wouldn't take years and months. Now that I'm making a mark for Xian Heaven Realm and harvesting the qi luck of this Thai place, this speed, I'm afraid that the holy sons and daughters of those holy places aren't as good as me, Su Zhan murmured, and with a happy heart, he drank several more mouthfuls. This wine is not beer, but spirits. Even several bottles of liquor called the Spring of Life were dried up. This kind of alcohol, actually two people have not fallen. The woman was dressed in a uniform, which seemed to be slightly erotic, and looked charming, together with the alcohol on the head, and those splendid lights. Yes, guest. Su Wanhua had to bite down hard on the emphasis of every word. It was the feeling of a blood feud. Chu Tian felt that something was wrong, but there was no way that his strength could directly expel the alcohol out of his body. But his eyes also shifted from Su Zhan to Su Wanhua. The body of this woman in front of him could be said to be very good. A little bit of Su Wanhua, that feeling. Her voice seemed to be a little bit like that as well, especially that face. It was too similar. Chu Tian looked at Su Wanhua's face, without the slightest fear, but instead said with a teasing smile, "Young master, this chick is really a bit like that you had last time." Chu Tian shouted. His voice carried a happy feeling. He didn't feel any danger. He only felt very cool. The life of one person, 10,000 people was close at hand. Chapter 43, Su Wanhua's death. Su Zhan didn't care. Those especially strong wines were all he drank. In fact, he already had some unconsciousness, but with his Jin Dan and demonic beast's powerful body, he didn't have too much effect. At least normal judgment was still possible. Hearing what Chu Tian said, he also became interested. This place was absolutely safe as no one in the human world could threaten them. If it was in a foreign country, they still needed to be cautious. After all, there were still a lot of guns and ammunitions in foreign countries, although Jin Dan was already completely unafraid of some hot weapons. But if it was a heavy weapon, such as a sniper rifle, in the absence of any preparations, it would not be easy for him to suffer. At least he would have to shut down his life and death. But the Dragon Kingdom is very good. No guns. Is there paradise? And normal cultivators, even if they come to the door, he is a big pussy bucket to shoot dead. What's the comparison between a martial arts practitioner and a cultivator? There is also the half-disabled cultivator. The hidden family he is not seen. But those people, the killing power is weak. The body is the same as ordinary people. The only decent is the military. But the army, there are not a few foundation building. Jin Dan is even more disappeared. And the straight-standing Su Wanhua didn't say anything. She silently watched the two men. She knew that she was bound to die, but even if she died, she had to bite off a piece of Suchop's meat. I'm shy when I say that. Why don't you come over carefully and take a look? I have something good here. Su Wanhua put her hand into her clothes, not to undress, but to reward him with a gun. But when it came down to it, Su Wanhua's hand couldn't help but tremble slightly, not in fear, but in excitement. She was finally going to take the sins she had suffered and pay them back. Su Zhan had no doubt. After all, a strong person like him was definitely killing indiscriminately in the devil-less world. Although he was already drunk but his strength was undiminished, he could tell that this human was very weak, but he couldn't judge what realm. He had drunk too much. Chu Tian was also interested. He looked at Su Wanhua's chest colorfully, only thinking to see the hidden spring light, but seeing that the young master had come up, he didn't dare to overstep the bounds and just sat down to watch. Just as Su Chop approached, Su Wanhua opened her clothes slightly. Su Chop saw a black hole looking at himself. It seems to be a little deep inside. What is inside in the end? Not yet expected. With a bang, the whole KTV was in chaos. While Su Chop was covering his right eye with his hand, blood flowed straight, with a berserk breath. In an instant, a shield often appeared around Su Zhan. Su Wanhua didn't have any way out, but she wasn't going to make a move on Su Zhan. Instead she turned her head and grabbed Chu Tian's head. Chu Tian was messing around these days. Naturally he didn't have time to cultivate, and his realm was still at the 5th or 6th level. In front of Su Wanhua, who was close to practicing qi consummation, he was defenseless. Who are you? Chu Tian didn't drink much and reacted just instantly, but was just defenseless in the face of the hand reaching out. The alcohol paralyzed his body, causing his reaction speed to decrease greatly, and that was why Su Zhan fell prey to it. Who is it? Look at me with your own eyes. I'm your good girlfriend. Don't remember me? It's still publicizing my relationship with you recently, right? Su Wanhua's face was full of hideousness. A pair of eyes stared blankly. Blood filaments covered the whiteness of her eyes. It was somewhat terrifying to look at. If it was an ordinary person at this time, as well as being scared half to death, Chu Tian remained calm and composed. If you give up now, I cannot pursue your responsibility. You are breaking the law. Now it's a rule of law society. Chu Tian took out the same set of words he used to deal with the Dragon Kingdom people. However, Su Wanhua just laughed, slapping him on the face without leaving any trace of strength behind. Chu Tian's mouth spat out a few teeth and sprayed a mouthful of blood. His entire mind was in a state of confusion. What was this situation? You still have the nerve to talk to me about the law, the things you offended me about, what you and your young master did to me. I want you to pay in blood, undead or not. After Su Wanhua finished speaking, looking at Chu Tian's horrified eyes got great satisfaction. That's right, you would also be scared. Why didn't you know to be scared in the first place? Su Wanhua finished without waiting for him to reply. She broke Chu Tian's neck. While Su Jian was still in a daze and in pain, the damage caused by this kind of attack on a weak point was incalculable. Father, I'm sorry, my daughter is unfilial. It's just that this life is really too humiliating. The books are all in vain, and there's no way to do your filial piety for you. Grandpa, I'm sorry for using your experimental spirit water. Su Wanhua looked at Chu Tian's corpse and murmured. She was now satisfied and didn't want to live. As for killing Su Chop, at this time it was already impossible. Don't look at the fact that she seemed to have gotten a sneak attack. A shot could reasonably kill Su Chop, but in reality, Su Jian just injured his eyes. The instinct of danger instantly annihilated the bullet. The aura is raging in his body, and at the same time, he also made out the means of defense. Originally drunk Su Jian also sobered up. Only the pain made him incapable of speaking. Even look at Su Wanhua, even more incapable of attacking, but he recognized this person. He had a good time that day. Looking at her expression, there was only excitement. Now there is only hatred. Incomparable hatred. How dare she? Su Wanhua knew it was over. In silent mourning, and whipped Chu Tian, before slowly picking up the pistol and pointing it at his head. Goodbye, world. I want to be a police officer in my next life, and take all these demons and monsters, and criminals in. Death by 1,000 cuts. Bang! Su Wanhua died. She wore a faint smile. Her great revenge was avenged. Everything was worth it. Only she couldn't fulfill her filial piety. But it didn't matter. The country would take care of them. Professor Su also received one report after another at this time. All of them said that Su Wanhua stole the spiritual water from the laboratory, but he did not stop it. After all, his granddaughter has also grown up. She understands things, but this time things are big. Actually took a gun. Professor Su walked towards the place where usually Su Wanhua cultivates. That is, her room. The things inside are washed clean. There is also a letter on the table. Yo, Wanhua is still so literate. Is the family treating her badly? This is to run away from home? Prof. Su laughed gleefully. There is also a bank card. Does this little ninny not want money? It can't be eloping with someone else, and I haven't heard with which one. Also implied that she can take it home if she has. Professor Su frowned, feeling that things were not that simple, only to see the cover sprawling with lines and lines of neatly written words, just a little wrinkled. Should be touching water. Chapter 44, The White Fox Sanctuary. The envelope was bought when Su Wanhua was very small. A long time did not use this kind of envelope. Also a long time did not write. The handwriting has a little scribble. Occasionally a few words written very heavy. Professor Su's sideburns were gray. Originally a face of God. At this time more than a trace of gravity. Frown into a Chuan character. Thinking of his granddaughter's abnormal state a few days ago. His heart was cold. This matter is afraid that it is not a small matter. And it is a life-threatening. Grandpa, when you see this letter, I have already embarked on a path of revenge. Probably I will die. I don't want you guys to worry. Please forgive Wanhua's unfiliality. This matter I would rather seal it for eternity. So don't worry about me. Wanhua, I never intended to live in this world in the first place. And I don't have that face. There is no need to build a grave for me. Please claim to the public that I have disappeared, so that my father won't be too upset. Love, Wanhua. Professor Su looked at it as if his eyes had gotten sand in them, circling around inside his eye sockets, tormenting him as if every word he read was a kind of torture for this old man who was over 100 years old. Silly boy. No matter what happens you should smile and move forward. What hatred there is, Grandpa will avenge you even if he spells out this old life. White hair sends black hair, Professor Su murmured, no longer able to speak. If not for the revival of the aura, he would have retired in another year and enjoyed his old age in peace. But the heavens were not in his favor. Asking what hurts the most in the world. It's not the white hair sending the black hair to the black hair. Su Wanhua left earlier than even his grandfather. If Gu Xian knew about it, he could only comment on it. A long way ahead. This matter was said by Gu Xian a long time ago, only that she did not believe it and was still hostile to him, and probably thought that Gu Xian was a pushing man, and that all the women in the world should like him. My name is the dividing line. Gu Xian wasn't unproductive in the White Fox clanlands. as he looked at an indoor wall with some images etched on it, but the aesthetic of this one was really not complimentary. This white fox seems to have come from quite a long line of gods and goddesses that came down from the sky, and I don't know if they're as godly as they're blown up to be, or if they just have a throwback bloodline. Gu Xian guessed. He had read not 100 but 80 novels. This kind of pissy routine, he knew it by heart, but this kind of one with a big brother's bloodline, more or less something, I'm afraid that he would know the cause of this matter. And Gu Xian is looking for the two-tailed demon fox, is also in the White Fox clan land, but it is White Fox Forbidden Land. This was the place where successive generations of White Fox clan chiefs had been buried, the most powerful being a transformation god, which had once possessed 10% of the nine-tailed Skyfox's bloodline. Even the descendants of the nine-tailed had wanted to find her to go back to, but she had refused because she was not that way inclined by nature, and that had also been the ancestor of their current generation. Nine-tailed Skyfox is too far away, and she is more intimate, and also had left many secret methods. Only with the passage of time, the clan's talent is not enough, and also lost, plus after the matriarch in order to retain the bloodline of the White Fox clan, but also with the fusion of many powerful races, but they are ultimately the inferior bloodline. Nine-tailed Skyfox's bloodline, even a trace of it, they are not able to get their hands on it, which led to the more they were reconciled, the weaker they became, and ultimately had to send out a few clansmen to reconcile with each other every year, and in these generations, they finally rose a little bit. It is only because it is limited by the bloodline. Even though it reached the Jindan stage at a young age, there is no direction to move forward, and the bloodline cannot support her to go farther. For the sake of strong power and guarding the clansmen, she fell in love with the way. Otherwise, how could she have been deceived by such poor quality lies? Although the rise, but the bloodline of the clan is still very poor. Originally they are, now this bloodline extreme is the foundation. Themselves rely on talent, as well as the power of the bloodline. Then the regular clansman, a hint of strength, broke through to the two-tailed, and became the two-tailed demon fox, completely suppressed these agitated races. A great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under people for a long time? You are not our White Fox clan chief. A strong male demon fox shouted angrily, carrying a strong sense of unwillingness, indignation, incomparable indignation. His talent wasn't bad. He had built his foundation at less than 100 years old, and was expected to be a Jindan, and he had made great achievements for the White Fox, and was so valiant and warlike that ordinary demonic beasts couldn't even get close to him. Who do you think you are talking to? You want to die? The two-tailed demon fox didn't care and just asked, without any anger or emotion, just a faint question. The surrounding demon fox clansmen all had a chill in their hearts, although their heads had also finally cleared up, and the White Fox Forbidden Ground also had a god-calming effect, and was also a gift that the successive clan chiefs had left for them. Clan Chief Xiao Bu's strength and his battle achievements are obvious to all, although contradicting the clan chief is a capital offense, but on account of so many years of merit, spare him one. An old demon fox knelt down and begged for forgiveness, and 2 lines of tears soaked its fur. Looking at this demon fox with 2 lines of tears, the two-tailed demon fox still didn't say anything. She made more contributions, just that she didn't like to publicize it. Otherwise their declining White Fox clan, where is the qualification to have a foothold here? Her body had many scars, perhaps left by cultivation, perhaps left by killing the enemy. She herself couldn't quite remember, but what she could be sure of was that now the clan was finally awake. It wasn't that she didn't want to give them access to the Forbidden Land, but the demon foxes that entered the Forbidden Land needed to cultivate a technique that only the clan leader could cultivate, or else they would end up turning into a few white bones, so she really didn't want to bring them in if it wasn't a non-essential situation. Quiet. I have my own decision. Now listen to me. The whole big mountain is in a big mess right now, all because we fell for a wolf demon's trick. He owns the immortal grass. I've seen it before, only he never wanted to give it to us. The two-tailed demon fox used his aura against his throat and expanded his voice to shout. All the clansmen could hear it clearly. Everyone's heart was filled with anger towards that wolf demon, and they didn't feel that there was anything wrong in the slightest. The two-tailed demon fox was happy to do the same when she saw the situation. After all, she didn't want to be the White Fox's sinner, so she naturally took off her own faults. What? Surprisingly, wait for me to exterminate him. The fox demon named Xiaobu shouted, with extreme anger in his eyes. Even though he was stupid, he was at the top of his game within the same realm, and rarely had any enemies. All the clansmen were furious. At the same time, the entire White Fox Forbidden Land was also enraged, and a wisp of demonic chi traveled out and was absorbed by the two-tailed demon fox. There was no expression on her face. She couldn't tell if she was happy or sad, but her heart was tinged with joy and guilt. Just about all the clansmen inside the Forbidden Land, their lifespan wouldn't be more than 100 years. Chapter 45, The Mystery of the Nine-Tailed Skyfox. It was relying on them to cause the Forbidden Land's ancestor to be angry, and then grant them power. Only this was supposed to add up to the power of all the demon foxes, and was stolen by her. The shackles in her body were also broken. Yuaning stage. Expected. At the same time her also Heaven's way is damaged. She can't transform into a god in this life, but it's already enough. The realm of transforming into a god is too far away. She only needs to be able to go up to the Yuaning to become the old ancestor of the White Fox clan, and also shelter them for dozens of generations. If she is lucky, and then a genius, the White Fox clan is considered to be truly hopeful. It was a pity that there was no divine grass, or else she wouldn't have to use this lower down method. But although the matter of the immortal grass had given them some heavy blows, the harvest was also there. The ancestor sensed the casualties of many clansmen, as well as the colors hanging on every demon fox. Naturally he was instinctively angry, thinking that someone had come to attack the demon fox clan. At the same time, the aura within the Forbidden Land, as well as that mysterious feeling, began to dissipate a little. But all the demon foxes of the White Fox clan calmed down, and for this subtle feeling, they didn't notice anything different. Knock knock knock. The Forbidden Land that was originally in a fervor, suddenly quieted down a little, seemingly carrying a little strange atmosphere. The two-tailed demon fox also had a chill in the bottom of his heart. It was hard to believe that the old ancestor had angrily crawled out of the grave, then now knocking on the coffin. But apparently they were overthinking it. But it was just Gu Xian from 800 meters away to see this place visions frequent, and came a kind of cacophony of sound. But looking at a teleportation entrance he was silent. After all, this may also be the wave of space and time. If he entered the wrong, he himself will never be able to recover. But the good thing is that he has bodyguards to send to their deaths. The grade is naturally the lowest one. The white mask that was summoned out couldn't help but hold his forehead when he heard the request as well. Thankfully, he was an aura body and it didn't matter. Otherwise he would have had to give Gu Xian a super duper forced fight. You are going to make the most of what you have. The masked man went inside after saying that, and to his eyes were many of the White Fox clan. It could tell that the vitality within these white foxes was being sucked out by a demon fox, but he wasn't going to intervene. Looking at them one by one, they are excited to beat the chicken blood, or stimulants. In order not to appear presumptuous, the masked man rested his cheeks and thought for some time, decided to create a little bit of noise. This was followed by knock, 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 with a slightly dull sound. All the white foxes looked over, with some confusion in their eyes, especially the moment they saw the masked man. Their brains went straight offline. The Forbidden Land of their White Fox clan had a saying that non-white foxes who entered would fall into a permanent sleep. It was something like a curse. Hello guys, may I ask that there should not be any temporal turbulence here? The masked man was the first to break this silence. Gu Xian saw the masked man go in shortly afterward, and instantly the inside went quiet, and he had gotten as close as he could in order to listen carefully, but he still didn't hear a sound at all. Can't it be that there's really a temporal turbulence inside? But the masked man didn't die either. It that practicing chi level strength. Going in there couldn't help but be knocked to death twice. That gauze should be permeable. Gu Xian was puzzled, but then the system transmitted the masked man's message. It's full of white foxes, and this seems to be a mass grave? Seeing this message, Gu Xian's brain was also a bit numb. A mass grave? Is this thing reliable and a question mark? Is this meant to be uncertain? Foreigner, die. The two-tailed demon fox found out the fastest, but when she finally laid her hands on him, she still withdrew her strength. She had to figure out how this person who seemed to be of the human race was able to enter the demon fox Forbidden Land, and moreover, there were still no repercussions. If this method was known, these White Fox clansmen could sleep here even every day. That would also allow their cultivation talent to increase greatly, although there was no way to break the bloodline's confinement. If there was a genius in a later generation with supreme talent, they could remove the bloodline of the nine-tailed sky fox and take a path on their own, which would also be considered to free them from the confinement of their bloodline. The masked man didn't put up any resistance. He knew that everything was futile, and he didn't care. Anyway, the mission was accomplished, and the aura points had arrived. Sister Fox Fairy, why did you stay your hand? The masked man laughed wickedly, not seeming to care too much. The two-tailed demon fox's hand was a bit heavier. She didn't like being molested by a human, much less because of the role of a female. Human, your life is in my hands. I advise you to be honest and explain what you are doing here. Why you don't have any influence. Why you can come to the depths of our demonic beast clan. The two-tailed demon fox pinched the masked man's neck. She didn't want to lift the idea of his mask. After all, don't all humans look the same? And there is no demon fox boy handsome. Naturally, for his appearance under the mask is not interested, but she is interested in some things on his body. The masked man just laughed, and then touched this paw. Sure enough, it's still the fur of the nine-tailed sky fox that feels smooth, but it's a pity that the bloodline is too small. And you're not from the core of that clan, are you? The masked man didn't answer her question, just slightly admiringly stroking casually saying something not so light, but every word was clasped in the heart of every clan member. Of course they knew that they had the bloodline of the nine-tailed sky fox, but any other demonic beasts didn't know that. Otherwise how could they have survived until now? The most crucial thing was that this person also told their own details at a glance. After all, the nine-tailed skyfox was a very ancient existence. Although the Xian heavenly realm had a long history, it didn't record much of the nine-tailed skyfox. It just said that it was a legend. This legend was also because the demon fox of the nine-tailed skyfox lineage was captured and then told. Otherwise no human would even know about this ancient figure. However, the life and death of the nine-tailed skyfox no one knows. After all, ascension, but in the past will also occasionally descend some benefits, but in do not know when. It is broken. Anyway, the two-tailed demon fox was not yet born at that time. However, it is certain that their ancestors were 100% benefited. Otherwise they could go up to the transformation god realm. That is simply impossible. Even if the bloodline concentration is 1/5. After all, they need bloodline feats. Otherwise there is no way to cultivate the trace of divinity in this life. Who the hell are you? Say, otherwise I'll kill you right away. The two-tailed demon fox felt threatened. This masked man was most likely a disciple of an ancient family, however the probability was that it was a collateral lineage. But what they possessed was not something they could think of either. If it wasn't for the low realm, I'm sure he wouldn't be able to tie his hands. Chapter 46, Whoring the White Fox Clan Lands, but with extra money. You're weak, you know that? The two-tailed demon fox laughed, watching the masked man's every move. Only she didn't understand. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of death? The masked man really wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't care. After all, he was just a term spirit body, carrying the memories that the system had molded for him. For him, even if the two-tailed demon fox pulverized him to pieces, it would be useless, not to mention a little bit of meaning. The masked man thought about it and said, "It's not that I can't tell you, but we have a rule. This rule, I think you also know." So in the eyes of the two-tailed demon fox, he watched as he stretched out his own hand, rubbed his index finger and thumb together, and raised an eyebrow. The two-tailed demon fox frowned. She wasn't aware of it. After all, she as the clan leader never lacked these cultivation resources, although it was very scarce, but she was a genius, and the resources of the whole clan were given to her. A demon fox next to her came up to be a clan elder, which is also considered to be more senior. This gesture, plus this look, this raised eyebrow, he saw at a glance. The masked man did a very standard. This is to ask for benefits, but he does not mind. This world is the most afraid of the people who have no desire. Although the masked man greedy for money, but it also knows that it can be free to enter and exit the clan land can obtain too many benefits. Clan elder, this human wants some favors. We can instead give some unwanted human cultivation resources. It's not much use to us anyway, and we can also get news useful to us out of his mouth. The clan elder pointed at the masked man and told the matter, also letting the two-tailed demon fox know something. After all, she had always been untouched by the world, wanting to abandon this weak white fox clan, but there was no way to do so. The two-tailed demon fox thought about the fact that there were indeed quite a few useless humans' cultivation resources inside his clan's coffers, so he thought he could pry open his mouth. "I know, you tell me when you get the stuff. If not, I'll get you killed," the two-tailed demon fox said threateningly. She didn't want to be deceived again. That feeling was too painful, especially since she lost a huge amount every time, waiting for the matter to end. "I'm afraid that this great mountain no longer has a place for their white fox clan, although it is said that they are the strongest race right now. I'm afraid that it won't be too good after offending all the races." Okay, as long as you think it's okay, but I still have one more request." After the masked man finished speaking, he pointed to the exit. "There's a person outside. That's my little brother. You can give it to him. When I finish, I'll leave. If you guys want to kill me, then my little brother will take these resources to find someone to get you killed. I'm sure you guys don't want to offend me either." The masked man had arranged a general identity for Gu Shen, although the two-tailed demon fox would be suspicious. After all, whose little brother was the one who let his big brother go first? But it was also possible that the masked man was extremely confident, and didn't care about them at all. Even if the two-tailed demon fox wants to kill him, but he is not the slightest bit afraid, to know that many of the demonic beasts are rash, since he dared to do so naturally have something to rely on. If it is not non-essential, she did not want to go experience it. The masked man saw the two-tailed demon fox fall into silence and knew that he had become, smiled and said, "Do not answer, I will take it as a promise. Wake up, let's go. I think you have so many graves here. I'm afraid that there are no cultivation resources that I need." The two-tailed demon fox had already put him down, but said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if I promise you, But you also have to remember that if there is a little bit of falsehood in what you promised me, even if I fight to the death, I will let you shatter your bones, and even if I can't beat you, I will still bite off a piece of meat from your body." The masked man shrugged. He didn't care. He could bite out the meat. It was considered her bull. Gu Xian outside naturally received the news. Saw the masked man said things he confused. How can this bodyguard still take people indiscriminately white-whoring others? And still the Fox clan. This White Fox clan, at a glance, if transformed into a human being, that more or less is also a handsome man and a beautiful woman, looked out of only one person to Fox, but also did not too surprised, because outside is too dangerous. Although in the clan land will not be good, but better than in the outside lost his life. "Big brother, you finally came out. What's with these two fox demons?" Although Gu Xian's acting wasn't very good, it was still enough to deal with these two fox demons. At least they couldn't see the cracks. They just sized up Gu Xian and stopped paying attention. Although it was said that Gu Xian was a junior brother and possessed the foundation establishment cultivation, but this kind of big family would definitely have a high realm guarding the low realm. But foundation establishment was a bit insufficient. But looking at this age, one could tell that it was a slave who had been following him since he was a child. The clan elder had only traveled the earth for some time, but he didn't know too much about it, so naturally he couldn't see where it was wrong. And Gu Xian's clothes were very strange. At least they weren't worn by the cultivators they had seen on a regular basis, so he thought that it was also a lowly grass that didn't deserve to wear such good clothes, and was probably a slave. "Little brother, there's nothing going on outside, right?" "Right. Recently what's that broken restaurant? I heard that you have to pay extra for going to eat a meal. The key that the meal is not good. But who makes me want to eat it? I don't know if you want to eat." The masked man suddenly pulled out a digression. But the clan elder didn't hear the court either. Gu Xian just held his forehead. So he was waiting for him here. Although he was a bodyguard. But the services of the white whore he indicated that he would have to add money. If he didn't agree, then the cultivation resources he had just spoken of in there would naturally be nowhere to be found. "Little brother which has extra ideas, big brother love to eat. I support big brother. Big brother has the final say." Gu Xian smiled sarcastically, but his heart was still dripping blood. God knows how much he's going to raise the price to. If it doesn't meet his expectations, then absolutely, disagreeing and beating him to death to give it. And the masked man couldn't beat himself, but I wonder if he had the ability to make the system directly deduct aura points. Understand? After the masked man finished speaking, he looked at the two-tailed demon fox and said, "What are you looking at? Lead the way, your family land, and not my family land." Two-tailed demon fox only back to God. She has been listening to want to find a little what break, more information, so that they can preside over the big picture. However, it was clear that she hadn't understood a single character. Even if a normal person heard it, they would still be in the clouds. I'm afraid that only those who were very deep in this path would be able to instantly hear the sound of the Xianwei. Gu Xian had also been following the masked man, listening to them chatting, and also saw the system pop up the price increase prompt. But fortunately, it was the system that ruled. Otherwise he was really afraid of being cheated by the masked man. After walking to a remote place, there were no demonic beasts either. Chapter 47 Mission accomplished. However, as it approached, an old white fox appeared, and it looked at the masked man and Gu Xian, and then at the two-tailed demon fox and the clan elder. "Old White, this time we've come to take the human cultivation resources inside the clan treasury and exchange some information with these two. But you actually didn't go to participate in the divine grass fight." The clan elder laughed gleefully, audibly greeting an old friend. The fox demon known as Old White nodded his head before pointing to the other side. "That's not true. Some of the demon foxes in our clan are also crazy. They actually trespassed into the clan's land in order to improve themselves, wanting to show off their skills. I'm old and my children have died out, but I have no desires. I don't have any thoughts about the divine grass. I'm just thinking about properly fulfilling the orders given to me by the previous clan leader, and properly guarding the treasury of our White Fox clan." The old white fox spat out human language, which was also something Gu Xian could understand, and probably knew what they were chatting about. Well, the clan elder just answered a sentence. After all, it had secretly sent people to steal the things inside the storehouse, but I'm afraid it was a total loss by the looks of it, and it will not even think of the clan treasury inside the guard. Only know, if you can get their clan left behind the big killing weapon, absolutely can successfully get the divine grass. The old white fox led them to walk in. Inside is very big. There are 3 layers. The first layer is ordinary things. The second layer is for humans, also they cannot use. The third layer is all the treasures of their clan, spiritual grass, weapons. The clan elder's eyes flashed with a hint of greed, but he didn't make a move. Don't look at the old white wolf's weak appearance. It is a genuine Jindan powerhouse, otherwise it wouldn't be guarding the treasury. Well, the things you want are inside. I don't know what kind of deal the clan chief and the clan elder made with these two humans of theirs. I need to record it, or have a reason. The old white fox said, taking out an old parchment from inside the cabinet. On it was written a small income, expenses, including spirit stones, this kind of hard currency. They grasped the method of free access to our clan land. If there is this method, all of our clansmen can enter the clan land without the trouble of harm. When the time comes, our White Fox clan is also a day of emergence. Even if we are beaten to the door, there is also a place to hide. The two-tailed demon fox spoke of the benefits, already the reasons, but the old white fox just looked at the two without saying anything. It didn't know if it was true or not, but it was right to record it. Gu Xian also looked at it for a few moments, and he didn't recognize any of those words, but it didn't affect his viewing. After all, if he didn't understand this kind of thing, could that masked man not? Big brother, what is this old white fox writing? Why can't I read it? Gu Xian looked at the masked man and blinked. The masked man shook his head. I told you to read more, but you had to go and molest virtuous women. Now it's good. You're dumbfounded when you come across something you have to learn. What it wrote is not ordinary. Gu Xian was lectured a few times, but he endured it in order to get an answer. Big brother, so what it wrote? The masked man came close to his ear, and before he could speak, the clan elder and the two-tailed demon fox also came close, and within less than a centimeter, they were almost attached to the masked man's mask. What it writes, even your big brother, I can't read it. The masked man laughed a few times after he finished speaking, leaving only one person and two foxes in silence. After the old white fox finished writing, he asked, I wonder what the matriarch traded with them. The two-tailed demon fox looked at the masked man and asked, 3 things, is that okay? The masked man shook his head. Give away a little more. Just 3 pieces. It's too stingy. The masked man was seriously bargaining. After all, the amount of aura points it could earn depended on how many things it could fool around with. Even though it was said to be a gift, Gu Xian would have to pay out aura points as well. In the end it was at the cost of 3 items, and 10 spirit herbs. The masked man and Gu Xian walked up to the second floor. The two-tailed demon fox trailed over. She couldn't guarantee that these two wouldn't play tricks. Little brother, these trash. Big brother can't look at them. Just choose for yourself. Take whichever one you like. We don't necessarily want the best, but we must want the most favorite. The masked man managed to give the right to choose to Gu Xian. The two-tailed demon foxes both looked the other way. Don't underestimate the White Fox clan's clan treasury. What's collected in here could be the equipment that some of the big clan's disciples came out to practice and died, and then dropped, and they couldn't look at the general garbage either. That is to say that the things here, at the very least, is also the foundation establishment. The highest they are not sure. They have also wanted to find the divine tree to absorb the equipment of the immortals, even if they can't use it, but that kind of thing, it is no longer common sense can be explained, even if it is to put it on the sidelines, every day, to worship it is good. Most of all, those items will be tainted with immortal chi. Cultivation of immortals is most concerned about fate. People who can cultivate are known as having immortal fate, and the things of the true immortals, that is even more by all people. The demonic beast says treasures. Thank you, big brother. He is not excited. After all, these things, later will also have to give the masked man the corresponding aura points. Not for nothing. I should have known better to go in myself. This kind of opportunity to whore for nothing is mine, and I don't have to give him the corresponding aura points. Gu Xian thought with some difficulty in his heart, but it was fine. He wasn't sure if he had the kind of calmness that the masked man had, as well as having that kind of flexible thinking, but it was kind of advantageous. However, he had gotten new information this time, and that was whether or not the divine grass that the clan elder had said earlier might have something to do with the quest. After all, it appeared far too often, and was obviously a good thing. And what caused the current situation also seemed to be because of the divine grass. After all, the clan elder had also hinted at it just now. Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest. Gu Xian was startled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So it really is. But why couldn't the front succeed? Ding! Does it cost 1 aura point to solve the puzzle? I have aura points. I'm capricious. Spend. Must spend. After Gu Xian received 1,000 aura points, his own aura points were not considered generous, or at least not in dire straits. Ding! The cause of the incident. Gu Xian entered into a metaphysical feeling that seemed to be an experiential sense of taking over a body, and his perspective was that of a two-tailed demon fox. So how did he know? Those 2 tails were so big, and he wasn't blind. At first, it was the divine grass that appeared, and then it was the two-tailed demon fox that rushed there, as the strongest Jindan demonic beast at the moment, along with the relatively close distance. It arrived, but in front of it were 2 people. Gu Xian could tell at a glance that one was Chu Tian, and the other he didn't recognize, but by the looks of it, Chu Tian's status was lower than his. Chapter 48 Copper from the Blue Planet. As the plot advances, he also saw why the 13th forbidden prison's big mountain is how to fall. To be honest, if not this mission he really do not know. This unruly young man has come to this world, looking at Chu Tian's humble and pleasing appearance. I'm afraid that the young man beside him is the real boss. Of course it may also be a small boss, but look at him acting cautiously. It should not be a very stupid person, and his own against him, although he has the certainty to kill. But is it true that other people don't have a backhand? For example, in the beginning Chu Tian possessed that magical energy, although it looked like he knew it was expendable, but Gu Xian froze and did nothing about it. What are you doing? The two-tailed demon fox made it a point to come over and shake Gu Xian. Seeing that he had been frozen for a while, she was afraid that he was doing something bad, but there was no aura to highlight it. Gu Xian came back to his senses and hurriedly lowered his head. He could still remember his current status, then apologized repeatedly to deal with the two-tailed demon fox. Seeing as Gu Xian really didn't have the ability to threaten this place, and what use could a Foundation establishment stage human be? Pick well. Don't let your master get cold feet. After the two-tailed demon fox finished speaking, he went out with the clan elder, while the old white fox remained here watching, not spying on Gu Xian, but rather watching what Gu Xian took and then recording it in passing. He was a handful of old bones, so naturally, he didn't care what Gu Xian wanted to do. He was blameless to the white fox clan. Ha! This! Gu Xian looked at the cabinet and saw that there was a copper coin. If it was some kind of fortune copper coin or something like that, he naturally didn't care at all. The words on this copper coin, it was the same as his original world. What did that mean? This world and the world that he came through. Or maybe it is the thing of the traveler. After all, he has traveled through. It is not guaranteed that other people can also travel through, and come definitely earlier than himself. There is no thought, but this copper money he definitely wants to take. Old white fox. I'll say one more thing. Where did this copper coin come from that it makes me feel so mysterious? Gu Xian pretended not to know. It was true that the writing of this world and the writing of his own one were a bit off, and some of the words didn't even have the same meaning, but this similar existence was absolutely impossible. You mean this copper coin? I think it's been a long time. I remember it very clearly. I was still small at that time. I was still a little white fox in my white years. In your clan, I should be called a hot-blooded youth. The old white fox raised his head to reminisce, and his eyes were also a little hazy, as if yesterday he was still a hot-blooded youth. Only today he was already old and gray. At that time, an uninvited guest came to our clan. He beat up all of us, including our clan leader. The old white fox's body tightened as he thought of this, and even his entire body tensed up. At that time, the patriarch couldn't stand it, and took our entire clan, young and old, to beg the ancestor. That day, the ancestor's soul body came out and froze. He was punched and cried. Then we were sidetracked. My father and I also had the cheek to continue eavesdropping, but also only vaguely heard. What a chaotic world. Gu Xian roughly guessed it out, guessing that he was also a traveler and knew that there was a chaotic world. But what was the significance of this in relation to giving the White Fox clan this copper coin? After that it's just being beaten up by our ancestor. Our ancestor's human form looks beautiful and beautiful. There was also more greed within the old white fox's eyes, the feeling of wanting to monopolize his ancestor. Gu Xian looked dumbfounded as well. This old white fox was squinting and horny not to mention. But that's your ancestor. It's been a corpse for years. You're still thinking about it. Gu Xian hadn't yet adapted to this demonic beast's three views. It was just too outrageous. This coin is what he left behind. No one explained anything anyway, so I put it here. If it was an ordinary coin it would have been thrown away long ago, but that person specifically ordered the coin. Naturally it was placed on the second floor of the clan treasury. After the old white fox finished speaking, no more words, say more are tears. A good man does not mention the courage of the year. Now things have changed. His own family has been turned into ashes. It has been living for thousands of years. At that time, but in the twinkling of an eye one's own life has not long passed. Gu Xian did not ask again, but this copper coin thought that he must also take away. I am afraid that the real reason is that, after successive generations of patriarchs of the study, found that this copper coin is useless, so they chose to put it in the clan treasury, or else that kind of strong people left things, certainly will not be so casually placed. Gu Xian took the coin and reported it, then continued to start looking for what he wanted. Even if this coin was useless, he would bring it with him. After all, this was the only item from his hometown. It could be used as a way to see things and miss his hometown. Walking to the end, he saw this bronze sword placed on the ground, shining brightly. This broken sword is also left by him. The old white fox spoke one more sentence. Then silence. It is only out of longing for the past, only to say one more sentence. Whether it is a person or a demonic beast, to old age, always like to recall the past. After all, that belongs to their youthful years. although it has already passed away, can be in their hearts as eternal. This sword, I'm afraid it's extraordinary. Why would he stay with you guys, if it wasn't for the fact that you demonic beasts hadn't transformed into forms? Otherwise this sword, I'm afraid it would be very good for you guys, right? Gu Xian murmured, but he didn't mind being heard by the old white fox. Everyone was casually gossiping, and there was a lot of difference in their status, so they didn't have too many ideas. You do have a good eye. This sword is indeed extraordinary. It was the sword that was used to beat up our entire clan in the first place, and he used the scabbard. Old White Fox's face didn't change much. After all, it was already in the past. Just some nostalgia, I guess. Gu Xian nodded and didn't say anything more before continuing to pick it up. He felt a little different. After all, that person was so awesome. Why bother with this small clan and leave them something? The key thing was that he had also come here. If he hadn't come here it wouldn't have mattered. The key thing was that he had come. The only thing they had in common was that Gu Xian and he probably came from the same world, or rather from a more similar parallel world. Gu Xian's pattern had opened up quite a bit since crossing over. After all, if he could cross over himself, why couldn't others? He himself had traveled to a parallel universe, so why hadn't any other parallel universe travelers come here? But the idea is one thing, but to study the reason is another. I'm afraid that only in the future we'll know why this is, but there is no hurry. There is still a long time to go. Chapter 49 Gu Xian successfully escapes. The last item was a bit plain, and he hadn't chosen it for himself, but for Gu Qingqing, that little ninny didn't have any particularly nice clothes yet. Gu Xian looked at a bronze sword, plus a copper coin, and a pretty dress. I'm afraid it's a magic treasure. To be able to put it on the second floor for so long without it falling dust is enough to show that it's extraordinary. Two-tailed demon fox frowned. It is not hard take the first two, but the last one it also like but since it is used as a trade naturally with them, cannot go back on their word. I'm afraid you didn't choose these clothes for yourself. The two-tailed demon fox was a bit sour, but it was just saying. Gu Xian nodded. Indeed, I bought it for Big Brother's sister. 3 items, I got 2 of them. It's already Big Brother's heavenly gift. To covet all of them, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate. The clan elder also nodded. The masked man's vision is good to find such a lapdog. The masked man continued to casually wave his hand. After all, these things were not his. What Gu Xian said was just using him as a shield. Alright, it's time for you to honor your promise. Our sincerity is enough, isn't it? The two-tailed demon fox said. It was more interested in a way to freely enter and exit the clan lands without any damage. After all, it was about the survival of the race. Not bad. Well, you let my little brother take the things away first. After all, your cultivation is so strong. I'm afraid you'll renege on your promise. Of course I'll stay here. If you dare to make a move on me, I'm afraid you can't afford to bear the consequences of that one, the masked man said, then shoved Gu Xian. All of his memories came from the system bestowed upon him, so how could he let them White Fox clan freely enter and exit the clan land in the same way? He himself went in without feeling anything. That was because he was an aura body. If they were all aura bodies, then what need would they have to enter this broken clan land to cultivate? Gu Xian nodded. Of course he knew that what the masked man was saying was a blank packet, and it was already not easy to come up with one punctuation mark in 10 sentences that was true. Give me a reason to let him go, or else they all stay. Two-tailed demon fox looked at the clothes. Or not give up. If can all stay naturally all happy. If cannot stay is also normal. Reason? Your cultivation is high. If I say you backtrack, kill us and take back your things, will we not be a great loss? Even if my clan is powerful, it will be difficult to find out about you. You are otherworldly demonic beasts. The masked man's words were all reasonable. There wasn't a single word that didn't poke them straight in the heart. After all, they really did want to do that. How? Is this reason still satisfactory to you? Matriarch of the White Foxes. The masked man's last words were every bit as scathing, and though his voice wasn't loud, a bit of anger could already be heard. If you guys dare to kill me, at least my little brother can still report to my family. Of course I suggest you guys don't kill me. The masked man's last sentence also completely convinced them. After all, this was the truth. Row, you go. The two-tailed demon fox nodded, not too surprised by the outcome. As long as she could get the method in the end, it would be fine. After Gu Xian went out, the two-tailed demon fox looked at the masked man. Speak. The masked man didn't say anything. The two-tailed demon fox method was a dynamite barrel being lit like, rubbing up, directly lifting the masked man up again. Don't be in a hurry. He hasn't gone far yet. Or are you guys planning to wait for me to say it and immediately chase him back? The masked man's words carried a strong penetrating power, leaving them powerless to fight. The initiative of the entire process was in his hands. Who let the two-tailed demon fox beg for it? Seeing Gu Xian say walk away, only then did he speak. the first thing you want to do to freely enter and exit your clan's land is to make your body into a body of aura, such as this. The masked man seemed to be teaching seriously before manifesting a longsword, cutting off his hand, and then growing it back out. The two-tailed demon fox listened extraordinarily attentively, only to feel a bit off, as if it seemed to be a bit different. So how do you do that? The two-tailed demon fox asked. The masked man looked up at the sky and thought for a moment. It's a very simple thing. I feel like you guys can be like me. As long as you can cultivate to the transformation god realm, you can do this. It can be simple. The two-tailed demon fox nodded, then looked at the masked man and thought. But it didn't take a moment. The masked man's figure became more and more blurred, as if he was about to disappear. No, if my clan members have all cultivated to the transformation god realm, then why are they still going into the clan land to cultivate? The two-tailed demon fox shouted angrily, then stormed up. However, as his claws grabbed the masked man, he transformed into an aura and dissipated into the heavens and earth, as if he had never existed. Damnable human! The two-tailed demon fox was completely mad, not to mention that her favorite human clothes were gone. The most crucial thing was the humiliating feeling of being cheated, and it was still being cheated by a human at the cheat-practicing realm. Right, where is the big brother who starts first? The clan elder didn't dare to speak when he saw the patriarch this angry. He had planned to secretly follow Gu Xian, but the masked man had been watching, so it wasn't good to make a move. Otherwise the patriarch wouldn't be as angry as he was right now with a crooked face. The ultimate beneficiary, Gu Xian, looked at the prompt that popped up from the system. Ding! Obtained invincible copper, please pay 88 aura points. Ding! Please pay 188 aura points for obtaining the novice great sword. Ding! Please pay 88 aura points for falling cloud's clothes. Gu Xian could only agree with the payment, and then looked at the introductions of the items. Ding! Invincible copper details, mysterious power enchantment from the Far East, with a 5-second true man trait that allows you to be fearless of everything and move forward when things are not decided. The first wave of recklessness? Ing! Gu Xian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This thing can't be underestimated. 5 seconds of real men, although a little short, but invincible for 5 seconds. What is that experience? The mood is even pushed to the climax. Simply cannot stand, and then look to the next item. The heart of the expectation is also pulled up a lot. Ding! Newbie great sword details, you are a newbie. You own a sword. Your sword can hit people with a bludgeon. It can also break defenses, and there is even a 0.001% probability of obtaining a nod from the heavenly Tao. Wait a minute, why is the 0.1% probability of getting a nod from heaven's way? Shouldn't it be direct lethal damage? Gu Xian had anger. The low probability, not to mention the fact that it didn't do anything. Ding! The heaven's path's praise is really handsome. Gu Xian fell silent, knowing that it was pointless for him to go on, and turned his head to look at the next one. Ding! Detailed information on the falling cloud's clothes, a legendary saintess's clothes, were stolen by some unashamed thief. Chapter 50 Gu Qingqing wants to go out. The first two items are also excellent equipment, although a bit strange, but the last one, there is actually a message. But this message, it seems that it may be the one who had traveled the same way as himself. Gu Xian also couldn't help but spit out a tiny bit. It was too outrageous. On the way Gu Xian is smooth to return to their own lair. Incidentally also went to see Gu Qingqing. This drop cloud clothes brought over. The little girl is also happy directly to him a love hug. After wearing it is to give a mumu. But Gu Xian is no idea. After all, he is under a lot of pressure. This kind of love is better to talk about it later. And this is his sister. The pro sister. Although he is a person from the earth, but the body is still complex. Although the mess is not a problem, but ultimately the reputation is not good, but also cannot pass their own 9 years of compulsory education that pass. After returning to Huachang village, Gu Xian saw Su Qingxue still practicing, but also shook his head. So obsessed with cultivation of people, can really not be seen, especially that day. After thinking about it or forget it, after all, the two are not destined to a world of people. And look at her that way also no. She for this kind of thing no feeling, even if there is, that is also irrelevant. Otherwise how can be so calm? And also when he exchanges, although his occasional pushin, but he saw from Su Qingxue's eyes did not mean the emotional desires. Gu Xian after obtaining aura points also did not casually consume. After all, for him aura points are life-saving things. And now the cultivation of immortal memories is also enough to support himself to go a long way. And the current progress of cultivation is also like that. With the spirit stone, using the system to cultivate, the speed has been pulled full. Time will not be too slow. The turn of the eye has been into the summer. All around the lotus flowers also highlight the summer style. Although the summer is not a lot of people like the season, but this season is the most enthusiastic, and I do not know if it is not a spiritual qi revival of the Yuan baby. This summer poisonous sun on the contrary, seems to have some petite and lovely. Gu Xian's continued seclusion, although occasionally disturbed by Su Qingxue, but only a few moments of idle chat, and will not affect the process of his cultivation. It is okay. Gu Qingqing did send him messages from time to time, but Gu Xian never paid any attention to them. This niece had already treated his chat box like a diary, writing everything in it. Especially shameful is, even directly right, she followed some people to catch pornographic martial arts cultivators. The most critical thing is that those people colorful, even want to lay hands on Gu Qingqing. Unfortunately, Gu Qingqing after all, is a cultivator of immortality, and the realm has already been solidified, a foundation realm of the people. In this world of martial arts cultivation, it is the ultimate descending blow, even if some of the martial arts cultivators have relations. But so what? In the cultivation of immortality together with the people, who doesn't know Gu Qingqing? Gu Qingqing's cultivation in the army and the Tianjie list is the first place. That dazzling light is enough for everyone to remember, especially that age. It is simply a slap in the face of their face, a slap hard fan. Tu Tianzhang was also considered to be on the right track, and began to roughly guide their cultivation. After all, although Gu Qingqing had Gu Xian's help, but the main thing was still Tu Tianzhang's teaching, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to build the foundation so quickly. If Tu Tianzhang knew, he could only say that these things really depended on talent, and Gu Qingqing didn't know if it was what she ate, or if her talent was just here. I'm going on a mission too. I want it. Want it. Gu Qingqing grabbed Tu Tianzhang's hand and shook it around, her pair of eyes looking at Tu Tianzhang with some hairiness. What's the point of asking me? What's the point of telling me? Recognize this. You either have to get your brother's consent, or you can convince Professor Su, and once they agree, you can go. Tu Tianzhang grabbed one of her hands and rejected it outright. He would never agree anyway. It was mainly troublesome. If he agreed, he had to keep an eye on this niece. Otherwise, Gu Xian might really go crazy. The masked man last time had given him a deep impression. Gu Xian was different from what he appeared to be. At the very least, the perfect foundation establishment pill shouldn't have appeared in this world, and the only reason he didn't agree to it was, Gu Qingqing had actually developed an invincible heart. This thing was not something that could be taken by anyone who wanted it. After all, it had to be smooth sailing all the way, and it also had to be balanced with the cultivation of the heart, or else if something went wrong, it would be a fatal blow, and of course in exchange for it would be even more powerful strength, and a state of mind. Tu Tianzhang look all a little jealous. After all, this kind of invincible heart, the most difficult is to build the foundation of this level as well as the family situation of this level. Now Gu Qingqing have, all people need to look for Gu Xian to ask for Gongfa, although it seems to be looking for his friends, but in fact, Tu Tianzhang heart is very clear, is definitely Gu Xian. Gu Xian according to the description and some information, as well as all the information provided by the official, Gu Xian are not as good as most of the elite powerhouses. You say it is a life-saving grace, that the Qingyang law has long been enough, not to mention, that Mr. Gu Mr. Gu, surnamed Gu, either Gu Xian or the father of the two of them, otherwise who is so kind to give these them? You are my master. You want to help me. My brother is sure to beat me to death not to give me out. Professor Su is even more. At that time will only perfunctory me, comfort me a little bit is not there. Gu Qingqing was unforgiving. After all, she had cultivated herself to number 1 on the double list. This kind of strength, enough to go out and roam, right? Even if it was poison, it would be difficult to poison her. It's useless even if you deafen my ears, even if you shake my hands off. Tu Tianzhang ignored this and meditated, which was a bit strange in this courtyard. Gu Qingqing saw her master's oil and salt. She could only shake her head. Looking into the distance, she suddenly remembered the masked man, much better than this stinking master. Looked at the ring again. This ring inside living a yawning stage, but never summoned. Of course summoning her will not care. She is just a bodyguard. What are you doing? Tu Tianzhang grabbed Gu Qingqing, not letting her move. This niece just now actually wanted to start the phantom formation. This is his masterpiece, the phantom killing formation. This thing is interlocked rings. I want to go out. Gu Qingqing puffed up her face. Tu Tianzhang was just unable to do anything about it. Alright, I'll go talk to Professor Su. Whether you can go out and play on your own depends on your creation. Looking at the creation every day, the creation can't be eaten. My brother never looks at the creation. Gu Qingqing said glumly. She wasn't sure if she could succeed this time, but at least there was hope. The thought of the outside world and her own girlfriends. Chapter 51 Prof. Su agrees to go out. That little Tai hoof won't seduce my brother. Gu Qingqing instantly thought of one thing. After all, she sent messages Gu Xian always did not return, and Su Qi was very mindful of Gu Xian. I'm afraid that after having the cultivation technique and succeeding in getting her family from her, when she wanted to chase after her brother, it wasn't a handful. After all, Gu Xian had always been a single dog. and suddenly there was a little beauty chasing after her, and still her sister's best friend, so she might be even more excited. I must go out. I don't care. I don't care, Gu Qingqing shouted loudly. Tu Tianzhan did not, but instead took her and continued to rush over to Professor Su's laboratory, only wanting to throw this niece out as soon as possible. And it might not be a bad thing to go out and practice a little bit. After all the time harboring here, even if one's cultivation is high, within some people of the same level, that is definitely the next lower tier. Invincible heart is certainly not weak, but that also needs countless people to lose under her. Otherwise this invincible heart is just a fake, can't compare to the real invincible heart. Moreover, there was an old saying that a general's success was not a lie, and Gu Qingqing was more than this general. She needed more. She needed to suppress the characters of the same era. Otherwise this invincible heart could not become a success. As for whether it can beat Gu Xian, what kind of international joke is this? Can a normal kryptonite player beat Hang? Was it looking down on the system? The bottom card in other people's eyes. In Gu Xian's hands it was a flat A. It wasn't even in the same dimension. Unless it's a descending blow from a higher level of cultivation. All Gu Xian can say is that it doesn't feel like it at all. Professor Su, our experiment has failed again. The man at the head of the group was a bit disappointed, looking at the liquid inside the experiment tube with some disappointment. They wanted to create a god. The genetic lock didn't dare to say that it could be opened, but at the very least, it should be able to make the cultivation talent go to the next level, or to create a special potion that could directly raise the cultivation level, at the very least for a short period of time. This was the subject of their research, but it had already failed dozens of times without the slightest hope of success. What they thought was that since the level of cultivation was related to the aura in the body, could the spirit water from the 9-dragon cauldron be used as a way to make a potion? They tried the oral ones, the ones with needles, and then there are the ones with sprays, and the ones with external compresses, all sorts of things, with little success, and also with extremely serious consequences. It's okay, failure is success at horse. If success is dead or alive, I will always use success at horse. Professor Su was also furious. This research direction was not much of a problem. After all, he had already asked Gu Xian. It was feasible. But what's the point of having the right direction? The results were always poor, and Gu Xian had given his own idea of something like alchemy, in their eyes, but in fact, the difference is not very big. And many science fiction movies also say what genetic potion, plus seriously explore for a while this cultivation potion, or talent potion whether it is feasible. The final result is that it can be, but this amount is too difficult to grasp. The most critical thing is that the aura in the sky and the earth seems to have different temperaments and attributes. Some of them are mild, some of them are violent. They have also seriously studied, but there is no way to refine it. Of course they knew that the foundation establishment stage was able to exude aura, but there was only one person in the foundation establishment stage, Gu Qingqing. Who would dare to use Gu Qingqing as a test subject, even if it wasn't harmful? But what would Gu Xian think? If he dares to let my sister release her aura today, will he have to slice her up for research tomorrow? And it is Gu Xian and Professor Su reached an agreement. Naturally, it is not possible to easily void, so it can only let the other soldiers as soon as possible to raise to the foundation establishment stage. Also asked Tu Tianzhang how to raise, but Tu Tianzhang gave the most conservative method, but also want to die a dozen or so chi practitioner perfection. But now there are not so many at all. Of course there are already people who have started to impact the foundation establishment realm. Other people in the lower realms are also working hard to stabilize their realms and then climb like higher. This kind of is especially high. Their cultivation talent is poorer in Tu Tianzhang's mouth. But this kind of people are also very few. It's fine. Wait. As long as they break through the foundation establishment stage, I think this one difficulty regarding aura can also be solved. Prof. Su thought for a long time. Of course these words are just comforting. After all, everything is comforting until there is a result. Of course this big cake they can only eat. Knock knock knock. A sound came from the doorway before Professor Su saw Tu Tianzhu arrive with Gu Qingqing. Professor Su, long time no see, Tu Tianzhang said. With some sense of politeness, he was the leader of the new era. Although it appeared that the position had been taken, but his temperament definitely could not be lost. Long time no see. Is this bringing Gu Qingqing to us for something? Is it hard to believe that the cultivation has gone awry? Professor Su was worried, but seeing that Gu Qingqing was fine and alive, he wasn't so worried. It's just that she wants to go out to practice a bit, after all, has already built the foundation stage. Unusual people are not her opponent, and this niece is now dead set on going out. Look at that list you guys made. The top of both lists are her. Give her pride. Tu Tianzhan is also quite dissatisfied. After all, the invincible heart is certainly powerful, but the weakness is also too obvious. As long as stronger than her, and is what she thinks from the bottom of her heart can be broken. The cultivation greatly reduced, not to mention, but also easy to waste. People will become particularly proud. Is that so? Xingqing, recently you and Manhwa. Professor Su suddenly froze and shook his head. Recently you can go out to practice and experience, but you have to follow them. You can go to a few other safer forbidden prisons. Of course you can also walk around if you don't like it. The surrounding researchers also did not say anything. After all, when they heard the word Manhwa they were also shocked in their hearts. In fact, usually there are not so many experiments. After all, Professor Su's energy is limited. But recently, because of the death of his granddaughter, he has also been working to avoid this. Suddenly himself set a mouth. But let Professor Su hard for a moment. I'm afraid that today is not interested in research, especially as Gu Qingqing originally is Manhwa brought. Although it is Gu Xian called, but that is also Professor Su shouted Manhwa brought more. Okay. Gu Qingqing heard that she can finally go out. Suddenly happy. Of course she did not say much. She naturally also received the news of Su Wanhua's death. That day the whole barracks was a bit dull. Although Su Wanhua didn't have any achievements, but after all, Su Wanhua was Professor Su's granddaughter, and she loved the house. Tu Tianzhang paid no attention to it. After all, people cannot return from the dead. Chapter 52, Suki's Trouble. Although not necessarily, but he can't help it, and he has seen a lot of this kind of thing. If you have to sensationalize, on the contrary, it is the downside, so silence is the best. And he has experienced a lot of life and death, from their own elders, parents, hair small, and even much smaller than their own juniors, have passed away, into the cultivation of immortality, that the mortal world is not their belonging, if not the Xiantian way repeatedly invaded, otherwise there will not be this prosperous world. In this regard, he looked at Professor Su also has nothing to say. Tu Tianzhan also once searched for his own children and grandchildren, but inside the long stream of history, has long since disappeared, maybe extinct, but not too sad. After all, he is a person who has died once. Gu Qingqing, who got the permission order, naturally called her good girlfriend Su Qi. After all, she could be dead on her feet, definitely not letting her mess around. Guess who I am? Gu Qingqing's phone dialed over, accompanied by a beep, connected, and asked on a whim, "Are you stupid? I have notes on your phone." Su Qi nonchalantly disliked back, paused for a moment, seemed to remember something like hastily said, "Qingqing, you said, that gong method you gave me, can it be passed on to others? It's so hard for me to look at my parents who want to ask me but don't, and my family was originally split up, but all of a sudden there are a lot of relatives that I've never even heard of or seen." Su Qi somewhat complained. Although cultivation of immortality has gained many benefits, but there is nothing more difficult than this, that is, the pestering of the mundane world. Gu Xian and Gu Qingqing are okay, they do not have any relatives, naturally much easier. Gu Qingqing thought for a moment and said, "Have you forgotten that agreement you signed? If you don't want to harm your entire family, then die defending it, otherwise I won't be able to save you if something happens to you." When they first entered here, the others were also Su Qi also cultivated, but because of some things, Su Qi, who should have accompanied Gu Qingqing, didn't come in. Gu Qingqing didn't mention it, and the others didn't care even more. Yes, the other end of the phone murmured. She had signed a non-disclosure agreement, but there were some things that were really helpless, like the current scenario. Although she had gotten Gu Qingqing's help with the immortal cultivation technique and jumped on everyone's head at once, but what did she get in return? It was the threats from those outside the country. As long as she opened her cell phone, even if she didn't open her cell phone, from time to time, there were calls for her to hand over the Qingyang law technique. If it was just her relatives who were threatening her, it didn't matter, but even her own parents were a bit shaken up. To put it nicely, it is to benefit all mankind, but it will also make the speed of the destruction of the order of the society greatly increased. Although it is said that the later stage of the recovery of the spiritual qi is definitely unable to be suppressed, especially after the arrival of the Xian heavenly realm, but in this early stage, it is absolutely necessary to ensure the stability of the society as well as the cohesion of the country, or else in the face of this deluge, will be the entire dragon country washed away. The crazy scene of foreign countries are endless, although the news reports say what is very stable, but in fact everyone knows, just that the top of a handful of people's existence is very stable. The other places have been occupied by gangs, and even more so, today's currency even vaguely have a kind of money is not the feeling of money. This is a blow to the whole society which is extremely dangerous. Even the Dragon Kingdom has been hit by quite a lot because of this. For example, some terrorists and extreme antisocial elements are more and more, and also from time to time on the border to commit crimes. However, the soldiers over there are all spiritual officers, coupled with militarized practice. They have already played the current strength to the extreme. A dozen or so people are not necessarily the opponent of one of his people. What's even more fantastic is that originally godly marksmanship required bullets and one's own efforts to practice, but nowadays it's at one's fingertips. As long as one has practiced the great circle of chi, even those who aren't very strong in marksmanship can do 100 meters and hit 100 shots, but those who immigrate, or are compelled by interests, these people will be the meat and potatoes, because outside the military there is another person who will be the Qingyang law. At first no one cared. After all, a broken gongfu and martial arts cultivation secret book can be how much difference? But in reality, everyone who learns the Qingyang law needs to sign a confidentiality agreement. Of course there are two exceptions. That is, Gu Xian and Gu Qingqing. As for Gu Xian's friend, who are you kidding, something that was originally someone else's, and someone else's realm may be particularly high. You tell someone else about this? And although Gu Xian's friend was very kind to Gu Xian, after giving it to Gu Xian there was no real copy of the Qingyang method outside. The Qingyang method circulating outside was undoubtedly a fake, and an outright fake at that. Su Qi herself had read a copy of it, and the first sentence of the opening was, "If you wish to practice divine power, lead the sword to the womb." At that time, it had given her thunder numbness. However, even if all the products sold outside are fake, but still very hot, because the cultivation of immortality, that is the cultivation of immortality, the lifespan of the enhancement of, not to mention, the most critical is that the fascinating power. Although the cultivation of martial arts can also improve the quality of their own bodies, and a little bit of life expectancy, but which is not as heavenly as the cultivation of immortality. What's more, with the recovery of aura, the trend is to cultivate immortality is the right way. Cultivating martial arts is at most an external way, not even worthy of a side road. In addition to Gu Qingqing and Gu Xian, no one knows that she is practicing the real Qingyang law. Otherwise, she accepted the test is not the only one. When the time comes will be staged. A hand of spies do not know. Of course, the greater the probability is the kidnapping. If she leaked it out, she would be finished, not to mention that she would implicate her own family, and even the whole world. But of course she didn't have the chance to leak it out. There were naturally her relatives who were friendly to her, people who both supervised her and protected her, and her cell phone had been fitted with a special chip that had people watching her input box 24 hours a day, even the video that she brushes every day, and what words are in the input box, and even withdrawn messages can be seen. And her messages need to be reviewed before they can be sent. As for some Trojan horse viruses are even more nonsensical, and they directly cross over to Su Qi to directly get killed, and who knows if they are not trying to get something bad. Of course it's not without its bad side. That is, this one job is important and boring, and it also requires full attention. If it fails in its duty, then it's over. As for why it wasn't mandatory to arrest her, she was, after all, Gu Qingqing's BFF and had signed a non-disclosure agreement, and in the past files, Gu Xian had also come into contact with her and wasn't opposed to these two hanging out together. It was normal for a chaotic world to use heavy punishment, but right now, the Dragon Kingdom wasn't in chaos yet. Instead, it was flourishing and strong. Chapter 53, Su Zhan's meeting with Gu Xian. No one dares to anger the Dragon Kingdom, although the GDP of the Dragon Kingdom still ranks second. But if the Qingyang law is taken out to charge fees, the price is very different, and can even account for 90% of the year's income of the big head. And expensive. By more people, and this thing is not that whoever buys it can always use it, but need to pay the fee continuously. After all, the Qingyang law needs to be updated. The opening is given to the first layer of Qi practice U. This is followed by the second layer, the third layer and so on. Each layer requires money, and dead money, a lot of money. Does anyone else have a solution? Condemn the Dragon Kingdom? Condemnation of good. I do not sell. Anyway, self-sufficiency is completely sufficient. The Dragon Kingdom's trade port shortcomings are not particularly obvious. If the full transition to cultivate immortality, wait until the moment when everyone is truly like a dragon. The hegemony of the entire planet is who? It is self-evident. Unlike the troubles on Su Qi's side, Gu Xian stretched out at this time and looked out the window, surprisingly a little confused. It seemed that he saw that crying girl again, begging him for help, only to end up buried in the back of the hills of Huacheng village, which was a chaotic graveyard. And of course all of them were buried there. The whole village is somewhat deserted, but Gu Xian in Su Chengshue's house is still very, very good. Not much dust, but also because they move around from time to time, occasionally stringing doors. However, Su Chengshue's visits were always a bit purposeful, and after the initial curiosity had passed, she rarely came, and came because she was talking about something, or was just idle. In Su Chengshue's eyes, Gu Xian couldn't possibly be Mr. Gu, although it was more like Gu Xian for all sorts of reasons, but things were always contrary to what they were supposed to be, and the name Mr. Gu hadn't shown its head for a long time, so it wasn't clear whether it was dead or alive. Rather, I need to walk around more. I've been a bit delirious lately. my brain always feels a bit dizzy, Gu Xian muttered to himself. Although the immortal cultivators in the novels always went into seclusion for several years and hundreds of years, and those top powers went into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. However, Gu Xian clearly knew that he couldn't do it. He still had his sister, and his attachments, and the entire Dragon Kingdom was going to face a test. Although he didn't come from here, but this place was too much like his own motherland in the beginning, and as the original body was a citizen of this country, patriotism was counted as being from the heart. The things that Gu Xian offered were not at all something that the Dragon Kingdom could afford, as they had no price, and only appeared because of patriotism, and the need for someone to take care of his sister. Putting on his old shirt, he took a cab to the city. Not coming for a while, he missed it a bit, picking up his cell phone to send a message to Su Wanhua, intending to call out to her to be a driver for him. Time passed little by little. Su Wanhua did not return the message. Gu Xian asked the system, spend 10 aura points to get the whole message. A moment, surprisingly some emotion. Time surprisingly passed really fast, and she has been dead for a long time. Just that he has not been aware of it. But Gu Xian did not lament for too long. After all, in the first place, he had already been merciful. But the present world is not a novel in the end, and not everyone will be as they wish. They had their own thoughts, although in their own perspective, they were stupid. But the truth was that they themselves were also stupid. Obviously they could have mete out a good deal, but in their hearts, they actually still wanted to help the Dragon Kingdom get through the Xian Heavenly Realm. As long as the attack was held up, it would allow for a steady stream of more geniuses to appear, and with the gongfu that he had given, when the first person to be dealt with in the future was also himself, Gu Qingqing's danger would also go up a level. But Gu Xian wasn't afraid of it. With the aura points in hand, the world would have it. Su Zhan is also in the city. Today is also considered to be the second year of coming to this world. Looking at the street side of the people coming and going of the human beings, he does not have any feeling. These people are just mole crickets. He cares about the man in front of him who gives him a sense of danger. Wearing an old shirt, he also looked like the realm was only the foundation stage. But such a weak human, how could he give him a feeling of extreme danger? This feeling was only available to him as a qualification to become a wolf god. Otherwise, how could a regular person be worthy of it? In other words, this was the intuition of a god, and relying on this intuition, he escaped the initial pursuit. All the wolf pups wanted to put him to death, but none of the wolves succeeded. He grew up, although he wasn't particularly strong, but no one could kill him like an ant anymore, at the very least not within his race, and those elders were clear that if they had to kill Su Zhan, the consequences they would face would still be very serious. So this intuition hadn't been triggered for a long time, but as the male wolf who was going to become a wolf god, he of course rose to the challenge and wasn't afraid. Hello, mind getting acquainted? Su Zhan gave Gu Xian a greeting like any ordinary person. This was what Chu Tian had taught him. Although it was not shameful, there were times when it was really needed. Gu Xian turned around and saw a handsome man. Yes, second only to his own handsome man. And this dressing style, more or less a rich broad. Especially as that watch on his hand. Definitely a rich boy. Hello, Gu Xian wanted to say something, but when his brain turned, he suddenly thought of a rumor that rich people play with flowers, especially the extraordinarily rich kind of people. This man in front of him fits perfectly, and shouldn't he, a guy, be hitting on a girl? What's a guy doing hitting on a guy? Think carefully, think again. Want to be scared? I'm sorry, I'm not short of money, and I'm not from your circle. We don't fit. Gu Xian awkwardly said a few words, and in the end, he actually had a bit of a hijacked feeling. See Su Zhan froze in place. Gu Xian also hurried to leave. After all, go late. Who knows how it will be. Maybe smashing money to find people to kidnap themselves, although not useful, but more or less some diaphragm. What vision even think I am the same. Gu Xian also couldn't help but spit. Su Zhan, even though he was far away from Gu Xian, heard every word. This young lord took the initiative to make some friendship. What an illiterate person. Su Zhan cursed in his heart. He also remembered this man. How dare he reject him? No one had dared to reject him since childhood. Gu Xian knew Su Chop's life. He must have corrected him. To change his name, called Long Ao Tian. No one can reject me. Dragon Ao Tian. After Su Zhan left, Gu Xian along the way did not come across such strange things. Now all the people to cultivate martial arts craze completely crazy. The chicken child's footsteps have not been put down, especially as some bad businessmen, directly to the kindergarten children on the strength. Chapter 54, Su Qi and Gu Qingqing's meeting. Those kindergarten kids also managed to learn that it's better to be a man after suffering. Every day was a small meal of bitter gourd, plus trying hard to do the exercises that they could do, such as some push-ups, up and down squatting, running, and jumping long distances. Gu Qingqing also managed to pick up a small mission out and Su Qi was shopping. This mission was a small mission to help an officer's child master the Qingyan law, not to open a small stove. But his qualifications were too poor, and the officer also made an application report. Otherwise he would not have been qualified to obtain the Qingyan law at all. After checking in all aspects, it was determined that there wasn't too much of a problem before consent was given, and at the same time, his son would also be subject to very serious constraints. But it was all worth it. After all, as long as the aura recovery was fully liberalized, his son could also keep up. This era is also an era of fatherhood, but there is nothing wrong with it. The nature of the world is inherently unfair. Su Qi, I'm here. Gu Qingqing looked at Su Qi in the distance and shouted loudly, not caring in the slightest about the strange gazes around her. Perhaps because of the revival of aura, the society that was already cold now became even more cold. The people around them looked at them, but did not have any thoughts. Perhaps there were thoughts, but they were all thoughts that were hardly elegant. No, that's someone from the army. One person was surprised. The feeling was no less than seeing a woman without a single piece of clothing on her body, but appearing on the street. The surrounding people, whose gazes had moved away, were pulled back once again by this sentence. And there were even some bold people who came forward to strike up a conversation. Hello, is it convenient to get acquainted? Just simply get to know each other. A man came forward to accost him, and his hand was still the QR code for V-letter plus friend. The swiftness of the action. Su Qi hadn't come from a distance yet. The surrounding people saw the scene and exclaimed at their own stupidity. Others had acted before they reacted. Who is this? Su Qi also came to Gu Qingqing's side and asked. Don't know. Suddenly came up and wanted to add my V-mail. Gu Qingqing answered truthfully. She didn't intend to add her friends. Her own V-letter was just the teacher, Gu Xian, and Su Qi, and that was it. So this was very concise and quite good. That man can only rely on the cheek to try to add Su Qi's friends. But Su Qi talked about it as soon as she heard this. Her WeChat are added to the explosion. That's right, the 5,000 friends are full. These people and their relationship are relatives. At least the relatives who had to go up to 18 generations to find them all came over. And Su Qi was still just the one who might have the genuine Qingyan law. That's right, the reason why these people of theirs are rushing for it is nothing more than so that they, or their children, can turn the tables in the future. The most eager ones are of course the rich ones, who even offered $100 billion to buy it, which is his entire fortune. But no one will give him a look. People in the military, contact with the Qingyan law is the easiest, and Gu Qingqing is naturally wearing the clothes for going out on a mission. This kind of clothing has long been known, and Gu Qingqing out of the mission in fact do not need to worry about themselves at all. A small soldier can have the Qingyan law after the cultivation, as long as it is not a natural waste. In fact, as long as more study will be, of course, if that the general's son does not want to cultivate except, what can these ordinary people do? They didn't have that much capital, nor did they have that much time and energy, so when faced with this kind of opportunity, they could only do their best. Of course there was no shortage of particularly beautiful yukai to test the soldiers, and some with money. It wasn't that no one had succeeded, it was just that really wanting to get the Qingyang method out to someone else was no less than fishing someone out from inside a prison. If not Gu Qingqing is Gu Xian's sister, she went out to get promised is a problem, followed by a full body inspection, to go through the x-rays, and it's a matter of checking, and there is no lack of some men or women have some strange foreign objects in their bodies. This kind of thing is difficult to prohibit, but ultimately it is relatively rare. It is also for this reason that Professor Su will be so much pressure. There is a saying that a long defense will be lost, only until the acquisition of new research can be balanced up. At the very least, to let the military face those civilians can be crushed, otherwise the threat is too great. Head, is it really that guy? A somewhat lewd man asked a young man as he looked at Gu Qingqing with a strange look leaking from his face. Su Zhan looked at the photo given to him by the other countries and nodded. Yes, it's this person. You'll tie her up later or seduce her out, as long as she leaves the range of these people. After Chu Tian's death he didn't wait for a long time, but he looked for another new trick. Also at this time, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom contacted him, and there were a few people standing behind the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. He wasn't clear about it, but he knew that as long as he got this little girl out of the way, when the time came he could get help, and without any surprises it was possible to summon his own elder ancestor over. Yuaning stage is now the limit of this heavenly Tao promised. Not enough just right. His own cheap old ancestor is the peak of Yuaning stage. Don't look at it as the peak. In fact, this life will stay in the Yuaning stage. That's why he wants to come to Xiantian realm so urgently. Of course they are not the only race to know. He ran into the people of the Xian heavenly realm some time ago, and yes, those people have also crossed over a little. I'm afraid that soon this world will face a large scale of family descent, and he trusts these people because there is not enough time left. The strength of the Jindan stage, although it has been extremely perverted, but it is not invincible. At least that one buried in the human world. and the anti-material sniper rifle can cause single effective damage to him. Penetration, too strong, and this is the latest research. M2 bullets, the caliber is not very big, but inside added aura, also do not know how to do, but this penetration, indeed can break through his defense, and that speed is also difficult to react. If he was most intimidated, it was the latest gun from the Dragon Kingdom, using spirit stones as a base, and the style of painting in other countries was completely different. This gun was simply perverted. If the Yuanning's people were not defending themselves, I'm afraid that they would also be injured. However, if they dared to deceive him, Suchop would definitely make them pay the price, and the old ancestor was about to descend. And when their materials and also their personnel arrived, all of his own clan would also descend. Even if they didn't, he could still make a blood sacrifice through human blood, except that this would inevitably cause a large-scale sensation, and by then it would be impossible to hide, and the danger would be greatly increased. Chapter 55, Guxian Cooking. I see you guys are very pretty. Really, can't you add a WeChat? In Guqingqing next to the young man is still not relentless. Dead or alive do not follow the departure. Guqingqing is also very helpless. After all, they really do not want to add. Although this man looks quite handsome, but what is the use of She does not intend to find a boyfriend. The oldest brother in her own family cannot control. What to control these smelly men? Guqingqing shivered when she thought of Gu Xian's ugly face. If he knew about it, God knows what he would do. After Gu Xian crossed over, she was very sternly warned against early love. Of course it wasn't sister control. It was just that if she fell in love early, what about this money for going out and falling in love? He wasn't a vampire, and he didn't want Guqingqing to have to pay for a relationship with a male. It would definitely make people look down on her at that time. In Guqingqing's eyes was that Gu Xian needed her, and if she left, Gu Xian would seek death, but it also happened to fit the previous idea. Gu Xian didn't correct it. Anyway, it wasn't a big problem. If you don't leave, don't blame me for calling the police. Suchi took his cell phone and opened the phone. It said Demon Spirit. If he dialed Demon Spirit, then he more or less had to eat a charge. After all, the person he was harassing was Guqingqing. That was a soldier. To put a hat on him for obstructing official duties is already a death sentence. Now the status of the military. The police have straightened out. You know, the military is the main national force, waiting for a step to settle down. Then the police can also have a mouthful of soup. Of course that requires Professor Su's side to get a breakthrough. At the very least, never let the Qingyang law circulate now. Otherwise all the hard work will turn to ashes. That man could only leave forlornly, and there was no one to pick up the slack. After all, when they really dialed the demon spirit later on, it would be a big problem, and their family would be spurned by the neighbors. And of course, they were also raging in their hearts at this young man, who really didn't know any better, and the others only had a chance to strike up a conversation after he had left, and now it's all good, all over. Qingqing, how can you come out? A while ago, did not say, they not let you come out? Suchi did not ask in Vmail. After all, some information. She is also clear that she is being watched. She also does not want herself and Guqingqing's words to be known by other people. After all, the conversation between girlfriends leaked out. That is absolutely explosive. At the very least, they died not wanting other people to know. Of course it's because of my strength you also know it. I'm the number one in the sharp list. Although there's a little bit of moisture, but that's also an indication that I'm very strong, alright. Guqingqing was boasting about her own strength. After all, she was only a few days earlier than Su Qi cultivation, but after a long time without meeting, Su Qi's strength is only the third level of Qi cultivation, while she is already a strong foundation builder. This kind of gap also let the two people some size, but does not particularly affect their sisterly feelings. If Guqingqing was originally a genius, naturally, it is possible to abandon Su Qi. In the beginning, the entire class only Su Qi took herself as a true friend, but also towards herself. This kind of feelings that began at the end of the slightest is the most cherished. Just Su Qi is a little worried. Su Qi heart naturally also know, but this kind of feelings have a disadvantage, that is unable to catch up Guqingqing. I'm afraid that they rarely play together in the future, and I'm afraid to see each other again is to beg Guqingqing some things. After begging, the friendship will also be exhausted. Is that so? I'm always being pestered by my family recently, and some relatives. I'm telling you, those relatives are so outrageous. There is a super handsome boy, and I'm about the same age, but he's a foreigner. I didn't even know that I have a relative who's a foreigner. Su Qi also opened her words. After all, any more worrying is nothing but empty. It's better to have a good company, and also afford Guqingqing's goodness to herself. Guqingqing didn't find anything strange, only took it as Su Qi just now was distressed by the thought of her family. It couldn't be that she was distressed, could it? Auntie, yes, I want this piece of meat. Gu Xian grabbed a piece of beef. This was a beef store. knowing that in the line of dry beef, fakes were not non-existent. The reputation of this store was well known. It was a piece of beef tenderloin. Of course it wasn't purchased from anywhere, but they really killed a cow every day to sell it, and it could be sold out every time, because the surrounding area was an upscale neighborhood, and this kind of beef they were big customers. On the table there was also cow cheer, but Gu Xian wasn't going to purchase it. After all, his own body was good and he didn't need to supplement it anymore. After Gu Xian finished purchasing, he went to another house. After all, cooking well, to do a little more, and there was another person inside the Flower City village. He couldn't seem too stingy. After some purchases, Gu Xian also took these things back. Only the taxi driver is a little strange. Exactly, a little obscene. Gu Xian didn't care too much. After all, it was just a driver. He was a guy. He couldn't just have him show himself a handful of body art and rise to the occasion. Could he? Although now the marriage pressure is very big. But the yin and yang harmonization, since the gene is correct, you always with the sky against the sky is also to forget. How also with their own over it. Other people protagonist every day shouted against the sky. That future how great. Su Qingxue is naturally the first time to sense. To be exact, Gu Xian has not yet arrived in Huacheng village to sense. She is the death and resurrection of the firstborn. That strength in the great horror between life and death has long been further, although it is only a cheap backdoor. What are you doing? Su Qingxue didn't understand. She hadn't been in or out of the kitchen since she was a child, and waiting for her cultivation to become a bit more successful. She hadn't craved for mouth and stomach, and for a moment she couldn't even understand what Gu Xian was doing. Gu Xian looked at Su Qingxue with a bewildered expression. Are you serious? You don't know what I'm doing? Su Qingxue honestly shook her head. Isn't this nonsense? One knows and still asks him what he's doing. Have you ever eaten anything? It's the food that goes into your stomach. You should know. You wouldn't not know, right? Gu Xian questioned again. Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course I know about food. Why are you talking about this? Su Qingxue wasn't a fool. Don't demonic beasts want food? There were also some starving people who had to eat or else they starved to death. Suddenly thinking of something, she looked at Gu Xian and then at the things in his hands. Her brows furrowed. You're eating? Su Qingxue looked at the meat of the beef tenderloin in Gu Xian's hand, but she wasn't sure. After all, the things she had eaten before didn't look like this. Chapter 56 Suki's Teaching. Gu Xian after a good while of explanation to tell her understand, but also still understand it. They do not live in the same era, and Su Qingxue's era inside actually not lack of food. Lack of food is only those unarmed mortals and the farmers, and all cultivate immortal. Naturally, there can be eliminated the potion, and seems to be very cheap. Naturally in order to more powerful strength, every one of them silently abandon eat this time-consuming thing. As long as the strength of the strong, that everything will have. Why need to daily crave that mouth and tongue desire? Since she was 7 years old, Su Qingxue had never eaten a single grain of rice, let alone a meal. And if she had to say she had eaten anything, it would only be those countless pills, as well as those many, 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 many big cakes. The meal was a happy one, but there was still a hint of worry in Su Qingxue's eyes, which Gu Xian also saw, but he wasn't going to intervene. He himself was at tiny foundation establishment stage. He still needed to develop. As long as he could live, there was still hope for his life, and as long as he could live, his life would be even more glorious. The system gives the cultivation in the strong is also the system, not their own, only to wait for their own real cultivation to that point, in order to achieve the peak, and the strength of the once up, life-saving skills will be more. Of course, the enemy's life-saving skills will become more, but this is the case, they need to work harder cultivation, the system to enhance the strength of the system. It is a charge by the second. How much they cannot afford to be rich and wealthy. Yuaning stage of the battle will highlight a hard life. That a battle without a few days will be difficult to kill. But if you want to kill Yuaning, must be transformed into the realm of God. That the charge of a second in Yuaning stage is not a concept. That is a geometric multiplication of the growth of the dead expensive. No, that's not how you do this cultivation. You have to do it first. Gu Qingqing and Su Qi were together, looking at a teenager. Although he was 2 years older than Gu Qingqing, but his cultivation was very clumsy. That's right, it was the child of a certain general. Although Gu Qingqing could pay no attention to it, but the sense of mission in his heart still filled his heart. After having spent so much time in the military, the sentence that he remembered most clearly was, mission, is everything in your life, orders, is your lifelong principle. It was with such iron discipline and requirements that the Qingyang law given by Gu Xian's friend was preserved, and if anyone were to divulge it, they would face the wrath of countless people. Death is not the end of the journey, oblivion is. but this kind of reputation, even if it lasts for thousands of years, but there is not a single soldier who would want to be tainted, especially as this kind of tense situation. The Dragon Kingdom can obtain the Injiang Lahates, definitely a heavenly good fortune. Foreign countries have already been completely chaotic. I'm afraid that the only ones who still have some order are those big families. I'm sorry, am I a bit stupid? Lu Yang questioned with fear. It didn't matter to him, but this young girl's reputation was too loud. The number one heavenly pride on the double list was teaching him the Qingyang method. A heavenly pride of this level was not something that money could hire. It's fine, just follow me. Listen carefully, you have to do this first, then this, then that, after that, and finally you have to be like this. Gu Qingqing's hand gestures kept changing. Her words were full of seriousness. It really wasn't a blame that she wouldn't teach those terms and stuff. She really didn't understand them, although practicing it was the same as eating and drinking. But if she was told to teach someone, her level might just end there. Su Qi sounded very understanding. After all, she knew Gu Qingqing too well. A few gestures down, she also understood. But Su Qi knew that Gu Qingqing's ability to teach people was really too poor when she saw Lu Yang's confused face. Su Qi could only be forced to take over Gu Qingqing's task and said to Lu Yang, "There is aura in heaven and earth, this your family should have told you." Lu Yang nodded. This point is known to individuals. Of course those abroad are different. Most people abroad are kept in the dark and only know that the world is about to change drastically and that money will no longer be money. For this kind of countries that rely on imports, it will be a fatal blow, especially is the food. There are already a lot of people hungry, and not hungry for a day or two. They have even begun to gnaw on small grass. The next step is to gnaw on the bark of the tree. He was the son of a general, although he grew up with no one to emphasize it, but he didn't want to disgrace his father. So even if Gu Qingqing taught him a mess, he would only think it was his fault, and didn't feel that Gu Qingqing had a bit of a problem in the slightest. Aura is a special kind of energy, different from other substances in the air. It's colorless and tasteless, but you can feel it because you are also a member of the aura. And cultivation is to feel the aura in the heaven and earth first, then use your aura to pull them, and then carry them in a fixed direction, and gradually be swallowed up by you and assimilated away. Su Qi patiently set out her own insights. It's not that she was born to be this piece of material, but the relatives asked too much. She gradually will be able to cope with it, but when it comes to what direction, how to devour and assimilate, how to feel the spiritual qi, all these questions, she is closed-mouthed, and opened her mouth to say that I don't know. If that's the case, then the first few sentences in the Qingyang method should be the key to feeling the aura. Lu Yang asked excitedly, as if he had discovered a new continent. After all, he didn't actually have a lot of fantastical knowledge within his life. This kind of thing, as if it was that night back then, when he was secretly reading a novel, and saw a fantastic world, and many, many strange visions. His father naturally also found out, angrily rebuked him for not doing his job. But even reading this kind of useless stuff, and some of the content inside is so nasty, calling it a loser's fantasy. Lu Yang's heart is not dissatisfied, just yearning for that kind of fantasy world, but it is now. Those fantasy settings like, as if descending into reality. His father is afraid to make up for the past dissatisfaction with him. After Su Qi's teaching, Lu Yang's speed of comprehension skyrocketed. Even Gu Qingqing was impressed. After all, this kind of ability is not everyone's. The last one to speak so well, I'm afraid it's only his own master. But Tu Tianjun spoke too profoundly. She often couldn't understand it, and could only get to the bottom of the matter over and over again. But fortunately, she's a real-world combatant, and she still learns very quickly. Time passed by. Finally Lu Yan learned how to feel the aura and absorb the aura, but just can't use it yet. Yin-yang method cultivation. Night also came. Su Qi and Gu Qingqing naturally stayed overnight. Besides Lu Yang there was also General Lu's wife. Chapter 57, Teaching Lu Yang. Thank you for teaching my family Lu Yang. He hasn't been disobedient, right? General Lu's wife inquired. She didn't show up during the day. I'm afraid she was also engaged in some confidential work. But it didn't matter to Gu Qingqing. She wasn't curious about it. No, he's fine. There is also very serious study. In a few days he will be able to cultivate on his own. By then we can go back and submit the mission. Gu Qingqing also went through Su Qi's teaching and managed to realize how stupid her way of teaching people was. So much so that for a moment, she actually blushed a little. Too ashamed. It was good that Su Qi was with her. General Lu's wife nodded her head. She knew her son. Only not that she didn't dare to be sure. After all, although these two little girls were very young, but this little girl who took over the mission was the number one in the army's double list. Her husband had told her to treat her well, and never to lose face. Thinking like this, the more she saw Gu Qingqing, the more she looked at her, and the two of them were about the same age. If she had such a proud daughter of heaven as her own daughter-in-law, how happy she would be. If Gu Qingqing knew, she could only say she was sorry. After all, she was like this. not to mention falling in love. Her brother occasionally disliked her for being stumpy, but because she was a younger sister, she was always pampered. What's wrong with her brother to her? Just occasionally hitting her was a bit painful. Everything else was exceptionally good. Not to mention that her previous encounters were still fresh in her mind. If it wasn't for Gu Xian, I'm afraid she'd already been adopted by a certain family and then changed her name, or lived on the streets, and I'm afraid it was the latter, according to her own temperament. Instead of providing Gu Xian with a little help, her existence is trouble everywhere. The only good thing is that there are more people to nag and not be so lonely. She is still young, for Gu Xian's attitude is also very strange, probably because of her experiences as a child. Gu Qingqing and Su Qi lived in a guest room, but this guest room is actually on the surface. In fact, it is a number of former honors. That is, these honors let Gu Qingqing and Su Qi look for a long time. The Gu Xian in their eyes was also this image, so bright and magnificent. Gu Xian, on the other hand, was cloudy. He had just sneezed 7 times in a row. It definitely wasn't sickness. Who on earth was cursing himself? Thinking about his own life, he shouldn't have offended anyone, but why would he sneeze 7 times in a row? He couldn't figure it out and didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he continued to cultivate. Time waits for no one, although now the moon is dark and windy, killing night, but Gu Xian is a great good people. Only think of cultivation. Su Qingxue is also in Gu Xian the same idea. After all, her current strength has been restored to the previous seal, but now after the recovery she should not give up on herself, but instead more hard to cultivate. Of course, but also cannot be separated from the Gu Xian this atmosphere of the infection, as well as is the spirit stone. In the past, they also had spirit stones. It was just that most of those spirit stones were ordinary. Like Gu Xian's, they were definitely something reserved for personal disciples, but nowadays they could casually supply her with them. This kind of feeling was no longer an ordinary relationship. At least she obviously felt that she shouldn't. If Gu Xian knew about it, he would probably have to laugh himself crazy. After all, he was only doing this because of guilt. That's right, just guilt. Once it was curiosity about what kind of thing she was before giving the spirit stones to her to use. And even at first it was treating her as that kind of pet. That's right, is a pet, although a little alternative. But he has crossed. If she is NB enough, he does not mind accepting as a pet. Just finally realized that she is actually a human being. After that it was a series of things, and did some things that treated her poorly, even if she didn't mind. But Gu Xian's heart still had a hurdle. Early the next morning, Gu Qingqing and Su Qi, after discussing, decided to take Lu Yang out. After all, has been in the house inside the cultivation, although it is not impossible. But her master taught himself to go to communicate more. Do not be detached from the world, at least before foundation establishment. Before the foundation, more travel is the best after all. If less travel words, then wait until the time of the foundation will be troubled by many things, and then by the body of the violent aura, a fatal blow. The death method is strange, but the death of the end of most of the invariables, as long as the passing is not dead. This it can. Gu Qingqing remembers very firmly. After all, she does not want to perish. She also want to protect their brother. The results of slap. 3 slaps on Tu Tianzhang's face. Perfect foundation building. Dan directly let her not have this aspect of the trouble. How would she see Tu Tianzhang always sad face? Obviously was hit in the face. Hit not light. What you need to do now is to go and talk to these vegetable vendors. Climb up and go for small talk. And in the future, you also try to go and talk to other people more. Gu Qingqing said, may speak of cultivation things she may not understand too much, but said the peace of mind. Tu Tianzhang said every day. Even she went to the toilet said, big to the national sentiment of things, small to the ants and dust. Our Tu Tianzhang said the scope. Everything in this world has a meaning of existence, and communicating with other people allows one's own spirit to negotiate with other spirits. In this way, the state of mind is greatly improved, not to mention that it also allows the success rate of foundation building to increase a lot. Otherwise Gu Qingqing would really have to go crazy with boredom. The place where she was actually those military personnel, including the spirit officials, were not allowed to come close to her, but the license of the Tu Tian battle was granted, so she was able to climb up and talk to other people. Lu Yan didn't understand that much, although Gu Qingqing was 2 years younger than him, but he didn't have any disrespect. She was a teacher, her own teacher, although she didn't seem to be reliable, but her strength was real. And did he really have someone to teach besides her? This is actually still there, and quite a few. After all, General Lu has already successfully applied. It is only a matter of who is going to teach. And originally, Professor Su made a two-handed preparation. If Gu Qingqing cannot handle it, he will send another person to do it. Of course, the reputation and benefits are Gu Qingqing's. Lu Yan was also bold. Looking at a young man, he went up and asked, hello, may I ask, can you have a small chat with me? This young man was no other than Su Jun. That's right, he had already disguised himself a bit, so his handsome appearance had been obliterated from the crowd. The stalls here were always switched around, and this location was only able to breathe under the care of Liu Yang's family. Otherwise, this relatively close to the city center, there was really no one who had the ability to allow them to set up their stalls. Of course, what do you want to talk about? Su Jun asked, but his eyes were looking at Gu Qingqing, and he didn't dare to look more. Gu Qingqing had built her foundation, and would notice. Chapter 58 LV Yang and Su Jun's first meeting. Do you know how to jerk off? Liu Yang frowned and asked the question that had been bothering him for years. He had heard about it since elementary school, but he thought how outrageous it was. Just those classmates of his own, how could they jerk off? He was not looking down, but the truth, after all, the majesty of the airplane. Too surprising, so much so that he often lowered his head inferiority complex. That is, the face of the fear of the giant. But those classmates, including some of the older people, also often said that the matter of jerking off, think back to their own those martyrs. They were hard conditions also use rifles to jerk off, but that is already in the past, and now the people, but also so young how to jerk off, but many years of doubt, has been hidden in the bottom of the heart, because he must study well. The brain does not allow more information to enter. Now the times have changed greatly, but also finally can ask the doubts in the heart, and even he suspected that his own classmates. I'm afraid that some people will really jerk off. Su Jun froze for a moment. How could he jerk off? He at least has been on an airplane. That thing although can fight, and can easily tear the plane, but this kind of even he thinks it is a treasure. And how can it be easily destroyed? Although I haven't fought in an airplane, I can fight an airplane, if it's an enemy. Su Jun also gave his own answer. On the other side was the newly received minions, as well as the local special agents sent by the Sakura country. Just looking at that woman, plus some of the things that Chu Tian had instilled in himself, he even thought at first that the special agents of the Sakura country, the full name was called Special Services. Liu Yang frowned once again when he heard this reply, and after a long time, he suddenly realized, and his mouth also murmured, I've come to my realization. I've finally come to my senses. This jerking off means, have the confidence to face this huge thing, have this courage. I as the son of a general, but I'm the last to wake up. What a humiliation. Shame. He recalled those classmates in the past, although one and all of them didn't love to study, and even complained from time to time, but they had a high level of awareness, much better than himself, the second generation of Red. I'm afraid that they also have hope to work for the people in the future. This kind of fearlessness is worth learning from all. Gu Qingqing, on the other hand, was at a loss. Why did he jerk off? And, why did he come to enlightenment? What on earth has been enlightened? It's so annoying. Su Qi, on the other hand, had a slightly red face. These two guys were talking about this in public. Were they really not ashamed? And what's with her own good sister's distressed face? Shouldn't she be shy? Su Qi looked at the surrounding people. There are a few people walking around. What else could it be? Eavesdropping? Afraid of missing some big melon. Is it really human nature to eat melons? The girls who heard. There were a few who joined the melon-eating army. Most of them left with a shy face, but when they left, they also turned back and pointed, smiled shyly and had to whisper, I see and you at first sight. Why don't we wait? We go to the lake over there to talk, or get clean. Don't worry about me after all. I'm a merchant, also have a car. Su Chop smoothly chatting, also very sincere. Of course his purpose still did not change. Throw this little girl to that cherry blossom special agent on the line, such as after the test is ready to use them to give people within this dragon country ready to summon their own race. At that time will be able to absorb a large number of this world's chi, and because he broke the boundary with credit Xian heavenly realm will also give himself a lot of chi, even if it cannot be compared to the son of chi, but compared to the saint's son and saint daughter is enough. Liu Yan was a little difficult. After all, he came out actually because of Gu Qingqing's request, otherwise he was absolutely not allowed to go out at will. Although the Dragon Kingdom was very safe, but his identity, paired with the current special world pattern, it was really inappropriate to go out more. If he could, they all asked him to stay at home all the time. Gu Qingqing and Su Qi naturally saw Liu Yang's eager eyes. After all, Su Chop was the man who made him realize, although he didn't know what he realized, but Gu Qingqing recalled that he would also realize that kind of feeling, and thought that he also took Su Chop as a good teacher and friend, and wanted to exchange some. Now is in the vegetable market. Naturally it is not convenient to exchange much. Gu Qingqing agreed. Su Qi naturally didn't have any objections. After all, he just came out to get together with Gu Qingqing. Go ahead. After all, you'll be able to meet someone you can talk to, Gu Qingqing said. In her heart she also thought the same thing. The only person she chatted with was Su Qi, and Liu Yang she didn't understand, but it didn't stop her from thinking differently. Liu Yang didn't think much and nodded. Let's have a good chat then. Seemingly thinking of something, he turned back and asked, "Will Gu and Su go together?" Gu Qingqing nodded. "Nonsense, if I don't go to see you, what am I going to do? Hurry up and teach you almost as much as I can. I can also go to my brother. At least I won't fail Professor Su's expectations of me," Gu Qingqing said. In fact, there is another layer of reason is that General Lu she knows, and also quite familiar. General Lu said the most sentence is to miss Lu Yang, but there are also make Gu Qingqing very upset. For example, General Lu wants her to get involved with Lu Yang. She coped with a lot of reasons, but none of them had much effect, until she said that Gu Xian forbid her to fall in love early. This is only to give up, but it is also often close to her. There were very few generals in the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention the fact that there were children around the same age as Gu Qingqing. Gu Xian they are sure to set not fast. That brain is not generally smart. The human condition is also to take a very good. The most critical is that Professor Su have thrown his granddaughter out, but there is still no gain. Of course, I also heard that is Su Wanhui do not like Gu Xian, like Chu Tian, and then after that is Su Wanhua's death, and Chu Tian's identity is exposed, but no one said something, but the discerning can see clearly. Many of the recent regulations are some of the exclusion of those family children. There are also some supernumerary. If it is not Chu Tian's strength is strong, plus the red courage and loyalty, or else it is also to be ostracized. Of course these are small things, the real fear of things in the sky dome above. There are some claims that the invasion of their Earth. At the same time, there are also many strange things. There are also many strange people. Each of them is strong. The average person offended them does not matter. Of course there are individuals with hot tempers directly to death, but as long as they do not mess with them will be fine. And the forbidden prisons are not the same. Plus they seem to be able to find out those other worldly disciples, and also spread out their hands. Now most of them are still ordinary people. Plus there's nothing particularly effective in finding the other worldly people, and their behavior is surprisingly no different from normal people. It was a big mess, and luckily these people were available to take care of it, but there were still quite a few leaks. Chapter 59, Gu Qingqing's teasing in kick. As for Gu Qingqing's news is how to leak. I'm afraid it's a difficult problem, at least if the dragon countryside to check, also difficult to check up. Su Zhen said the lake is not far away. Driving a broken three-wheeler, 10 minutes also too, but it is too cold. There is no one on the roadside. I'm afraid that no one lives here. After all, looking for a person to chat or not, the lake is very clear. The only drawback may be, the fish in the water don't know where to go. Maybe because Su Chop's own demonic beast aura is incomparably terrifying to them. This place is so cold, it's hard to even think about having a meal. Gu Qingqing spat to Su Qi. Her eyesight was much higher now, although the scenery here was very nice. It was too cold. Yeah, when you say it like that, it's true. Su Qi nodded. Her family conditions were also good. Naturally she could see the end, but she had a different opinion. So cold and quiet. We can take a tent to picnic here when the time comes to pay attention to the fire. It will be fine. Roast meat can like it. Saying that, he looked into the distance and frowned. There seems to be a couple over there. What's that guy doing with a camera taking pictures of the woman? Gu Qingqing also looked over, but they could only see the back of the girl, and were helpless about it. She was still quite curious, raised her hand, and shouted, but the couple sniffed away, and had no desire to communicate with them. Watching them leave some distance away, Su Qi's heart that wanted to call the police was extinguished, because she sent a message to her dad to ask about it, and the result she got was, little kids don't mind their own business, repeatedly asking if there was any case that might be dangerous, and determining that it really wasn't. Only then did she put her heart down, and looking at those two, they were also familiar with each other. There was no abduction, and it might be that they simply didn't want to play with them, but also still a little complain. Su Chop ignored it. The surroundings were completely empty now, and after making sure, he stopped the car. This place is indeed a good place. Lu Yan looked at the lake, plus the small pavilion on the other side, somewhat aesthetically pleasing. A few people came to the pavilion, which was exactly where the two small couples were just now. Why is there a puddle of water here? Su Qi said, then looked at the sky. It wasn't raining either. Su Zhen, on the other hand, started chatting with Lu Yang. He was waiting for that Cherry Blossom Nation's secret agent. He had originally planned to directly hand Gu Qingqing over to her, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to subdue it and found another helper, so she was delayed for some time. Drip drip drip. Su Zhen's cell phone sent a message. Then his originally easygoing eyes changed to one that had a slight teasing, seemingly mocking feel to it. Ding. Mission released. Protect your sister. Mission details. There is a Jindan's wolf demon young lord, who has thoughts about Gu Qingqing, and if he is caught he will be in danger of losing his life. After professional testing, the difficulty of this mission is 4-0. Ding. Mission reward, 1 aura point. Gu Xian suddenly woke up from his cultivation, looked at the mission, and his eyes widened. You embezzled my aura points. Take your life. Gu Xian was furious and shouted angrily. This kind of thing was intolerable. It was simply like cutting off someone's wealth, like killing their parents. Ding. Urgent modification. Mission reward, 300 aura points. The system's voice was very quick. Gu Xian's hand lurched, then looked at his hand in horror. He had just wanted to die with the system. Of course Gu Xian didn't really dare to die, but subconsciously had the idea and slightly put it into action. As a result, the system conceded. Ah shucks, the system is very subservient. Gu Xian was surprised instead. He previously thought that the system's brain was not there. After all, whose system gives rewards only tasks, nothing else? Otherwise why would he be so lacking? Looking at the system's tips, when he is rich in the future, he will take 1 aura point and 1 aura point to ruthlessly smash this broken system. Can't you give me a big mission to reward me? Gu Xian asked heartlessly. His sister was in danger right now. If it was normal, I'm afraid that indeed he would need to complete the mission and it wouldn't be easy to do so, but he had given Gu Qingqing something to save his life early on, so this mission was actually already in the bag. The system has also found this thing, otherwise it will not give himself 1 aura point to send off. But send off himself is so simple? You're afraid of yourself when you plunge your fist is to yourself to death? Ding. A little. Crap. You're not fair you little system comrade. This ideological awareness needs to be improved. Eavesdropping on people talking even if, but also listen to people's heart. In the future is not I and my wife do something. You have to witness. Gu Xian a lecture. Also some fear, after all, if the system really knows everything about him, and also has can only, that is extremely unfavorable to him. Even dangerous. Ding. As a special life form, I don't care to watch the reproduction of 2 animals. That's how low-level life forms reproduce. This is hereby declared. Gu Xian was silent. It felt like the orangutan inside the park was the monkey trickster. And that was a very preachy statement that flattened humans. I used to read novels, but after I traveled across the world, am I the protagonist of another novel? After all, the system is beside me not to mention. And, the matter of crossing over is not a falsehood. Gu Xian thought carefully, but he shook his head. It was well known that humans were 3-dimensional creatures, so unless they were 4-dimensional creatures, there was no possibility that there would be any other fellow humans who knew about this world. Alright, shut up, now it's this little girl's turn. I'm going to take you away. You might die, or be abused, or be used as a bargaining chip. I don't really care. Su Zhan didn't hide anything. His words were spoken quickly, and he didn't have the empathy of a normal person, as if he was facing an ant and arranging that ant's life. Gu Qingqing looked at Su Zhan and instantly went into a fighting stance. Since she dared to say this, she would have to pay for it. Her own master and brother had taught her that striking first was better. Against any male, the crotch is the most deadly. The key to winning with weakness is also within this human body. Gu Qingqing a teasing and kick over. Put all of the foundation stage strength to the fullest. Start must be dead. Sneak attack success will be the key to lay the foundation of victory. Su Zhan just laughed. Then a hand grabbed. Slow. Too slow. Foundation stage strength. Weak. In his eyes is a mole cricket. Let people pinch. Chapter 60. Lu Yang will die. Is this your killing move? Not even a powerful martial skill. The gap between you and me is as small as the white moon and the stars. Su Zhan was momentarily interested and said mockingly, he planned to have some fun first. Big brother, what do you mean by this? This is my teacher. You'll make things difficult for me. Lu Yang anxiously stepped forward to block. What just happened was too fast, like a flash of lightning. Su Qi, on the other hand, was shocked by Gu Qingqing. In the face of such a situation, wasn't she even scared? Gu Qingqing didn't think much about it, swung her fist, and was ready to him, rather like a flatulent brother, except that she had her backbone, otherwise she wouldn't have been like this. Thinking of the attack just now, the fist in her hand, suddenly small strength, pretending to hit to go over, then quickly retracted, out of the other hand to hit other places. Feint attack, commonly known as, sound east strikes west, whether it is the art of war or personal sparring, is a jinx. At least unusual people will not be, and will be difficult to determine which is true. At about the same level of rank, as long as the speed is fast enough, it is an absolute kill. Of course if the killing power is not enough there is no need to pursue speed. Unfortunately, she was facing Su Zhan. The strength was not even at the same level. That horrible strength. It was not at all something that the foundation stage could touch. Just standing and getting hit. The result was that Su Zhan was unharmed. Instead he laughed. The laugh was not loud, but it was very mocking, making people groundless. Gu Qingqing's hand was shocked to the point of numbness. It felt like just now it was hitting on the bone. The intense pain was also making her cover her hand. There were also tears inside her eyes. and the tears in her eyes were even more non-stop spinning. Yo, little one, is this planning to cry out? If you cry loudly enough, I can consider sparing you, otherwise it's just being beaten by me and crying even louder. Su Zhan walked up to Gu Qingqing and said, but there was a person in front of him who got in the way. Lu Yang was looking at him angrily, his eyes were dead on, but Su Chop wasn't scared in the slightest. He had been looked at by this kind of eyes too many times. The people or demonic beasts that looked at him had long since gone to their deaths, just like Su. Wan, Hua, do you want to play the hero too? Look at your frail body. Do you think that standing in front of her, she will be moved by your heart? Su Zhan said flirtatiously, not caring in the slightest about the murderous-like gazes of a few people. If gazes could kill, it would have been in pieces long ago. Who the hell are you? A disciple of the other world? Have you ever considered the price you have to pay for violating my dragon kingdom? You will die without a burial place, Lu Yang said with burning eyes. He had long had the awareness of sacrificing for the people under his family's cultivation. He was but the son of a general, while Gu Qingqing was the number one person in the double list, and was even Gu Xian's younger sister. It was just that there wasn't enough time, or else she might not grow up to be a rival of this person. He himself is but a mortal, and cultivation is still clumsy. Otherwise how would he need to come out to find others to untie his heart and feel the world? Gu Qingqing wouldn't have encountered such dangers, much less be in such a sorry state as she was now. Su Zhan raised his eyebrows. What did he mean? Does he think he's Kurt? Or does he think this is cool? Well, you're a fool, an absolute fool. You could have not had to die, but you can go to hell. After saying that, he violently reached out and grabbed, intending to crush his neck, but what came to his hand was air. Su Qi on the side had been watching, which saved him. It was also good that Su Zhan didn't take it too seriously, or else under this blow, Lu Yang would have already died. Don't be too impulsive, you can't do anything, Su Qi said. She was clear about this scene now. Her side was defenseless, at least not now. In this situation, the first thing to ensure is that there are no casualties. Lu Yang looked at Su Qi with despair. Then you tell me, what should I do? Teacher Gu was killed by me. What can I do? You tell me. Lu Yang's legs suddenly went limp, as if his spine had been drawn out. His entire body was like a leaky doll, shriveled up. Su Qi could only be helpless when she saw it. There was nothing she could do. She could only laugh bitterly, although she didn't know how to differentiate between high and low cultivation. But this sparring match between Gu Qingqing and Su Chop was completely like a mouse being teased by a cat. It was just a toy. What in the world have I done? How big a disaster? Lu Yang froze, looking at the sky. A face suddenly appeared. Lu Yang smiled. I'm sorry, father, it's my incompetence. I'm really ashamed of you, and I don't have the face to see my ancestors. Lu Yang seemed to think of something, looking in the direction of Su Zhan. His eyes revealed perseverance. Even if his power was as tiny as a star's flame, he would still fight to protect Gu Qingqing. You die for me. Lu Yang rushed forward and punched over. His fist was heavy and his grip was tight. Military boxing. Never once was it as serious as it is now, and it was also the first time that the posture was so standardized, bringing the strength of the whole body to the extreme. Su Qi also did not expect, just now as if the soft shrimp Lu Yang, actually so courageous, directly up as a wave of recklessness. He is not afraid of death? A punch in the past. There is no sound, no feeling. Can you come out to save him? Gu Qingqing couldn't care less. Even if she said more words on weekdays, it didn't react, as if Gu Xian was a liar. But when it came down to it, she could only trust her own brother, and only her own brother could save Lu Yang. Gu Xian wasn't there, but there was nothing she could do at all. Su Zhan had been playing nicely. This fool was looking at the fact that he was able to lure Gu Qingqing over to the breakup and was planning on sparing his life. But it turned out that this person actually rushed up on his own, looking for death. You want to die? Su Zhan angrily shouted, and then used his hand as a sword, fiercely lashed at Lu Yang. This move was all about killing. Without all the strength of a Jindan, there was no reservation whatsoever. Lu Yang froze. He did not make a second move, because it simply cannot come out. He this instant, as if he began to walk on horseback, from just born in the second generation of Red family. The crowd cheered. After that, kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and now high school, as well as the excitement of just starting to treat the aura incident, as well as his own father's application for the qualification to learn the Qingyan law, and then until now. It dawned on him that when he exchanged words in front of him, this person was out of place, and he specifically said that he was looking for a remote place, and that pair of eyes had never left Gu Qingqing. One was simply insane, with only the idea of cultivation in one pair of eyes, not noticing this kind of stark danger in the slightest. It was simply a grave mistake on his part. Teacher Gu, hurry up! Chapter 61. The firstborn is surprisingly him. The blade of his hand was held in a death grip by the other hand, No matter how hard he tried he couldn't break free, as if it was a pair of iron pincers. Interesting, truly too interesting. A bereaved dog that can stand before me is my opponent. Be glad, it's a pity that Juma isn't here. In a red and black ancient battle armor, a man with some funereal feeling appeared in front of the four. This scene also gave a shot to the Sakura secret agent who was secretly watching behind the curtain. This set of battle armor is exactly their Sakura country in ancient times, the Warring States era of battle armor, and his words, also his own words. The accent is very authentic, although the language was not compatible, but Spot's words, as if with the ultimate compulsion, so that people hear clearly, but also the default that he is the protagonist, commonly known as the man who carries the protagonist's aura. Sujan was also startled by this sudden appearance. You are also worthy of being my opponent? However, he was not afraid. The strength of his bloodline was its solid back, and even more so its backbone. If it wasn't for the fact that cultivating to the Yuaning realm might not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao, otherwise it would have brushed up, and it wouldn't be in the Jindan realm today. Your mouth is quite powerful. Stay for a long time. I can also move my body. Spot didn't have the expected anger. He just mumbled to himself, not putting Su Chop in his eyes, then looked at Gu Qingqing. And you, talking a bunch of nonsense to me every day. Very noisy. Say it again in the future and I'll shark you. Gu Qingqing just blushed. She didn't believe it. Her own brother gave it to her. Could it still harm her? Mostly he just resented her nagging. Otherwise he wouldn't have threatened her like this. But since she said that, she wouldn't be so noisy in the future. After all, other people are also the ones who protect themselves, and how humiliating it would be in case it gets to Gu Xian's side. Just nodded, and then was dragging Lu Yang away. This kind of scene is obviously not something they can participate in. One has no cultivation, one chi practicing stage, one foundation establishment stage, 3 little weaklings, not even worthy of watching, can only observe from afar. Should we not go farther? Su Qi asked. It was obvious that she had read the Qingyang law given by Gu Xian very carefully. There was also a depiction of the Yuaning realm within it, which could break mountains, push the sea, travel in the air, and sense the great Tao of heaven and earth. This realm is also called immortal by mortals on earth, because the things that are legendary in the mortal world, the Yuaning stage can do, even if it's a heal 108,000 miles. Exaggerated depiction. It should be a heal 108,000 meters. Gu Qingqing looked at the 3 binoculars she had just brought from the hands of a yellow-clothed man and stood at a high point. I think it should be far enough. Gu Qingqing felt that it was already enough, and it didn't matter well. It was just like that. The man in the red and black battle armor just now helped them stop Sujan. Sujan could only watch Gu Qingqing go like a lost dog. Of course, they didn't start to do anything. After all, they could get them killed by relying on Yubo. In order to watch the battle, Gu Qingqing was also brainy and directly ordered 3 binoculars. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 were girls, the yellow-clothed little brother was planning to advise Lu Yang. Looking at everything will only harm you in the end. As if he sensed something, Spot looked over to Gu Qingqing, who waved, although he wasn't sure if he could see it. Obviously aware of it, he nodded, then looked at Su Chop. So, the audience is in place. Are you ready to face me? Su Chop was already sweating. This man was too weird. Just now he had tried to run away or stop Gu Qingqing through several methods, but the results were all waved away. The most terrifying thing was that when it looked at Spot, his pair of eyes were not the same as normal. Blood-red eyes, moving around. He had obviously fought with Spot thousands of times. Every time, he was killed in seconds, but he woke up in a flash, only to realize that he had been hit by an illusion. When? Is this an illusion formation? Sujan deadpanned at Zan's eyes, as if he wanted to see through something, but in the end, he could only sink into a kind of illusion. Sinking, endless sinking. He saw himself being killed by Gu Qingqing's explosion, being inserted indiscriminately by Lu Yang, being played to death by Su Qi's one hand, over and over again, no matter how much he struggled. But it was as if the bones in his body were being pumped. He couldn't move. Weak person, just sink into the illusion and die. You don't deserve my hands. Jubilee won't be hit by this kind of low-grade illusion. Spot said disdainfully, one hand choking Su Chop's neck, was planning to twist it off. Fellow Daoist, wait. Wanting to kill the young lord of my clan is too arrogant, isn't it? An old man drilled out from Su Chop's mouth, looking at Jean, laughing gleefully. This is Su Chop's life-preserving divine skill, and also the most powerful card. At least it is not so bad that he can't let out a fart even after being killed in seconds. Old man, you're not a pillar. What right do you have to call my bluff? Spot's blood-red eyes looked at him, teasing, overflowing, as if he was a person without a bit of face. Joke, I am at least a guest minister of the Xian heavenly realm, the holy land of the human race. A little person like you, are you also worthy? I'm afraid that the pillar of your mouth is also an unimpressive little person. Or else how come I haven't heard about it? The old man laughed. His voice carried so loudly that even Gu Qingqing could vaguely hear it, although it was also because of the foundation building, but that was still very impressive. Do you remember the dance as well? Spot instantly stepped forward and pinched his neck, so fast that the old man didn't even notice. He was about to pinch to death, but it turned out to be as if he was shedding his skin, and he had left the spot. Spot's eyes also changed a little bit. This person, a little bit of ability, then it is necessary to use some real things. Spot's right hand waved. A blue shadow also appeared in his hand. This shadow seems to be invincible will. Even if it touches anything will be cut in two. Something. Rock invincibility disc. Rock split. The old man moved without hesitation. A giant rock appeared in front of him, followed by several small giants appearing in the land, all made of rock. Spot froze for a moment. This kind of tactic, he remembered a man who knew it as well, but it didn't look like it, and shook his head. Those were things of the past. They were over. Kind of interesting. You've managed to get my attention. You get to see what I'm capable of. I hope you're not that vulnerable. Zan threw his head back and laughed, not taking these few rocky little giants to heart in the slightest, as if they were treated as a few toys, and directly waved his hand in a big wave. A sufficient number of small blue people as the same as the rocky little giants also appeared. Each blue skeleton's hand held a sword as well as a shield, as if prima donna warriors. The old man was also shocked. His ability is also up to this. This is his distraction. Chapter 62 Tu Tianzhuan's Inquiry. Gu Qingqing also looked at this side of the battle. It was unusually easy to crush. The attacking side was always Spot, and Spot was so relaxed that he almost didn't even make a move. It wasn't even on the same level compared to them. At that moment, I remembered the evaluation of Tu Tian War on myself. That is, weak. Originally rose up a kind of invincible feeling, suddenly a little frustrated, but thought, their brother to their own bodyguards, that is not their own? Then I am still invincible. Thinking like this is also heatedly smiled. The surrounding Su Qi and Lu Yang is also looking dumbfounded. Teacher Gu won't. Crazy, right? Lu Yang asked. He was still scared in his heart. Gu Qingqing's background was too heavy. He really couldn't afford any point, even if his dad was a major general. But if he caused trouble, his dad would have to be implicated. No, she might be thinking of something. Just don't pay too much attention to it. Su Qi was also holding her forehead. She really couldn't stand this stupidity of Gu Qingqing. It was too embarrassing. Su Zhan was already sweating profusely. This feeling, it was crushing. What to do? He hadn't even touched the corner of his clothes. He had already almost played all his cards. Could he really escape? Regret. If he didn't take this mission, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have encountered this danger. At present, there is only one way left. Use his own future. In exchange for his current life. You absolutely cannot kill me. Su Zhan decided. Also couldn't help but put a vicious word. He hated this man in front of him, destroying his future. The way you're so confident, it's really enraging. You don't think you can escape, do you? Spot's speed was fast, intending to finish him off in one move. Su Zhan was not in the least bit in a hurry. With a single thought, his Jindan shattered. The aura inside filled his entire body, and he spat out a mouthful of his heart's blood, surprisingly causing space to distort a bit, and directly disappeared. Spot is also wide-eyed. This person really cannot stay, but he is also ruined. In the future, the cultivation will be difficult to further, and even if the repair is not good, the realm will also fall down. Afterwards, the Spot was like a phantom, disappeared in this heaven and earth, leaving only a mess by the lake, afraid of being seen by others. Gu Qingqing also called to report it. Professor Su was very worried, heard that she was no longer in danger before he stopped saying more. Also helpless. The cultivation power of the Dragon Kingdom has just started. There is really no one who can be her bodyguard. Moreover, any spiritualist is a pillar of talent. Now this period is too critical. After Lu Yang returned home, he received a phone call, scolded him. There is surveillance in the food market, naturally can probably know the situation. It is the people Lu Yang provoked. If casually go to the other, maybe the other party did not have a way to get it, and at first did not leave. It is Lu Yang heart, and then asked them, if Lu Yang himself alone to go or no matter. Lu Yang also accepted this harsh criticism. If it is not Gu Qingqing has a big card of extinction, he will get Gu Qingqing killed. In his dad's mouth, there was also no lack of admiration for Gu Xian. It was really too rare to have a technique of this level and be willing to persuade his friend to offer it to the country. Now he goes out all have face off. Look at those foreign diplomats lowered their heads, just almost begged him. Promised benefits are countless, although cannot take so fast, but that is also very cool. Things are fine, after all. The problem is not big, but it also gave many people a wake-up call. The strength of those people from other worlds far exceeds them. The only big killer they are now guarding is the slaughtering heavenly battle, although they don't know the exact strength. but then they just met and showed their strength. It's enough to make them shocked. Gu Qingqing and Su Qi also said their goodbyes and tiptoed back inside, sighing with relief that they hadn't been caught. Knock knock knock. Knocking on the door then sounded. Gu Qingqing's heart was like falling into a 3-foot ice hole. Since the masked man came, Tu Tianzhan's requirements for her have increased a lot, but also for her life is also very important. Their own this time so risky, plus the scene of the situation, as well as some of the edges captured on the scene, they are certainly inevitable to be questioned a bit. But Tu Tianzhan's questioning was different from the usual. It was simply a torture of the soul. Yo, who do I think it is? Coming back without a sound. Quiet. No problem, Tu Tianzhan said smilingly, also don't know where to learn the words. As soon as he opened his mouth, he choked Gu Chengcheng, wanting to beg for forgiveness. He couldn't speak at once. Master, Gu Qingqing can only try to find out if it is possible to muddle through. Otherwise, an interrogation and a lecture is inevitable. Don't. I can't afford to be You're powerful. Go out for a trip. Who doesn't know your strength? Powerful Directly to the otherworldly masters are all made not to be. Fleeing in haste. Just don't know Others still think you killed him. Now you're being hated. In the future, when others find the opportunity to get you a small tsukiji, your brother at that time to take a knife to cut me, then how to do Tell me. Tu Tianzhang poked Gu Qingqing's head. He didn't expect her to be able to do anything. He was just very angry. Gu Qingqing definitely can't afford to be lost. He also recently got in touch with a person. The place is not far away, just in the Flower City village. Coincidentally, inside the Flower City village only 2 people remain. There is one is Gu Shen. He also went to see, although just watch from afar. But that kind of heavenly chance of unpredictable feeling is really let him also fear. The last time he had encountered such was the son of heaven's destiny, and the rarity was evident. Master, you also know, I'm not afraid, and didn't I survive? And you also said my state of mind needs a lot of battles to be completely stabilized, or else it's just eye candy. Gu Qingqing tried to refute Tu Tianzhan's words with Tu Tianzhan's words, but she was met with a brain crash. That's true, but you wouldn't bully the kind that's weaker than you. At this level, if you didn't have a little bit of cards, you'd be dead, even though everyone has secrets. But you're my disciple. I need to know some of them as well, so tell me what's going on with that thing? The little blue skeleton giant. Tu Tianzhan didn't dwell on too much, asking what was on his mind. A pair of eyes also looked at Gu Qingqing's behavior dead on. If there was deception, he would also be good to know. There is no secret it's this, my brother gave it to me, and then it's the same as the masked man Big Brother last time, to protect me, but the masked man Big Brother's strength is not enough. Gu Qingqing stretched out her finger. A ring, its appearance. Chapter 63, the end of the main character. Tu Tianzhu War stared at the eyes carefully. Check. There is no array. Not a killing array in the array. There is no divine idea inside. Not a move of the kind of the bottom of the card. This, in the end, what is it? Even if he has seen a lot of knowledge, once the status of the status is even more not bad. Even if it is a lot of divine weapons and heavenly weapons in the Xian heavenly realm, he is slightly known, but seeing this small ring, really cannot see what is different. This, Tu Tianzhan was in a tangle. He was not too good to say that he didn't understand. After all, how humiliating this is. In the future some acquaintances know, that shall not lose this old face. The reason why he became the leader of the new era, in fact, is because he has seen a lot of knowledge, erudite, and stable temperament. Treatment of Dasha is also loyal, scheming, insightful, and capable. All kinds of circumstances before deciding that it is him. What's wrong with Master? Do you want to meet him? Gu Qingqing asked. She didn't see Tu Tianzhang's embarrassment. One was wanting to meet that person, but that person was very high and cold, and didn't know if he was willing to come out. Tu Tianzhan thought about that little blue skeleton giant. I'm afraid it's a kind of puppet, otherwise it's impossible to not have a divine thought. But there's actually a Yuaning stage puppet. This kind of thing is a really high-end item. To know that in the past, Jin Dan was able to start a sect. Yuaning was even more noble as an ancestor. This Gu Qingqing's brother was able to get Yuaning puppets. He could not help but think a little too much about the previous powerhouses that he knew. But, Gu Xian he didn't recognize. That little blue skeleton giant was even more unheard of. And all sorts of information also indicated that he was from the current world. So it was too outrageous. This kind of situation was usually a disciple of the otherworldly, but the heavenly Tao didn't reject him in the slightest, not one iota. Otherwise he'd have gone down and raised all of Gu Xian's ashes at that time. But it might not be Gu Xian's ashes that were raised. It's good to meet this kind of external object. Don't use it more than necessary. Although he is a puppet, it's right that he is a Yuaning, but his intelligence is not enough. This is still a big flaw. Tu Tianzhang taught well, narrating his insights in a fine voice, as well as the pros and cons of the matter. Gu Qingqing was just about to retort when the ring emitted a cold aura, a pair of blood-red eyes, a few black commas frantically turned, and a person suddenly appeared in the room. Old man, your words, they really make people hot. Want to fight? Spot's face showed that he was very upset, being said to be a puppet, and also not intelligent enough and very flawed. How many meanings do you have? Tu Tianzhan's eyes suddenly chilled. The feeling of danger. He actually felt that this person in front of him who was probably in the Yuaning realm was a threat to him. How ridiculous was this? Those eyes? Tu Tian War comes with a sense of danger very clearly feel the threat. That pair of eyes cannot look at. Of course, if one looked at it, it was hard to say whether there would be any danger, but it is definitely not a small risk to oneself. It is as if there is another world living inside. Two words suddenly popped into his head. Bloodline. Born with a bloodline. Or the bloodline theory among humans. These humans with bloodlines, without exception, were all descended from gods, and there were quite a few strange gifts in their bloodlines, and this pair of eyes was one of those gifts, and anything that could be even remotely related to a god was not bad. I'm sorry for being presumptuous. What I said was that those little blue skeleton giants were not you, since it was you who came out. I'm afraid it was you who was their summoner. Tu Tian Battle wore an apologetic smile. What? You want to have a proper duel with me as well? What arrogance! Then I'll satisfy you. Spot was still unforgiving. How could he swallow this breath? He was bound to make Tu Tianzhu pay a price. Tu Tianzhang also felt the man in front of him battle intent, strong, and high. Let a person feel afraid. At least the heart is not comfortable by such a guy staring. Difficult to deal with. Although your Yuaning cultivation is already not bad, but you also need to know that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Your strength and mine are not on the same level. Understand? With a wave of Tu Tianzhu's hand, all three of them appeared in a large open space. Gu Qingqing felt a bit dizzy. The vertigo was too strong. Just now she felt that the sky was spinning. This was a formation. At that time it was also used there as a big backyard. It's just a pity that this formation wasn't big. It could only transmit away some key talents. But now it was actually used to find a place to fight. Tu Tianzhan was also a little bit crying and laughing. He could see that if he didn't fight with this man, I'm afraid that this matter, it wasn't that easy to make good. It's a bit interesting, somewhat like a space art, but it's actually possible to move people without any markings. Spot clasped his hands in front of his chest and nodded, approving of this trick. After speaking, a layer of Suzaku was draped over his body. The eyes of Tu Tianzhua were also full of shock. This medium aura was too pure, and it also used a special imitation to create an extremely hard skeleton person, and the most crucial thing was that it could wrap the person inside. Killing power not to mention. Life-preserving ability has let many people heart are yearning. 360 all-round protection. There is no way, not through this thing, kill the people inside. If there is, it is definitely a curse or poisoning, or legendary decapitation technique. This level of things is not something that ordinary people can touch, but this kind of people are few and far between, and this kind of weird double pupil does not know what hidden big killers. Attack is the best defense. This move is very good, but the speed is too slow, and it is not too bulky. The momentum is like 1,000 pounds is not false. But if you come across someone like me, how do you win? Tu Tianzhan suppressed his strength at the Yuaning stage, and with his hands together, he shouted, Earth resolution. In this way, you should settle down. The earth rumbled. At once this little giant was trapped. He didn't want to move his hands too much. At least he didn't want to lay down a hard hand. Otherwise this man wouldn't necessarily be able to survive. The little giant that was trapped did not move. Even Gu Qingqing thought that he had lost. With a rumbling sound, the earth ball that wrapped the little giant shattered, and the little giant that was originally a few meters tall, was suddenly wearing battle armor, and his eyes that were originally godless, were also bubbling with red light. The little giant also turned into a big giant, tens of meters tall, and its terrifying aura was once desperate. Tu Tianzhan was also dumbfounded. His entire body was numb. Right, how could Gu Xian's people be simple? Just practicing a chi practitioner is not simple, let alone this Yuaning's. Look at your strength. You are nothing but weak in my hands. Zan scoffed loudly. Suzaku's katana also swung down, so fast that Tu Tianzhu couldn't even sense the huge blade. Swinging towards himself, Gu Xian looked at a huge palm that appeared in the sky. You deserve to die and be reincarnated for eternity. This palm came from the future and seemed to be Gu Xian's nemesis.